It's Judgment Day for the Ziggart kids. A ceremony to show their mana, purity, and elemental attribute. The result decides if they have the talent to bear the name of the world's greatest sword masters and aura users. When the first boy steps to the giant stone sword, it flares with a green aura, showing his wind attribute and above-average mana purity. Next, a girl makes the sword shine with an even better blue aura, and everyone cheers for another family prodigy. At last, it's Rayon's turn, and the family patriarch calls him forward. He touches the sword, and it gives off a faint white aura. This is seen as the weakest of all, and others start laughing, but the patriarch shuts them down and ends the ceremony fast. When only he and his servant are left in the hall, something bizarre happens. The sword erupts again, this time with a blazing golden fire aura. The same power as the Ziggart founder, so strong it can melt anything. The patriarch is stunned, deciding to watch Rayon's personal level-up manhwa unfold. But even the patriarch doesn't know Rayon's real story. He's the Reborn's strongest assassin, betrayed by his own master. On a frigid night, the Shadow Group's top assassin meets his master, Daryus Robert. It seems the master discovered Rayon broke free from his control. House Robert turns kids into puppets, and Rayon only escaped their mind shackle by chance. When Rayon asks how he found out, Daryus explains, every assassin has two shackles, one for the mind, and another one. Just then, a sharp pain blasts Rayon's chest as Daryus reveals the second shackle, a rage worm implanted inside their bodies. It's a curse that devours its target's heart on command. As it eats his heart, he vows he won't go down like a dog and will at least mark Daryus. He forces himself up and charges, only to be instantly taken out. Even so, Daryus is shocked. Rayon actually managed to wound him. He orders the other assassins to get rid of the dead dog and leaves. Rayon's fading mind burns with rage for the life Daryus stole. With his last breath, he begs any god or demon for a shot at revenge. On cue, a trinket on his neck glows and a screen says he's been chosen by an entity named Wrath. Unfortunately, before Wrath could finish downloading, his body expired, cutting the process short. Talk about bad timing. Sometime later, a young woman plays with her baby boy. She's nicknamed Sunshine. Her new baby happens to be Rayon. He's been reincarnated into the family of this woman, Sylvia, but still has all his assassin memories, making this whole situation unbelievable. He'd thought it was just a dream, but eventually had to accept reincarnation when he realized this was a nightmare he wasn't waking from. His new mother playfully babbles, trying to tell him the lord of the house has yet to return and give him a proper name. Little does she know, he understands everything. To Rayon, it's taking forever. He's been a baby for about 100 days already. It's obvious to Rayon he was born into a rich and prestigious family. For him, this is a huge advantage, as he'll need all the resources he can get for his revenge on Daryus. Since he hasn't left the building, he has no clue where he is or his family status. To make matters worse, he's been unable to master his flame techniques. So, taking revenge on Daryus is on the back burner. Just then, a maid named Helen bursts in, informing Lady Sylvia that the Lord has returned. The lady frantically tries to prepare, but it's too late, as the Lord is already walking through the main door. This guy radiates a powerful aura, and Rayon recognizes him instantly. Since Sylvia calls him father, this must be his new grandfather. From his features, Rayon knows this is none other than Glenn Ziggart, the Northern Lord of Destruction. What a wild level-up manhwa, the top dog of the entire continent. He's apparently been reincarnated into the country's most powerful family. Eventually, Lord Glenn names the baby Rayon, the same name from his past, and tells him to lay low as if he doesn't exist. Later that night, Rayon, who's been sidelined by nap-time ambushes and playing with Sylvia, is thrilled to finally get alone time at night to cultivate his flame links. Most basic cultivation techniques on the continent involve inhaling mana from nature and storing the aura in one's core. Meanwhile, the flame links are a whole different beast, creating circular links around his heart to boost stamina, focus, and mana affinity. This makes it the perfect cultivation technique for warriors. It also has the perk of staying undetected by powerhouses like Daryus. All that's left is to power up with flame links and learn the Ziggart sword technique. This will make his revenge plan against Daryus rock solid. There's just one tiny problem. The mana circuits in his new body are filled with a destructive, icy chill. After finding about 9 circuits are blocked, it's clear he's on a fast track to an early grave. His only option is to break through the blocked circuits using his flame links. After training for a while, our little guy gets woozy and soon faceplants right onto the bed. losing another hopeless fight against sleep. It's lucky he conked out, as Lord Glenn enters to check on the baby and releases some of his aura. The next morning, our boy is back on baby duty. He's got the tough-as-nails job of crawling a bit farther each day to impress his mother, and it's super frustrating to pretend to be a baby when he's a grown man on the inside. This is not the level-up Manhwa he envisioned. The poor guy would rather suffer the killer chills than be babied for another minute. Before long, Lady Sylvia receives an important visitor, a family friend Rayon recognizes as the Ragged Saint. From Rayon's memory, the saint's divine power and medical smarts are beyond mortal comprehension, and he's widely known as the most renowned healer on the continent. After they exchange pleasantries, the Ragged Saint warmly tells Sylvia he came to check on her after hearing she had a child. He says the baby looks just like her, with cute features unlike his grumpy grandpa. When the saint learns Lord Glenn named the baby Rayon, which means shadow, he gets annoyed and wonders what the man was thinking. His tone makes it clear there's an informal history between Lord Glenn and the Ragged Saint, and this confirms old rumors Rayon heard about their friendship. After checking Rayon's health, the Ragged Saint reveals to Sylvia that the child has a condition called the Curse of Bitter Frost. Apparently, a chill is blocking his mana circuits, and it's unlikely he'll ever become a swordsman. He also might not live much longer if left untreated. Shocked, Sylvia refuses to believe the saint. He just ignores her protest and promises to bring medicine for the child. A maid then enters, informing the saint the Lord wishes to speak with him. After the saint leaves, Rayon is relieved he finally has a name for his condition. He starts planning how he's going to tackle it, but he's taken aback by a tear that falls from his mother's face onto his. When he looks up, he sees his mother weeping, protesting that it can't be true. Eventually, she gets fired up and tells the baby she refuses to let him die. For the first time in ages, Rayon feels a strange sensation in his heart that he hasn't felt before. As he wonders what's come over him, he realizes he's unhappy because he hates seeing Sylvia cry. Trying to show his sympathy, he extends his hand to wipe her tears and calls her Mama for the first time. That was the final straw, and Lady Sylvia forces her way into the room where the Lord and the Saint are talking. Despite the maid's protests, her abrupt entrance angers the Lord, but she bows down, begging him to save Rayon's life. For a moment, Sylvia continues her plea to Lord Glenn, but all she gets is an ice-cold shutdown. That saving a boy who can't be a warrior is pointless. When Sylvia reminds him that's his grandson, he doubles down and orders the guards to haul her off. After the guards drag her out, the shabby saint calls the Lord a stubborn old fool, later revealing the Lord was just as harsh with his daughter. Even after he'd summoned the saint for this exact issue, Lord Glenn just stonewalls him and demands the report. The saint explains the boy's mana circuits are totally blocked, and it's dangerous if he's left to grow like that. Rayon's fine for now, since Lord Glenn's aura pushed back the chill that night, but this won't help him become a warrior. Then, in a bizarre twist, the Lord says none of that matters, as long as the boy lives. The saint taunts him, saying his tough guy act is just hiding a deep love for his grandson, then asks why he'd pick a name meaning shadow. Glenn says the name meant the complete opposite, ages ago. Days later, Sylvia gives Rayon the elixir the saint left for him. Our boy is thrilled to get a fire-based elixir, knowing it'll help him fight the chill in his mana circuits. More years fly by, and Rayon turns 5 years old. A system notification then alerts him he's completed his second flame link. This boosts his soul rank, mana, affinity, focus, and stamina. The news is sweet music to his ears. He figures his fast progress is thanks to these system messages, like a personal level-up Manhwa system that only he can see. It lets him check his status at a glance. His only gripe is that his lousy stamina and the curse haven't improved much. Even after hitting his second link, he's only gotten this far thanks to the elixir and the love from his mom and their maid, Helen. He's also worried he's not progressing fast enough. But then he remembers he's only 5 years old, with time to prepare. He was the greatest assassin in his past life, and with this flame cultivation technique, his flaws should be no problem, especially once he masters the Ziggart swordsmanship style. He knows patience is his best weapon for taking out Daryus, one of the continent's strongest transcendent beings, and losing himself to revenge would be a dumb move. Soon after, his mom brings him fresh clothes because they have a special place to go. It's the day of the discernment ceremony. To explain, you need to know the continent's balance is maintained by 6 lords and 5 demons. Rayon just so happened to be reborn into the house of one of those 6 lords. The lords are the good guys, the demons threaten peace. The ceremony's purpose is to sort the studs from the duds, and today it's House Ziggart's turn. Upon reaching the venue, Everyone in the hall glares at Sylvia and her son with pure contempt, whispering awful things and calling her a failure. Some even protest that a failure's child shouldn't be allowed in the ceremony. But Sylvia just walks on, ignoring them. The words sting Rayon, but his mom tells him to focus on her. Moments later, the Lord arrives the first time Rayon has seen him in 5 years. He takes his seat, and a huge sword, the Sword of Discernment, drops into the chamber's center. The Lord orders the ceremony to begin. The discernment sword is special. It can read the full mana potential of anyone who rests their hands upon it. First up is a kid from the Ziggart family, some guy named Warren. They do these ceremonies on young kids because their skulls begin to fuse around age 4, which is when their mana potential gets locked in. The whole point of the ceremony is to discover the kid's potential in the family line. Once Warren places his hands on the sword, everyone praises him as the sword's light pours from every inch in top quality, which they say is expected of Lord Karen's son. Next up, another kid named Runan, Sorn of the vassal house of Slurn, is called. You see, the mana's purity determines how much light the sword gives off, and the mana's most suitable element also appears. When Runan takes her test, she's also hailed a prodigy for her bright results, expected of a Sorn, they say. To Rayon, it's obvious this crowd is obsessed with results, but he figures his own won't be great since his mana circuits are still chilled, even though he just managed his second flame link. When Rayon's called, people shoot him nasty glares as he walks out with his mother. Once they reach the sword, Rayon figures it's best not to have high expectations. He just needs to find out what element is good to train with. When Rayon puts his hand on the sword, a strange fire erupts, mesmerizing him. Suddenly, he sees visions of several nasty monsters and a young warrior among them. He watches intently, confused about what this vision even means, as the monsters in his vision tower over the young warrior. Suddenly, the warrior raises a fiery sword and slams it on the ground. The resulting explosion from that single move engulfs the entire area, obliterating everything in sight. After that happens, Rayon snaps back to reality and sees the element on the sword. For some reason, it's showing something different than what he saw in his vision. A bright light shines from the sword, but it barely reaches the middle. The crowd mocks his pitiful light, but Lord Glenn just watches in silence. Sylvia, being a good mom, tells Rayon he did a great job, and they return to their seats. Meanwhile, the people snicker to themselves about how a Ziggart descendant could have such a low level. They also start making fun of Sylvia, saying the only things he got from her were blonde hair and crimson eyes. Lord Glenn then tells the crowd to shut their traps, asking why they're causing a ruckus. Once they quiet down, the Lord declares the ceremony is over. When everyone leaves, Lord Glenn and his personal butler are left alone with the sword. To Lord Glenn, it seems nothing can be done about Rayon's situation. Suddenly, a brilliant fire erupts from the sword, grabbing Lord Glenn's attention. The fire engulfs the sword, reaching a peak unlike anything seen during the ceremony. Lord Glenn watches, captivated, noticing the light is as golden as the sun. From a nearby record, he confirms such a light has only ever appeared once, during the founder of House Ziggart's ceremony, erupting with an aura that could melt the demon realm's flames. Apparently, this gold-colored mana has only shown up once in House Ziggart's history. So, seeing it now is a total shock. After watching the blindingly beautiful light for a moment, the Lord realizes Rayon is the one responsible for this. But it makes absolutely no sense. 7 years later, Rayon's stats are displayed. Like in some level-up Manhwa, he's still cursed. Terrible stamina, poor athletic ability, and poor mana affinity. But hey, he's gained some water resistance, which helps the stiffness in his hands and feet. It looks like he's also pretty close to finishing his third flame link, and he is now 12 years old. Sometime later, his mother reminds him they're supposed to go to that day's discernment ceremony. Given his past experience, our boy is not exactly thrilled to go, knowing he'll have to deal with those jerks again. Soon after they arrive, the ceremony for the new kids is completed. To Rayon, this year's ceremony feels a lot faster than usual. Before it's over, the Lord calls out to Rayon, asking why he ignored a month's worth of summons for basic house training. Of course, Rayon knows nothing about any basic training, so his mother answers for him. Turns out, she got the summons, but conveniently forgot to tell him. She begs the Lord, saying Rayon isn't a normal kid and the training would be too much due to the frost in his body. Her plea totally fails, as the Lord insists they're on Ziggart land, where there are no exceptions for the family name, and refusal isn't an option. From Lord Glenn's perspective, even those who can't walk must crawl to training, because that's the Ziggart way. utterly shocked by his words. The lady says she can't accept those terms, and the Lord asks if she plans on leaving the house again. He states they follow Ziggart rules on Ziggart land, or they can get out, like sharks to blood. The talk of Sylvia leaving again gets the onlookers buzzing about how she abandoned the house. As usual, Rayon isn't happy seeing his mom get trashed. From their whispers, it's obvious why they hate her. She left the family. She didn't just walk out. She wrecked her core and mana circuits after learning the Ziggart sword style. And that's why she has no aura. She did all that just to marry the man of her dreams. But he died soon after she got pregnant with Rayon. After that tragedy, she had no choice but to crawl back home. Upon returning, the family treated her like dirt for throwing away her place. But despite all this, Rayon knows he can't join in on dissing her. He's her son and hates seeing her treated this way. Then, all of a sudden, the kid steps forward to speak with the Lord, ignoring his mother's protests. He tells the Lord he's ready to join the training next month, just as ordered. His acceptance is immediately challenged by one Daryus Ziggart, the head of the Palace of Elders, who's sitting nearby. Denier objects, saying he didn't know about this, and warns Rayon not to underestimate basic training just because of its name. Rayon insists, even saying he'll do the training to honor the Ziggart name. That's the part the Lord hates, because the Ziggart name carries some serious weight. Lord Glenn unleashes a powerful aura at him, strong enough to crush his bones and make him cough up blood. Rayon realizes this crushing pressure is even stronger than his old master Daryus's, and he clenches his fist in pain to endure it. When he finally collapses, his mother and the maid Helen rush to his side. Denier also pleads with the Lord to pull back his spiritual force, saying Rayon's just a kid who doesn't get the weight of his words. Their pleas are ignored as the Lord tells them to let him speak. Sylvia keeps begging, explaining her son is in no condition for training, and begs him to withdraw his aura. Rayon, still held in his mother's arms, remembers living in darkness in his past life as an assassin. He was always hidden in the shadows, his presence a secret. A wave of frustration makes him break free from his mom, determined to forge a better life. Like a hero in a level-up manhwa, another motivation is his strong desire to restore Sylvia's place in the family. Again, he faces the Lord and admits his ignorance of the Ziggart name, especially since he grew up in the annex, not the main house. He declares he'll join the training to find out just what this family is all about, a deep responsibility to Sylvia, Helen, and everyone in the annex who helped him fuels his defense before the Lord. Intrigued, the Lord asks if he really plans to judge the Ziggart name based solely on their basic training. Rayon confirms it seems to be the only way he has. In response, Lord Glenn promises to tell the instructor to give him his best, so Rayon won't be disappointed. The Lord's heavy aura slams into Rayon again, and he staggers to the ground. All he's thinking is how to fuse his past life as an elite assassin with the power of the flame rings to finally stand tall here. Even while on the floor, he swears he'll prove the pebble they scorned is tougher than they could ever imagine. Meanwhile, over at one of the training centers, Ziggart, head of the Palace of Warriors, asks a guard about the bad intel he got on Rowan, being basically an invalid. The guard reaffirms it, saying maids in the annex overheard the Ragged Saint and Lord Ziggart discuss the boy's serious illness. To Karun, it was clear the boy wasn't in top shape when he saw him, but none of that explains how he withstood the Lord's aura during the discernment ceremony just now. He considers that Sylvia's potential was off the charts, which might explain her son. Karun then orders the maids to slip a spy into the annex to monitor everything. Meanwhile, Rayon is overworking himself as usual, and his mother hits him with a classic, "I told you so." Sometime later, the 5th Ziggart training grounds get a visit from Lord Glenn, who's there to see the instructor, Lemaire. He finds Lemaire pretending to be asleep. After forcing him up, the two old friends start bickering back and forth. Lord Glenn says, Lemaire hasn't matured one bit in 50 years. And he's right. Since Lemaire is an elf and doesn't age like humans, Lemaire suspects the Lord is here about his grandchild, flatly stating his mother was just here and he's not easing up on the training, since Lord Glenn gave him total control there. He's shocked the Lord didn't come to plead for his grandchild, but to ask him to keep or raise the standard to weed out anyone not worthy of the training. In Lemaire's opinion, Lord Glenn is only doing this because he deeply loves his grandson, trying to show the love he never could with Sylvia. In response, Lord Glenn says if they weren't comrades, he'd have had him decapitated for that. After their chat, Lord Glenn leaves. This leaves Lemaire wondering what all the fuss is about this Rayon kid. Meanwhile, Rayon has just completed his 3rd flame link, upgrading his body and soul rank. constitution, dexterity, mana affinity, focus, and stamina, and bumping his water resistance to 3 stars. Another sweet perk is that one strand of the Curse of Frost has completely disappeared. The message makes him ecstatic. It's clear his hard work paid off. The magical status window is also accelerating his growth, like in a level-up manhwa. All this is still just a warm-up for the Ziggart training. This 3-star flame link is merely a solid foundation for the house he will build. His plan is to put on such a show that all his mockers will be silenced forever, and then take out Daryus Robert, his arch-nemesis. Deep in thought, his mother comes to speak with him late at night. As he leaves for basic training the next day, she asks if he truly must go. Afraid he'll keep pushing himself while in pain until he gets seriously hurt during training, she suggests he wait just 1 more year, but Rayon says he absolutely can't. His reason is he can't stand seeing the main and branch families look at her with contempt and treat the annex folks so poorly, and he believes he can end it all if he just excels at the training. His mother is touched and surprised by his thoughtfulness. To explain their situation, she tells him how she fell in love with his father by chance on a mission, but being with him was hard because he was an ordinary knight. To chase love, she destroyed her core and mana circuits, and left her family. It turns out Rayon had an older sister named Sia while they lived peacefully. Then, a group called the Cadre of Eden recognized Sylvia and ambushed them. Since she was pregnant and their father wasn't that strong, there was nothing they could really do. She watched her family get taken down before her very eyes. Right before a secret team her father sent for her protection saved her, arriving too late, but her husband and daughter were already gone when they arrived. Since it was too dangerous to be alone, she had to return home, becoming the scapegoat of House Ziggart. When she got back, she had no excuses for her father. Once her story ends, all Rayon hears is that she selfishly ditched her family responsibilities for her own happiness, only to come back to save her own skin. He gets why the Ziggarts treat her like dirt, but to him, she's the woman who gave him life, and the first to show him love. In 2 lifetimes, this is his first mom, so he can't just treat her like the others. Out of the blue, he asks if she regrets leaving, and she says no. Apparently, she felt invisible as a Ziggart, and only felt like a person after leaving, which was enough. She says she was happy then, and is happy to have him now. Her only regret, she says, is not being a good enough mother, but Rayon assures her it's fine. She doesn't have to worry anymore. Suddenly, Sylvia bursts into tears, and a confused Rayon has to comfort her. After he finally calms her down, he heads to his room to check his flame links before basic training tomorrow. While he's inspecting the flame links, a strange phantom suddenly appears in his room. The being declares it's time, announcing it arrived when his boiling rage reached them. Turns out, this thing is Wrath, the second ruler of the demon world, here to grant revenge after sensing a powerful rage. As Wrath states his terms requiring Rayon's body and soul, he's startled to realize he was summoned by a kid. Rayon is just as shocked, and they question each other. Wrath is sure a kid couldn't have the rage needed. This isn't some level-up manhwa, but a closer look quickly changes his demonic mind. Wrath accepts the kid and demands his soul as payment for revenge. To Wrath's utter surprise, Rayon rejects his help, saying he'll get revenge with his own hands. He wants to enjoy taking Daryus's head. The being's tone shifts, stating this is not a negotiation. Apparently, the demon world has already decided, and Wrath is just going to take what he wants. In a frenzy, the entity surrounds him in cold fire and rushes him like a maniac, trying to possess his body. The impact of the intrusion starts to freeze our boy's body and mind. As an incentive, the spirit informs him they can obliterate any of his foes, even a god, once he accepts them and lets their rage build inside. Thanks to his water resistance, he's able to withstand the chill somewhat, but the being is attacking with more than just cold. It seems to be amplifying his own rage from within. The spirit taunts Rayon, saying they'll crush skulls and devour flesh if he surrenders his body. But Rayon worries if he can keep Sylvia and the maids safe with it inside him. Wrath eventually gets impatient, stating he was trying to limit the damage to the body since he'll be using it. But now he's tired of playing games, so he'll just devour him. The increased pressure makes Rayon feel like he'll shatter into a million pieces, and his body starts to reach its limit. Right before he breaks, he gets a brilliant, classic level-up manhwa idea. Use the flame links to reduce the burden. Since it's his only way to survive, our boy activates his flame link, and a bright light erupts from his body, shocking the spirit. It gets angrier that a human child can withstand its pressure, and Rayon repeats that he'll get revenge himself. He won't give his body to some specter. Wrath becomes livid, hearing our boy call him a specter, and demands to know why he'd disrespect a ruler of the demon world. Rayon snickers that he's some demon, unable to even defeat him, which just infuriates the being more. On second thought, Rayon realizes Wrath can't use his full strength because he just woke up. Exactly as he said. Suddenly, a screen appears, informing Rayon of a new, unknown skill being unlocked. The appearance of the system window enrages Wrath even more, who screams that the system is his power and his creation. Rayon asks the entity if the message and status windows are his doing, and it confirms it created the system. Rayon prods further, trying to find out why the system was made, but Wrath gives nothing away. The being finally overshares when Rayon asks if the system was made just to speed up growth. Rayon realizes the spirit can't hide its emotions, which is pretty on brand for a creature named Wrath. Apparently, the Flame Link's effects are stronger now because that's its purpose, speeding up growth. Just like in a classic level-up manhwa, when Wrath demands he either hand over his body or return the system, Rayon throws a mana-packed punch, but even that does nothing. When Wrath sees that subduing the boy is futile, he wraps himself around Rayon's hand, transforming into a bracelet, since it hasn't been long since the seal broke, and his true power hasn't returned. His plan is to just wait patiently for his power to come back, so he can take his rightful place. Rayon considers just taking the bracelet off, but it seems like a bad idea, as it might make the system disappear or let the spirit harm Sylvia or Helen. To him, it seems much smarter to keep the spirit nearby to control him as he grows. Rayon also asks Wrath why on earth he'd become a flowery bracelet. Wrath insists it's his personal preference, and that Rayon just has to respect it. The next day, Lady Sylvia is a nervous wreck about Rayon leaving the house, and Helen comforts her. When Rayon steps out, ready to go, a look of gloom is all over their faces. Before leaving, Helen reminds Rayon not to overdo it, and he promises he'll be careful. After moping for a bit, Sylvia finally tells Rayon to do his best and sends him on his way. Once he leaves, Sylvia looks to Helen for some assurance that her baby boy will be all right. The maid reminds her that Rayon's health has improved so much he might just complete the whole training. Her words bring comfort to Sylvia, who had been sobbing inside, while Rayon promised he wouldn't overwork himself or get hurt. Shortly after, several kids gather at the 5th training grounds entrance, chatting amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Rayon keeps to himself, observing how it's not just members of the main and branch families on the training ground, but also vassal families and even outsiders who got recommendations. Before long, some boys start gossiping about Rayon's scrawny limbs, joking about why he doesn't just run home. They even make fun of his flowery bracelet, and Wrath becomes absolutely furious. The spirit starts raining down curses on the boys, but they're lucky they can't see or hear him at all. Overhearing their trash talk, Rayon walks up and asks why they don't say it to his face instead of whining like mosquitoes. They're surprised, but they immediately get defensive, questioning why a branch family kid who was locked in the annex would talk to them like that. The funny thing is, they're also from the branch family, so it's a mystery where they get the nerve to ask why he dares speak to them. When he points out that you only talk down to people you think are beneath you, the boys get even angrier, and one grabs Rayon's shirt, reminding him to know his place. A wild look flashes across Rayon's face as he starts to crack his knuckles, only for another kid from the main family to stop them. The boy is Glenn Ziggart, the prodigy tested right before Rayon in his first discernment ceremony. Warren chews the boys out for their behavior, asking if they plan to make the family a laughingstock in front of the invited outsiders. The boys immediately back off and apologize to Warren, picking up right where they left off. Warren walks up to Rayon and asks if he still doesn't know his place. He boasts that Rayon is just dust he can sweep away in his own level-up manhwa. He then warns Rayon to lay low, or he'll get booted from the annex too. In Warren's mind, Rayon's only on the training grounds because he lucked out in the discernment chambers, not because he has any actual skill. To him, he's just a failure waiting to get tossed from training. As the boys leave, Warren tells Rayon to beat it if he's not going to train, since he won't pass anyway. But before Warren can bounce, Rayon claps back that he should have put more passion into that garbage he just spewed. He reminds him that being main family means squat. He has no rank. He's not a trainee, and he can't do a thing to him. He jokes his only move is to go cry to daddy, and Warren's face turns beet red. All he can sputter out is the usual, "How dare you?" before instructor Lemaire busts the door open to address the students. Lemaire finds it hilarious they're already brawling before the official fight. Rayon, having no clue who the instructor was, recognizes him as the legendary Sword of Light, who'd retired after his core got wrecked. Lemaire breaks up the boys, telling them to save the fighting for after the admission ceremony. At the ceremony, Lemaire introduces himself to the trainees. Apparently, with 160 kids attending, he thinks the group is a bit large. So, he announces he's going to cut that number down to a quarter with a single test. The kids are terrified that so many will be axed on day one. Lemaire makes it clear his word is law here. But hey, they can take any complaints to the head of the house. Shortly after, the stamina and focus test kicks off, with the kids running on a track. The instruction, run full tilt until Lemaire says stop. Wrath chimes in again, wondering why Rayon's hanging back instead of pushing forward. In Rayon's mind, this isn't a race, so there's no point in being faster, especially since the instructor's watching for grit and temperament, not just speed. He's sure the last one standing wins this test, and he's gonna see it through. The other instructors notice Warren and Runan are leading the pack, who they're sure have bright futures, being this good so young. Then they spot the infamous Rayon, and notice he can't seem to keep up, though it's impressive for a sick kid. The instructors predict Rayon will tap out soon, but Lemaire just watches intently. In Lemaire's mind, he's never seen a kid quite like Rayon. Until now. He couldn't gauge the continent's most powerful humans since their depths were beyond him, but he can see the potential in the other children. The only problem? He can't see any color for Rayon. That only happens when someone's potential is way beyond his ability to comprehend. The guys who ragged on Rayon before look back, joking that he won't last another 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Rayon surprised all they're doing is running. He calls this times training? In his past life, they'd unleash starving beasts on them and they had to run for their lives. This is totally vanilla. Some time passes as the kids keep running. Lemaire is stunned that Rayon is still going, even though his stamina bottomed out a long time ago. Clearly, this is more than guts. The kid's running on fumes. That kind of focus, Lemaire reasons, is like a gritty level-up manhwa, possessed only by those who have faced death over and over. This just keeps getting better, and Lemaire is hooked. On the track, Warren sees Rayon is still hot on his heels, and he's wondering how that's even possible since the kid's sick. Turns out, he'd eavesdropped on his father's meeting with the guard, where he confirmed that Rayon is, in fact, sick. Annoyed, Warren decides to use aura to boost his speed and show everyone he's on another level. He blasts forward, leaving Runan and Rayon, the only two others still running, in the dust. To Rayon. Warren's acting childish next to the calmer Runan. Rayon opts not to race anyone, so as not to mess with his own pace, especially since this isn't a competition. Other students have already dropped out, wondering who the heck this Rayon kid is, and some are jealous. Having heard he's supposed to be a sick kid, Rayon overhears one of them ask if he ever actually gets tired. He almost laughs internally, as the chills make him feel like he's about to die. His heart and lungs, ready to collapse any second. He's only enduring the chill by using flame links to squeeze out stamina. When Wrath senses Rayon's fatigue from the cold, he tries to take advantage, demanding Rayon surrender his body so he can crush that little runt. Warren, seeing the spirit's maniacal grin, Rayon knows he's in deep trouble, and sure enough, Wrath blasts him with another cold attack. The attack hits like a truck, and Rayon feels hazy, but he has to act like nothing's wrong. Wrath is sure no human can take this, but Rayon fights to hang on, knowing the spirit will devour him for any weakness. Yet, against all odds, Rayon just keeps on running. Wrath gets enraged, wondering why his rage isn't working. Meanwhile, our boy feels he's about to die, unable to control his own body, his vision failing and his breath nearing its limit. And just as he's about to hit the wall, the instructor's voice cuts through the air, stopping the exercise. Warren glares at Rayon for not quitting, but Runan just watches, intrigued. Meanwhile, Wrath can't understand how Rayon handled the cold onslaught. But Rayon reminds him he said not to waste his time. Instead of stopping him, Wrath's attack actually helped his flame links strengthen, by letting him exert his body much more. Suddenly, a screen appears, like in a level-up manhwa, notifying Rayon he met the condition for intense movement past his constitution. Due to this, his strength, dexterity, and constitution get a small boost, which only infuriates Wrath more. After the kids all regroup, Lemaire commends everyone for their hard work and says he lied about cutting their number down to just 1/4 of the initial group. He says it's crazy to fail that many on the first day, and he never said this times was the big culling test. However, he states, if they treat their training like today, most will certainly fail, especially since he told them all to go at full speed, and none of them ran full speed to the end, except Warren. who sneakily used aura. La Mère tells them to take this seriously and follow orders, or they'll fail, though it won't be easy. From then on, they're temporary trainees until the exam in 6 months, where passing makes it official. At the end of 6 months, La Mère will also choose a valedictorian. Later on, La Mère heads into the woods to nap on a boulder, only to find Lord Glenn there. Lord Glenn asks how the test went, and is told that Warren and Runan have great potential, as expected, and the other children could be future pillars for House Ziggart. The only issue is that La Mère can't get a read on Rayon's case. La Mère recounts how the boy ran all the way to the end, even though he was completely out of stamina, and he confesses this is the second time it's happened, the first time being with Master Glenn. For La Mère, this situation is pure entertainment since he's been bored after his core was shredded. As the Lord leaves, La Mère says someone he can entrust his future to might come from this batch. Lord Glenn, on the other hand, insists it's a coincidence and the child can't become a swordsman, but La Mère isn't buying that. Meanwhile, Rayon decides to go to the training room right after they just finished such rigorous training, catching the attention of some boys who overhear him. Once he leaves, they argue that Rayon must have used a trick to last so long, since it's confirmed he's sick. One of them, from a branch family, is Glenn Ziggart, and he spreads a rumor that the elder gave our boy an elixir, which is how he won. The boys get furious that Rayon used an elixir to get the upper hand, so they decide to teach the smug brat a little lesson. Moments later, they slam Rayon against a tree, but he has no idea why they're suddenly attacking him. The boys let him know they're angry. An outcast from the main family has the nerve to be smug after using an elixir. The kids start cracking their knuckles, saying they just want to have a conversation with him. As usual, Wrath is furious he'd put up with this, wanting to crack their heads open. Before Wrath is done, Rayon, who's a total maniac on the inside, enjoys himself as he thrashes all 3 boys, leaving them a complete mess. The sight of the beatdown is so glorious that Wrath almost starts to blush. After the boys are on the ground begging for mercy, Rayon asks if Warren had put them up to this. He's told that Warren had nothing to do with it, which he struggles to believe, since he's certain that Warren hates his guts. Once he confirms this, he threatens the boys that something worse will happen if anyone hears about their chat or they approach him again. The boys scramble off in fear, just glad they survived. Meanwhile, La Mère, watching from behind a tree, is loving the show. It feels as if he was watching the young master Glenn all over again. This confirms his suspicion. Rayon is a hidden talent, like in a level-up Manhwa. When he gets back home, the system notifies Rayon he's met another condition by satisfying Wrath, and his dexterity has increased by 1. As usual, this just drives Wrath completely crazy, that he'd get bonus points just for pleasing him, and he protests that the system is nonsense. When Rayon reminds him he created the system, Wrath angrily replies, this is new to him, he's never had his system jacked before. After Wrath starts cussing and sees Rayon isn't paying him any mind, he decides to make him an offer. The choice is to get additional stat points by winning or accept some of his rage by losing, and all he has to do is rank first in the training exam, just as La Mère had proposed. After Rayon notices he can also score a random attribute by winning, Wrath explains that he'll get one of their attributes, with its rank nerfed to match his weak body. He's also informed the wrath he'd gained by losing is a tiny bit of spirit rage that's small now but can grow into an uncontrollable amount in the future. Because the spirit lays out all the terms up front, Rayon knows he's not lying and figures the rewards far outweigh the risk. It's definitely a poisoned apple, but it's clear his past life experience is more than enough to help him come in first. So, our boy accepts his offer. His acceptance causes a huge grin to spread on Wrath's face. He's sure his plan to slowly take over Rayon's body is working. Sometime later, the children start another exercise. They're clearly exhausted after running all morning and then holding a horse stance as instructed by La Mère. La Mère eggs them on, stating this stance is the foundation of all training schools and everyone has to do it. He tells the boys to hold the position until he says stop, then goes for a nap, daring them to quit. He reminds them they're the ones taking the final test, not him. Some of the students start complaining about the tiring exercises, wishing they could just start learning to use swords. After the exercise, Warren gathers some boys to practice sword techniques on their own, worried their swordsmanship might get rusty if they only do these basic exercises. Even though Wrath tries to push Rayon to go join the other boys to practice with the sword, Rayon doesn't think it'll do them any good to start learning swords at their current skill level. In his view, stamina and strength are what they need, not sword training. It's much worse for him because of the bitter frost curse. So, It's critical that he prioritizes the basics. While Rayon is busy grinding in the gym, he's being shadowed by Runan Slorn of the Vassal House, who's stunned. He's hitting heavier weights in just a few days, especially since she heard he was sick. His progress is like a real-life level-up manhwa, making her wonder if it's his unique stance. Her curiosity getting the best of her. She closes in without a word. Her intense stare finally gets Rayon's attention, and he tries asking what's up, but gets total silence. She's just mentally dissecting his sudden growth spurt. Watching him silently, she gets an idea, and walks past Rayon to another weight. She starts lifting, and her behavior freaks Rayon out, so he bails. He moves to another station, but Runan just keeps tailing him. While she's with him, she recalls catching a scent from Rayon moments ago that made her feel lighter, letting her crush her usual weight limit. Getting seriously creeped out, Rayon finally asks if she needs something, but she just says no. Eventually, Runan secretly vows to stick to Rayon like glue. Soon after, Warren and his cronies swagger into the gym, and they're ticked to see Runan hanging with the family outcast. To Warren, this repetitive, basic training is pointless. He's sure Rayon's just compensating for a weak body and will never match their superior physique. To prep for the test, he rallies his guys to practice swordsmanship so they don't get rusty. The boys then take off, and Warren's confident the exam will prove who's right. Later, a boy named Dorian politely asks Rayon to train with him. Noticing Runan's stalking, Dorian is not a Ziggart, but from an outside family. Rayon grudgingly lets him join in. A thrilled Dorian offers him a cookie. A wary Rayon tries to give it back, but then sees Runan basically drooling over his hands. She's giving him the ultimate puppy dog eyes, which freaks him out, so he caves and hands her the cookie. Over time, the trio works out together. They even stick together during races and begin to bond. Spring arrives, and training continues. It's been 6 months since basic training started, and Rayon's been running like his life is on the line. At this point, Rayon easily dusts everyone in races, except for Runan and Warren. A little more time flies by, and finally, exam day is here. Parents and guardians from everywhere arrive to see how their kids will do. They gather in a huge arena as Lemaire addresses them. In the crowd, Sylvia, Helen, and Lord Garon are spotted in the stands. Meanwhile, a gleeful Wrath pops up to remind Rayon of their bet. He's sure Rayon will lose and face their rage, since he couldn't beat Runan or Warren in training. Rayon just shrugs him off, saying, "Exams are a different ballgame, and you never know what's gonna happen." A bit later, Runan and Rayon find Dorian hiding, totally stressing about the exam results. Their bond has definitely grown, as she randomly offers him a cookie. Looking at his crew, our boy worries he's a total weirdo magnet. Meanwhile, Helen and Sylvia are thrilled their boy survived 6 months of training with his head high, and even made some friends. Soon, an announcement rings out. The head of the house has arrived to join the others and watch the show. This apparently isn't his usual thing, as everyone is shocked to see him at the event. Eventually, someone points out, this is the Lord's first time ever attending. When Lemaire shows his surprise at the Lord's presence, Master Glenn replies that this exam shapes the house's future, so the Lord must be there. Right after he arrives, Lemaire starts the trainee selection exam. But first, he has to reveal the exam's content, which he'd kept secret. Then, out of nowhere, and to the students' total shock, Lemaire unleashes a torrent of aura, telling them the test is to pierce his spiritual force. Lemaire explains fighters can't avoid spiritual force, and this exam tests their spirit's strength. Nearby, a guardian protests the kids barely know auras. Now this spiritual force test? Others join in, booing the instructor. Lemaire, tired of their nonsense, explains spiritual force isn't just about manifesting one's aura. True spiritual force is the soul's rank, molded by a warrior's deeds. Apparently, a true warrior needs no aura. As the guardians keep protesting, Lord Glenn interrupts, saying Lemaire is right because with or without an aura, every warrior develops a unique spiritual force according to the life they've lived. Depending on the training's intensity, even those without auras can develop strong spiritual force. The Lord's words silence them, so Lemaire continues the exams. The first person to be called upon is Runan. Lemaire says the spiritual force is beatable if she trained hard, and she passes if she pierces it. He smirks. Lemaire then unleashes a spiritual barrage that shocks her. The force hits hard, and she starts wincing. She's warned, using her aura is an automatic fail. Only her mental fortitude counts. Despite the pain and crushing spiritual tide, She manages to struggle through and grab Lemaire's hand, making him proud of her success. She almost collapses, so he has to hold her steady. He praises her hard work and tells her to stay on that path. Much to his horror, Dorian is called next for the exam, and he's sweating like he's seen a ghost. He's told to pierce the spiritual force with his mental strength, but Dorian doesn't seem to think he has any. Faced with failure, Dorian forces himself into the storm, but collapses midway. Meanwhile, Rayon notices the spiritual force for Dorian is different, wondering if Lemaire is adjusting the intensity for each kid's strength. Eventually, Dorian manages to grab onto Lemaire's feet, and the instructor congratulates him. He's also told to have more confidence. It's just a shame. Dorian then pukes all over the floor after the compliment. Next up is Warren Ziggart, facing the same test. The pressure is so intense, Warren doubts the other kids face this. He starts to shiver, realizing his feet are totally stuck. In response, Lemaire tells him that he possesses a more unique talent than anyone else here, but he and his followers wasted time on a sword technique they don't understand. Instead of building their foundation, he's also reminded he used his aura when things got tough, and he'll fail if he uses it now. Warren can't fail, picturing his father's coldness. Realizing his father will abandon him too if he fails this test, he charges forward like the hero of a level-up manhwa. He trips but grabs Lemaire's legs, and he passes. Lemaire adds that he's only 12, so he should stop acting mature and train at an age-appropriate level. The last person called is Round Ziggart. When he steps forward, a blinding spiritual force is thrown at him, almost making him lose his balance. But the weight of the spiritual force is so much stronger than the others endured that his mother and Helen grow worried. Even Lord Glenn is stunned by the spiritual pressure Lemaire is blasting at the kid. Meanwhile, Ryan's getting worried, wondering if this is actually his exam. Lemaire did this because he saw more potential in him than in Runan and Warren, and tells him to give it his best shot. The thing is, one's rank isn't decided by physical form, but by the vastness of one's soul. The best part is that Rayon doesn't only have Ziggart's soul, but also the spiritual force from his life as an assassin. And then, shocking Lemaire, our boy powers through the spiritual force, even grabbing the Lord's attention. As he gets inches away, Lemaire is certain this can't actually be happening. Unlike the other kids, Rayon doesn't trip, he just walks up to Lemaire and shoves him backward. It's a shocking sight, and the crowd gasps. Lemaire and the Lord are left totally speechless. Rayon just smiles and asks if he passed. The others find it impossible that our boy could just pierce through all that intense force. Even Karun is shocked the brat actually reached Lemaire. For a moment, Lemaire is frozen, wondering how a sick kid who can barely use his aura did all that. Finally, Lemaire asks Rayon just what he is, and Rayon bluntly replies that his name is Rayon, the same kid he's been watching for 6 months. Lemaire protests that he unleashed a spiritual force beyond his potential just to see him struggle, so it should have been impossible for him to break through. Rayon's shrug just ticks Lemaire off even more. Eventually, the time comes for Lemaire to announce the exam result and the top trainee as promised. Warren and his father tense up as Lemaire names Rayon the top trainee for this period. Sylvia and Helen just burst into tears hearing their Rayon came in first place. As the crowd chatters about the interesting results, Warren loudly tells Lemaire he won't accept these results because they're fabricated. His accusations catch Lemaire by surprise, who listens to him boast that he beats Rayon in strength, constitution, and potential. He then speculates Rayon must have used some kind of trick or spell, and some people start to agree, saying Rayon couldn't do it with the bitter frost curse and no aura. It's like a scene from a level-up manhwa. The protest gets so rowdy that even instructor Lemaire's integrity is questioned. Finally, Warren suggests a direct duel with Rayon to settle this. Lemaire notes that Warren is just desperate for the top-ranked title, and leaves it to Master Glenn to decide how to handle the allegations. The Lord decides to ask Rayon if he is willing to spar with Warren to prove his results are legitimate. Rayon tells the Lord he won't fight him, because the exam results are final, and there's no point if it doesn't benefit him. To settle it, the Lord suggests they spar for the title of top trainee, offering a bronze medal to Rayon if he wins. This gets Rayon's attention, as the gold, silver, and bronze medallions are given out by House Ziggart for achievements, and their rewards vary in value. A medallion from the Lord of the House means a pretty good reward. The new offer is enough to convince Rayon. The spar instructions are simple. It will be 1 round, and using weapons or auras is an automatic loss, so they can only use their physical bodies. The match starts, and Warren rushes in to punch Rayon's face, only for him to quickly dodge as the fist flies past his nose. Surprised he dodged it, Warren pivots into a kick, but Rayon blocks that one too. Warren declares it's a technique his father taught him, the charging tiger, and keeps attacking Rayon, who continues to block everything. Some people think Rayon can't retaliate, and Warren's just mad he's been challenged by a weaker kid from a branch family. He vows there's no way he'll give the top trainee title to Rayon, as the memory of his father abandoning his weak older brother flashes in his mind. All he's thinking as he fights is that his father is watching and he has to prove his worth. Meanwhile, Rayon keeps on blocking or dodging every single attack. Turns out Rayon wasn't just taking hits, he was studying the flow of Warren's fists and technique. And then, he gets it. Seeing Rayon stop, Warren thinks he's given up and moves in for the kill. But Rayon meets his punch with one of his own. To Warren's total shock, his fist is knocked back, and Rayon lands a gutbuster that sends spit flying. This sudden turnaround stuns the crowd, and Warren's dad. But what really blows everyone's mind, even Lord Glenn's, is Rayon using the charging tiger fist. Warren demands to know how he learned the move, and Rayon just says, "You showed me. I just copied it." The crowd starts buzzing, wondering how some kid just busted out the charging tiger fist, and if he secretly learned it. Meanwhile, Warren's still trying to breathe again, and Lemaire is convinced Rayon is the real deal. He's baffled how Rayon countered the move with a reverse spin, canceling its power just by watching it once. It's like something from a level-up manhwa. In Lemaire's eyes, this is the prodigy. Ziggart's been looking for someone who could rule the continent. After a tense pause, Rayon is declared the winner. The results were painfully obvious. Sylvia can't contain herself, rushing over to hug Rayon with tears in her eyes. Meanwhile, Runan's father gives her a proud hug too. Warren, though, just has his butler, as his own father turns his back on him, the one thing he feared most. Later that night, the silence in Warren's home is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Eventually, his father shatters the silence, asking if he forgot his one job, rank number 1, and lose to nobody. He asks if Warren's goal was to humiliate him by losing to that Slorn brat and a failure's kid. He reminds him he's already blown one chance. His only shot at redemption now is to take the top spot in the final graduation exam. As his father walks out, Warren knows he can't screw up this last chance if he wants to live like a true member of the main family. Rage boils up inside him, and he puts all the blame on Rayon. It made no sense. He'd worked so hard. How could he fall behind? Wandering around in a furious, desperate haze, he ends up back at the training center's gym. The gym's deserted after today's exam, and as Warren works out, he spots the student lockers nearby. Rayon's locker catches his eye. He figures a little peek won't hurt. He's not stealing. He's shocked to find about 10 pairs of shoes, all worn out in just 6 months. His mind flashes back to seeing Rayon, always in the gym, training relentlessly, while he was just swinging his sword for show or relaxing in his room. It hits Warren hard. Rayon was the one acting like a true Ziggart, not him. He miserably puts everything back and leaves. Sometime later, Wrath, still salty about losing the bet, complains he's never seen anyone like Rayon, and he's lived for countless years. He finally asks Rayon what the heck he is, but gets a non-answer. A system screen pops up, telling Rayon he's won Wrath's wager. All his stats increase by 2, and he's gained an attribute called the awareness of the snowflower. Wrath explains it's a godly attribute totally wasted on a puny mortal. The skill basically expands the range of your senses, but since it's only 1 star, it'll just boost Rayon's senses by 1%. Wrath then brags that he could use the system to crank his own senses up 10 times higher. The name Awareness of the Snowflower is a bit weird, though. So, he asks Wrath where that came from. Wrath thinks it's a magnificent name, but Rayon just realizes the spirit has awful taste, which only ticks Wrath off more. A little later, a message arrives from the main building. The Lord has summoned Rayon. This makes Sylvia super tense, worried something bad is about to happen to him, but the butler assures her there's no problem. In fact, Master Ziggart wants to award Rayon the bronze medal personally. Once in the throne room, Lord Glenn looks totally over it, but a deal's a deal, so he offers up the medallion. Rayon gets the medallion and is told he can trade it for a sweet item or favor. Our boy immediately cashes in his chip. He asks how to get his mom back to her rightful place, stunning the Lord. Glenn's like, "You mean, back in the main family?" He explains it's possible if he does something the whole house acknowledges, but that's way easier said than done. From Lord Glenn's perspective, getting the Ziggart house's respect is basically like trying to touch the moon, especially for a rookie like him. The challenge just amps Rayon up, so he thanks Glenn, gives back the medallion, and bounces. But before he leaves, the Lord notes, he just used his favor on a question, and still needs to claim his actual reward. Rayon recalls exactly what he needs right now. So, he asks for a cultivation technique, but gets told he'll learn one in basic training. Our boy, like a true level-up Manhwa hero, says he needs a greater aura cultivation technique than the basic stuff. He wants a technique worthy of the bronze medallion. The old shadow technique from his past life just won't cut it. He'll need more firepower to restore Sylvia's position and take Daryus' head. The Lord snaps his fingers, and a secret library appears. It reveals a massive archive of books. Much to Rayon's shock, shelves packed with hundreds of tomes suddenly tower over him. Lord Glenn says this is just a tiny piece of the Ziggart bookshelves, and to get his book, he just has to stand in the center and raise his hands. As he does what he's told, he hopes the new technique he gets will be better than the shadow technique. Suddenly, a book flies right off the shelf and lands in Rayon's hands. A beat-up old tome appears, and its choice stuns Lord Glenn and his butler. Lord Glenn is baffled how he got that specific book. Meanwhile, flames erupt from the book straight toward Rayon. Rayon wonders what this has to do with a cultivation technique. He opens a page, and a light blasts out, shocking him. The Lord is visibly struck by the fire. Suddenly, a vision plays out right in front of Rayon. In it, Lord Glenn gets a report from a guard that Sylvia has left the house, but he coldly tells the guard it doesn't concern him, the house's growth comes first. According to the vision, back when the Lord saw emotions as a luxury and only cared for the house's growth, he gained power, surpassing demons. However, he lost something precious in return. The vision shows Glenn later getting news that his son-in-law and granddaughter were ambushed by the Eton mask, and that they've been killed. The Lord begins to tremble. It seems in that moment, the Lord reclaimed his emotions, but there was nothing that could turn back the hands of time. He finally decided that regardless of the hate he'd get, he would give his all to protect the boy this time. This is all super confusing to Rayon, who wonders what kind of book this is. Then, it vanishes. The book's essence seems to pour right into Rayon's body. The Lord calls out, asking him what he just did. But Rayon says he has no idea. All he knows is he now has the content of the cultivation technique memorized. To check if he's for real, the Lord quizzes him on the technique's name, since he never actually read it. After a slight pause, Rayon says it's the Million Flames technique. A screen pops up, classic level-up Manhwa style, telling Rayon the Million Flames technique is burned into his memory and he's faced the flames of eternity. This seems to be the usual way techniques are imparted in the Ziggart library, and Lord Glenn confirms if Rayon remembers the content he received. When he confirms that he does, Lord Glenn informs him he has received a reward befitting the bronze medallion and he is excused. After Rayon left the hall, the butler stood there, stunned at how he absorbed the book's technique. That specific technique belonged to the founding lord. In the house's entire history, nobody had ever been able to read or receive House Ziggart's first master's technique. So, him getting the Million Flames was unthinkable. The butler grew worried for Lady Sylvia and Lord Rayon if anyone discovered he'd gotten such a skill. But Lord Glenn calmed his fears, assuring him no one knew about the technique. Meanwhile, Rayon was certain the book's content was now his. According to Lord Glenn, no one could use the technique as it was. It would have just rotted on a shelf if not for Rayon. So, it felt to him like times were changing. For Rayon, it made no sense why Lord Glenn gave him something so priceless, way more valuable than a silver or gold medallion. This was a skill from a level-up Manhwa, on par with the legendary Firelink. The only problem was, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't gather his aura. Rayon knew he wouldn't grasp this right away, and Wrath noticed things weren't going his way. Acting totally out of character, Wrath advised him to try his best, since he'd found a great technique. It'd be a huge problem if he got interrupted and crippled. Wrath was right. But it was weird, he was definitely plotting something. The Golden Flames technique gathers mana and builds aura in your core. So, if Rayon got interrupted at a critical moment, his mana, circuits, or his core could get fried, leaving him an invalid. Worse, he was at huge risk because of the chill blocking his circuits. And seeing that smirk on Wrath's face, Rayon warned him not to even think about it, but his words meant nothing. He realized Wrath just wasn't listening. Wrath bluntly said he'd interfere just once during his training. Creeped out, Rayon argued his body would be useless if he became an invalid, but that didn't matter to Wrath. Because while a normal human couldn't recover, Wrath could just fix the body and use it. To Wrath, this was a golden opportunity he couldn't pass up. Rayon tried to play it cool, acting unfazed by it all. But Wrath told him to drop the act and tremble, because he'd never know when the attack would come. For the first time, Rayon saw Wrath as the enemy, not surprising. Since he was a demon, the incarnation of Wrath, he wouldn't miss a chance to devour his body. Before this, Rayon hadn't paid him much mind since he'd been behaving, but now he'd have to watch him like a hawk. Also, there was another pressing matter. A maid our boy noticed sneaking out every night for no good reason. Meanwhile, that maid, Judiel, Lord Karun's spy, was writing a report on how there was usually nothing on Rayon, except for his mumbling. But tonight, she finally had something juicy to report. Judiel was about to report on the insane technique he got for a bronze medallion, and the incredible mana flow she'd sensed. She knew the Palace of Warriors would find this info vital. But she hesitated. He was just a kid. How long did she have to keep writing these reports? As usual, she dropped the report in the river to float to her boss. A moment later, a cold blade pressed against her neck. A mysterious voice told her it was time to go back, threatening death if she so much as flinched. As sweat poured down her face, she wondered who it could be. The voice, the demeanor, the killing intent, it paralyzed her as she saw Rayon's reflection in the river. He told her he'd sensed someone keeping tabs on him since he got home, then asked, "Are you satisfied with what you've gathered?" How the heck did he know? The maid was positive she'd left zero trace while tailing him. Oh, it's crystal clear now. Rayon was just playing dumb this whole time. After prying her mouth open, Rayon shoves something in there that makes her gut churn. He then snags her report from the river, but since he can't read the message, it's obvious she used special paper that needs a trick to be read. He throws out a few guesses, watches her face, and nails it Moonlight, much to her absolute shock. Plus, her face twitches when he drops a few names and lands on Glenn Ziggart. So boom, he knows that's her boss. Judiel, who supposedly had years of spy training, is floored. He read her poker face when it was supposed to be a total blank. It finally hits her that thing he fed her, the one making her feel like an oven, is a rage worm. Cue the flashback. Lord Karun tasks Judiel with infiltrating the annex for intel on Rayon and Sylvia, promising a boatload of rewards. Back in the present, she asks if he actually fed her a rage worm. Rayon's shocked she even knows what that is. Meanwhile, all her attempts to yak it up are a total fail. Here's the deal. The rage worm is a 24/7 GPS tracker for location and emotions, and it causes a horribly painful end on the feeder's command. What's more, Rayon deduces she's a spy from the Palace of Warriors, planted in the annex 7 months ago, right after the discernment ceremony. A wave of pure terror washes over Judiel's face. This was definitely not the easy gig she signed up for. It was supposed to be a cakewalk, getting intel on a disabled kid and Sylvia. She never guessed she'd find a monster like something from a level-up manhwa at the annex. Terrified of dying, she offers to fake the whole report right now. But Rayon's not buying it. The truth would eventually get to Karun, just making her look incompetent. With a seriously creepy look, he informs her she's officially a double agent, starting now. Her new gig, feed Karun intel he'd find out anyway and hide the important stuff he can't get. But in return, she has to spill every last secret about Lord Karun to Rayon. Judiel agrees instantly. The smile on Rayon's face looks like they're just chatting over tea. He tells her to bring some juicy info next time and then just bounces. As he's walking off, Wrath is totally unconvinced Rayon could have summoned a rage worm, since they've literally been attached at the hip. Turns out, Rayon never used a rage worm. He thinks they're disgusting. It was just a poison that causes some gnarly, temporary pain. So how'd he read her mind? Rayon just says, info comes from lots of places. And he's got his methods. It's so wild that even Wrath calls him a monster. As time goes on, Rayon went all in on creating his aura, and soon it was time to head back to the training grounds. Despite grinding non-stop to develop his aura, he didn't quite hit his goal before time ran out. Back at the training grounds, the small crowd reveals only about 42 kids actually passed, proving Liamir wasn't kidding about cutting the trainees down to a quarter. Runan quickly finds her way back to Rayon, and the two just stare at each other for a bit, which totally weirds Wrath out. Cut to a flashback at the Slurin family's main house. Runan's mom asked if Rayon helped with her training, and she said yes. Then Mom asked if she'd actually thanked Rayon for it. She admits she didn't, 'cause her dad said not to talk to boys first. Her mom then gives her the "it's polite to say thanks" lecture. Regardless of gender, back in the present, she finally thanks Rayon. catching him totally off guard. Wrath is clueless why she's acting so weird. And honestly, Rayon's drawing a blank too. And of course, Dorian shows up again. He immediately starts whining about how he was sure he was going to die as a temporary trainee. But now that they're official trainees, he apparently spent his entire break having nightmares about how much worse it's about to get. His nonstop chatter starts wearing on everyone. And he even praises how much better Rayon's score was than Warren's. Of course, he had no clue Warren was right behind him, so he shrieks and hits the dirt. Warren then approaches Rayon. And for a beat, everything goes dead quiet. Then, out of the blue, he bows and admits his behavior last week was awful, fully accepting his defeat. He then adds this doesn't mean he's quitting, promising to challenge him again, no matter what. Everyone is just stunned as Warren walks off. Rayon's surprised. A 13-year-old kid can own up to his mistakes. He's really living up to the Ziggart name. But instead of respect, Wrath just explodes with rage, demanding they thrash the insolent kid and pop his eyes out for not knowing his place. A moment later, Liamir appears and greets the kids. He congratulates them on officially becoming trainees and announces that real training starts now. They're told they'll be sticking to the basics, as usual, with a few new twists. As he's talking, a nearby door flies open and a weird girl storms onto the field. She immediately starts dropping curses way too big for her age, griping about the stuck door. Dorian completely freaks out, since he seems to know who she is. Liamir clarifies she's not one of his trainees, she actually flunked out of the last group. Apparently, this girl is joining their new batch, and her name is Marta Ziggart. She's got a seriously mean look on her face and quickly cuts Liamir off again, even though he was trying to introduce her as a nice girl. First on her list, calling out the top-ranked kid, because she can't stand someone weaker being above her. She offers to fight whatever brat snagged the top spot last time. This crazy girl demands a duel right here, right now. So, Rayon steps up, since she called for the best student. He doesn't look the part to her, but she decides to fight him anyway. Warren's voice pipes up from behind Marta, asking why she's acting so disgracefully. His words immediately earn him a confrontation from her. She gets right in his face, telling him to watch his mouth, or he might not survive, flapping his lips. He then asks if she's denying Rayon's legit win, one recognized by the chief instructor and Lord Ziggart. She fires back that she heard he threw a fit about it too, so he needs to let her have hers. When Warren publicly states he won't repeat his own pathetic behavior, it's like a scene from a level-up manhwa. Something has changed. A moment later, Runan steps between Marta and Rayon, telling her to beat it. In Marta's head, they're just one big happy family of losers. So, she decides to leave them alone and let them have their little moment. But she only turns around as a fake-out, and then executes her real plan, which is to lunge at Rayon when they're not looking. Before anyone can react, she goes for the takedown, but her attack is easily blocked and dodged, shocking her. Rayon responds with a devastating punch of his own, which she thankfully blocks, but the force still sends her flying backward. A satisfied smirk crosses Liamir's face, while Marta is just completely shocked by how fast Rayon reacted to her attack. Furious, she charges at Rayon again, but Liamir holds her back. It's also pretty wild how Liamir moved from his spot to hers in a blink. He then jokingly tells her it's not nice to ignore him. He knows they don't think much of him, but treating him like air hurts his feelings. Apparently, unlike Runan and Warren, Rayon hasn't even learned to use his aura yet. So, Liamir suggests they can fight all they want after he learns it, which finally gets Marta to back down. Once things settle, Wrath freaks out, demanding to know why Rayon let her off after she tried to attack him, suggesting he should have shredded her and frozen her for a millennium. Rayon reveals his plan is to avoid a fight for now, until she has something he wants. Then he'll bet the top trainee title for it. He tells Wrath to be patient, promising a much more satisfying outcome later. Later, the kids are training their stances and get a 10-minute break. Warren, who's all about the basics, realizes this whole thing isn't so easy. So far, he's nailed the second form, but he's having trouble with the third form, which is way more complicated. The crazy part is Rayon, on the other hand, learned all 7 forms in less than a month, while it took him a full month for the first 7. He's worried about them being in swordsmanship class together. But Warren isn't the only one feeling the pressure. So, he asks a struggling Marta how she's holding up. She just curses again, positive that Rayon is learning fist techniques for the very first time here, but is somehow picking them up crazy fast. Unlike Warren and Runan, Rayon received 0 advanced training, and the kicker is, he has the Frost Curse. Yet somehow he still trains all day. This realization just infuriates Marta, who tells herself she can't fall behind. Everywhere she's gone, she's always been praised for her electrifying talent. After being adopted by House Ziggart, she's always been the predator. She crushed those so-called prodigies from other families and laughed at their pathetic faces because she was the real deal. But now, she feels so nervous she can't stand it. At the end of the day, a worker commends Marta on her good work. She barely even looks at him, but he stops her, saying despite Rayon's progress, it's impossible for him to ever beat her. When she asks him what he means, he reminds her that Rayon has a critical weakness that he can never, ever overcome. While Rayon is practicing, some boys approach him with a question about his sword stance. As the boys watch him do a demonstration, they're amazed at how incredible his technique is. Like a character from a level-up manhwa, Marta sarcastically congratulates Rayon for reaching her swordsmanship class so fast, calling him a prodigy. However, she then points out how awful his mana sensitivity is, which means all his sword talent is worthless since he can't use mana. She jokes he might become an instructor at best, and the entire hall goes quiet, which is exactly the reaction Marta was hoping for. Her plan was to point out that after 4 months, Rayon has completely failed to learn how to use his aura. Thinking back, the butler had told Marta just how terrible Rayon's talent for aura is. He told her a story from before her adoption, about how the discernment sword showed Rayon's mana potential was basically zero. To make it worse, he's currently the only trainee on the 5th training grounds who is unable to use his aura. The man speculates the best mana technique from a bronze medallion is a mid to upper one. Only a slight upgrade from the entry-level technique, since Rayon failed to master even that. His mana talent must be rock bottom. This news makes Marta absolutely ecstatic. She figures his sword and fist skills are useless for becoming a proper warrior if he can't even use mana. In truth, part of what's ticking her off is that a failure like Rayon managed to counter her. While she's enjoying the low blow she just landed, she sees Runan glaring at her and asks if she has a problem. Runan just forces her to leave the training hall. That evening, after training all day, Rayon decides to call it a night. He's enjoying training because in his past life, he never learned martial arts, only what was needed to survive and get the job done. Now, actually improving himself like this is so much fun. As usual, Wrath is fuming that Rayon did nothing while Marta insulted him, but Rayon just pretends he didn't hear a thing she said. He reminds Wrath there's no point in fighting her now. As he'd said before, suddenly, a knock at his door reveals Runan, holding a box. He's surprised to see her, and even more shocked when she opens the box and hands him a small brown candy to eat. He's not sure what it is, and she just urges him to eat it. His old assassin senses are screaming at him not to, but he doubts she'd give him anything to hurt him. The moment he takes a bite, he's blown away by the taste. Even Wrath admits he's never had anything this sweet. Not even in the demon world. The two of them absolutely lose it over the sweetness. And Runan finally says it's called orb ice cream. When she turns to leave, Rayon tries calling out to her, but she doesn't turn back. While Wrath demands another, Rayon just wonders if she came because she was worried. Runan loves sweets, just like any kid, and it seems she gave him the very last orb ice cream she had. The thought of her kindness brings a smile to his face, and he realizes he has to return the favor. Shortly after, Rayon gets home and is smothered with motherly love, like he was gone for months. But it's only been a week. After Rayon reads the monthly report Judiel is sending to the Palace of Warriors, he asks if she's picked up any intel from them. Apparently, there's been nothing new, except a stronger order to investigate Rayon more closely. That happened after they saw how fast Rayon was learning martial arts. But things cooled down once his inability to use aura was revealed. It also seems Lord Karun has completely lost interest in Lady Sylvia. Curious, Judiel asks Rayon if he's intentionally avoiding learning to use his aura. Instead of answering, he flips the question on her, making it clear she overstepped. The real truth, according to Wrath, is that Rayon is just having a hard time learning aura, a pathetic problem Wrath would never suffer from. In response, Rayon immediately goes to train to manifest his aura, and Wrath just calls him a monster for it. The only odd thing is, Rayon runs into instructor Lemaire playing with birds when he steps out. When Rayon asks what he's doing in his backyard, Lemaire says he's there for some specialized elemental training. The next morning, Lemaire drags Rayon up a mountain. When he protests, they're supposed to be learning about elements. Lemaire tells him to trust the process. This also makes zero sense as a place to learn aura elements. Finally, Lemaire recalls inspecting Rayon's cultivation technique. The aura he saw resembled flames as fierce as lava, and its strength was on a whole other level. It wasn't trying to erase the chill built into Rayon's being, but was doing the impossible by accepting it alongside fire. Apparently, if Rayon learns this technique properly, it would be a complete game-changer. They eventually reach a good spot, which to Rayon is just the middle of the forest. Then, Lemaire unleashes a blinding amount of spiritual force that shocks Rayon. The wind Rayon feels on his skin is as sharp as a blade. There are different kinds of wind, from warm to cold to sharp, because he wanted a wind that could cut anything. He found it, and now it's Rayon's turn. But this time, he must think hard about the flames he wants. A true level-up Manhwa moment. Lemaire takes Rayon to a place he believes will be perfect. They soon arrive at the home of an old blacksmith who playfully teases Lemaire. This is apparently the place Rayon can feel the hottest and most sincere fire in the north. The old man asks what Lemaire brought him, meaning Rayon, and is informed that he's Master Ziggart's grandson. The man is not impressed, and asks that the master come himself. Meanwhile, Rayon is mesmerized by the fire in the furnace. Apparently, this type of flame is one he's known his whole life. Although he's seen many fires in his past life, the flames of this kiln, the sheer intensity of the heat, are the exact image of the flames he wants. The old man gruffly says his name is Vulcan, from Rayon's past life. He knows Vulcan is the continent's master blacksmith, known across the world. He was said to have created Glenn Ziggart's sword, Heaven's Renown. Our boy bows and introduces himself, expressing his honor in meeting the great Vulcan. His politeness makes Vulcan wonder if Lemaire told him something. Lemaire, denying it, explains to Rayon that Vulcan is Ziggart's retired master blacksmith, who's been stoking these flames for over a decade. This seems like the only place for Rayon to truly feel the fire. When Lemaire asks for an exception, Vulcan suggests the blacksmith workshop, but Lemaire protests that it's a bad idea for others to see Rayon's technique before he's mastered it. Vulcan asks why, and is told Rayon is Sylvia's kid, which definitely gets his attention. After Rayon swears he won't get in the way and begs for a chance to feel the fire. A moment of silence passes. Then Vulcan tells him he's creating golden coal, with heat far stronger than white or black coal, which is why he's been here for 10 years. Vulcan says it doesn't matter what he does as long as he doesn't interrupt his work, which makes Rayon's day. Outside, Lemaire expresses his shock that Vulcan gave the kid permission. When he promises some quality booze, Vulcan makes it clear he didn't do it for him. Apparently, the kiln's flames burned hotter when Rayon entered the room, and the heat spike was enough to ruin the coal. The power to stoke flames is in the kid's very breath. Vulcan considers that this kid might just be the one to fulfill his dream, like a hero in a level-up manhwa. Over the next 7 months, Rayon keeps visiting Vulcan's kiln, and he has time to picture the flames he wants to master until it finally clicks. People say fire is the strongest and scariest element, but if you can control it, that's a whole different story. Fire in skilled hands is more stable than any other element. However, the big problem is that Rayon hasn't been able to master awakening the Golden Flame's art's energy yet. He remembers Lemaire telling him to picture the flame he desires. As Rayon thinks about his goal to end Daryus and restore Sylvia to the main family, it's clear the flame he needs is one that will light his path and defeat any beast, no matter what, and will never go out. Suddenly, a bright flame bursts out before him. The fire's energy seeps into him, so he decides to focus and capture the fire to feel more of it and continue cultivating. It seems like he's in some kind of trance, as he can see the manifestation of the fire he's picturing right in front of him. While trying to focus more, wrath crashes into his mind, reminding him about his plan to hijack his body when he's most vulnerable. As Rayon begins to freeze from the interruption, he realizes time made him drop his guard and forget wrath isn't truly on his side, but is just a demon who has been plotting to take his life. And worse, he's the ruler of the entire demon realm. His body feels like it's shattering, and it gets harder to breathe. It's clear he'll die if he moves. And he'll also die if he stops the Golden Flame art cultivation. His only choice is to focus and find a way to gather his aura so he can survive. The atmosphere grows tense as survival becomes paramount. While Wrath taunts his desperate attempts to live, Rayon's mind gets hazy, and Wrath states his body and soul are his, as any attempt to fight is futile. As he passes out, Wrath says his life is in vain, no different from the old man burning coal, but he assures him that he'll carry out his revenge for him. The mention of coal in a kiln gives Rayon a last-minute idea, a desperate measure necessary so he doesn't die. This is his real level-up manhwa moment. Apparently, it's not the mana from nature heated by the kiln he needs to absorb, but the mana within the kiln itself. The stronger, hotter fire will devour everything, and its power can become his. As he begins this process, Wrath becomes infuriated that he's changing his approach. Meanwhile, the coal in front of Vulcan begins to crackle and pop much louder. To his surprise, a flame bursts out of the furnace. He's never seen the heat spike so abruptly. He figures something must be happening with Rayon, but he notices the boy is trembling, which is strange because there shouldn't be any cold in the middle of all this heat. It's unclear why the boy is shaking like that. And if that's not enough, Lemaire suddenly shows up to stop Vulcan from touching Rayon. Vulcan protests, saying the kid will kick the bucket if they leave him, but Lemaire insists they're helpless since he's in a trance. Apparently, if the kid feels even the slightest pressure, he'll just cough up blood and die. Frost is literally covering Rayon's body from the intense chill, but there's absolutely nothing the two guys can do to help him out. Lemaire silently prays that Rayon somehow pulls through. Meanwhile, in the trance, Rayon's cultivation is seriously ticking off Wrath, who yells at him to stop because it's totally hopeless. Rayon refuses to go down without a brawl, unlike his last life, which was wasted without any peace until his last breath. All he can think is, not this time, and he keeps pushing toward the fire. The heat gets insane, and at this rate, the kiln can't handle this sudden power surge. All the kiln's mana mysteriously starts gathering in one spot, and Lemaire wonders if Rayon is sucking it all up. Inside the trance, the tug-of-war rages on until Rayon finally snags the flame, and the second he does that, a massive explosion rips through the trance and literally blows the roof off the kiln. As it goes, boom, the two men freak out about Rayon's safety, but they get nothing but radio silence from him. Then, the boy emerges from the flames unscathed, wielding golden flames they've never seen before. Meanwhile, the system screen flashes that Rayon has acquired golden flame art. Apparently, he absorbed some crazy heat, and his art has reached 2 stars, produced fire resistance, melted away 2 strands of the bitter frost curse, and fixed his awful stamina. This is a real level-up Manhwa scene. He also apparently accepted the melted frost from Wrath's powerful chill, producing an attribute called Chill of Bitter Frost, which is at 2 stars. It seems Wrath's attack was a blessing in disguise, because Rayon was not expecting all of this, after going through all that trouble. Suddenly, because he survived Wrath's interference in a deadly spot, and showed insane mental grit, the system boosted all his stats by 3. All of this completely shocks Rayon. He's hit a level that should have taken years if it weren't for Wrath's meddling. After Wrath realizes he got played, he demands to know how Rayon survived, since his mental fortitude was at its absolute limit. As usual, Rayon gloats that he told him he couldn't win. The truth is, Rayon really did almost die. If today proved anything, it's that no matter how friendly Wrath seems, he is a true enemy, meaning he can't let him see his weaknesses or secrets from now on. A short while later, Vulcan rushes over to check on Rayon and sees he's okay. When asked if he got his aura, Rayon says, yep, and it was all thanks to him. The bad news? The furnace was wrecked, and Rayon apologizes. But Vulcan doesn't give a damn, as long as the boy is safe. While they're talking, Vulcan spots something weird in the fire. When he finally scoops up the coals with a shovel, he realizes they're golden coals, the very thing he has worked on for all these years. In a flashback, many people had gossiped and mocked Vulcan for wasting his time making coals that were just a myth. In the present, as Vulcan brings out the coals, he realizes he has also experienced a miracle. Golden coal burns hotter than white coal and has a stronger tenacity than black coal, and he's finally found what he devoted decades of his life to creating, all thanks to Rayon. When Rayon protests that he didn't do anything, Vulcan explains that his mana cultivation caused the kiln's temperature to flare up, blooming the flames as he exhaled and spreading heat to every corner. Finally, the old man asks Rayon just what kind of warrior he wants to be, and he says he wants to be unwavering, no matter who he faces or the situation he finds himself in. His response stuns Vulcan, especially from a kid, so he suggests that Rayon come see him in 3 or 5 years if he's still steadfast, when he can finally wield a sword. He plans to save the golden coals for that day. Although Vulcan is retired, he plans to make a special exception to help Rayon forge his sword. Soon after, Rayon leaves the kiln to head home, and Vulcan hopes he doesn't kick the bucket before they meet again. Meanwhile, Lemaire's just glad Rayon finally popped his aura. Master Ziggart shows up, and Lemaire teases him, saying he must be relieved he can stop his daily grandpa spying. Obviously, Lord Ziggart flat out denies the accusation. Lemaire just ignores him, noting Rayon's aura size and purity is no joke, maybe from absorbing all the kiln's heat. Plus, the kid used it right away. A classic level-up Manhwa moment showing his wild potential. But the Lord noticed something else, how Rayon took the yoke around his neck and completely owned it. At the 5th training grounds, Runan is patiently waiting for Rayon to get back, a box of chocolates in her hands. At the same time, rumors are flying about Rayon not getting his aura for 7 months and how Lady Marcia should get the top title, since he's not so special after all. Runan hates hearing all the gossip and tries to think of a way to help, remembering her mom's advice to repay kindness. After ages, Rayon returns to the training grounds, still bickering with Wrath about why he's such a pushover in their fights. To his shock, the first person he sees is Runan, handing him a box full of orb ice cream. Apparently, she's worried he's bummed about his aura, so she tells him to keep his chin up, while Rayon thanks her for the last ice cream. That refreshing scent Runan always gets from him hits her again. It's stronger now, and smells even nicer, but she has no clue why. Rayon thanks her again, and even Wrath is freaking out over the taste, yelling at Rayon to devour the other two immediately. To Rayon, that's a bad move, since it's obviously a snack she really loves. So, he tells Wrath to stop acting like a kid. Instead of taking more, he just closes the box, which totally stuns Runan, who expected him to grab more. When he refuses, she asks if he feels better, and he confirms. This makes her blush. His answer makes her day, and she skips off happy. But Rayon is just amused by how weird she can be. When the students are gathered, they're told the training regimen is changing to something special in a month, since everyone's sick of the grind. After 7 months of basics and cultivating mana, it's finally time to start firing up their cores. The announcement shocks the students, who are surprised they're starting so early. Lemaire then clarifies that sparring begins next month, and that is music to Marta's ears. She's been itching for a real fight this whole time. As it turns out, the spar's outcome affects their graduation, and they'll be ranked on it. So everyone's fired up to prepare for next month. As usual, Marta rudely cuts in, asking what they'll do about their friend, who still can't make an aura and has fallen way behind, pointing right at Rayon. As students start whispering, Lemaire shuts them down, informing them that this friend has, luckily, gotten his aura. This news totally kills Marta's mood. She's shocked, wondering when the heck that happened. But even stunned, she turns and taunts him for taking so long. She reminds him that she doesn't take orders from anyone weaker than her. Just like on day 1, she says she's been patient letting him wear a title he doesn't deserve. But that's over, 'cause she plans to end him in the spar. Warren's hand slices through the air, drawing a line between Martia and Rayon. He tells her to back off, that there's no honor in this when it hasn't even been a full day since he got his aura. In response, Marta scoffs at his take on honor. She snaps that honor is for those who deserve it, especially since that other loser got his aura within a month, but it took their top student over half a year. The murmuring starts again as she adds that 7 months was plenty of time with a high-ranking technique, which just proves Rayon has no knack for this. She tells everyone a warrior without aura will never make a name for himself, no matter how good he is with a sword. She even figures the instructor suggested a spar to shake up the messed-up old rankings, but Lemaire plays it cool and doesn't answer directly. To Marta, Rayon's been hogging the top trainee spot for way too long, and it's time he got knocked off his perch. Picking up where they left off, she suggests the winner of the spar gets to be the top trainee, but Rayon shoots down her suggestion. He says you can't sit at a gambling table with no money to bet, so there's no point in him risking his rank when she isn't offering something of equal value. But instead of backing down, she claims he seems to think anyone here is on his level. But Rayon just asks if she's scared, and his words totally get under her skin, so she'll play his game, since it's the last one he'll ever play. To get him to bet, she offers a 9 Blossoms pill from her father, an elixir that'll boost his physique and aura if he wins. Her offer makes Rayon crack a smile, and he reminds Wrath he'd show him a real level-up Manhwa moment by getting something from Marta. 1 month later, it's time for their spar, and Marta is thrilled to finally repay the favor. Apparently, she's never been hit before, not even in some back alley, and Rayon was the first to ever land a punch. 8 months later, she finally gets her chance to make him pay for that humiliation. Since Rayon's only been using his aura for 1 month, she's positive sparring him will be a walk in the park. Since she's used her aura for 3 years, it's obvious he's just a twerp with no potential, but she remembers she needs him to get stronger fast, for someone she has to rescue. Stepping out, she's certain today is the day Rayon gets wrecked. On match day, the other kids are told to watch the fight, as it could help them plan their own sparring. First up are Warren and Dorian, but Dorian immediately bails before they even start, which catches Lemaire off guard. His excuse? He's feeling under the weather, super sick, and didn't get a wink of sleep. Wrath, grumpy as ever, says Dorian's head would be rolling if he were his subordinate. It's crystal clear to Lemaire that Dorian is just faking it, so he pushes him to at least try, since he'll learn something even if he loses. The sword fight ends quickly with Dorian on the ground, surrendering. Meanwhile, Lemaire notes that Warren can't control his temper and would have won in 5 moves if he'd fought properly. Warren, on the other hand, is ticked off at Dorian for just running the whole time instead of actually fighting. Next up are Runan and Crane. Yep, the same Crane who had beef with Rayon earlier. When the fight starts, Crane rushes in for the first strike, which Runan doesn't even dodge. Instead, she just counters with her own sword. Her counter sends his blade flying out of his hands, shocking him. Before things can escalate, Lemaire stops the fight and gives his assessment. He points out Crane is way too tense and needs a more flexible grip on his sword. Runan, meanwhile, pulled off a great counter, but she didn't let her aura flow to the tip of her sword. The next pair is called up, and the final matchup is Rayon and Marta. On the field, their swords clash in a frenzied, calculated offensive. Marta swings for Rayon's head, but he effortlessly blocks with a counter. She immediately goes for another attack, which Rayon counters again, much to her shock. After nearly getting tagged by one of his counters, she jumps back, surprised he's blocking all her blows, making her admit he's got some skill with a blade. However, she scoffs at his weak aura, so she powers up her aura, telling him she's about to put him in his place. She goes in for the kill one last time, lunging straight at Rayon. She closes in, ready to land a knockout blow. He's been reading her moves, blocking easily. But this time, the hit feels way more intense. Since he's just parrying everything, Marta taunts him, asking how long he plans on playing defense. Auras need more raw talent than sword skills. As the fight rages, she mocks him, saying it took him 7 months just to make a tiny aura. She demands he give up before she crushes him, but he finally goes on offense, forcing her to block his attack. He's getting tired of her whole talent speech, but she jokes it's because he has none. At this point, Rayon still hasn't used his aura, so she vows to show him real talent. But he offers to show her something better than talent. Then, a bright golden flame erupts around him as he finally activates his aura. Marta is floored as Rayon unleashes the million flame arts. First flame, still stunned. She gawks at the flames, realizing this fire is seriously dangerous. It looks anything but ordinary. The fire is terrifyingly beautiful, but totally mysterious. Sweat beads on her forehead as she grips her sword tighter, clearly not backing down. With things getting serious, she plays her trump card, the solid stone stance. Focal point. Focal point is an art that concentrates aura to one spot. Rayon notes she must be incredibly talented to use it so young. It's obvious she's putting everything into this next strike. Before charging, Marta acknowledges his new strength, but insists he can't withstand her next attack, aura or not. She immediately charges, swinging her sword at him, but he doesn't budge, just inches away. He blocks her sword, unleashing an explosive force that shatters the ground. The nearby students are shocked. Smoke blankets the entire field, obscuring everyone's view. When the smoke finally clears, Marta is on the ground amidst the wreckage, her sword broken, with Rayon towering over her. The students are stunned. Rayon beat Lady Marta. His sudden power-up is straight out of a level-up manhwa. Even unconscious, Marta's hand is clenched in a fist. To Rayon, her willpower is even more impressive than her skill. Later that night, Lord Glenn gets a report on how Rayon crushed the aura Marta had refined for 4 years with unbelievable power. Lord Glenn confirms the flames he saw that day were beautiful, their power belying their size. It seems all of Ziggart knows now, so the Lord tells Liamir to guide Rayon, keeping him from getting cocky. He also asks about Marta, learning she took a hard hit, but her wounds will heal with some rest. The real problem is the major blow to her confidence, which they can only hope she overcomes. Meanwhile, Rayon's gardening, and Wrath is raging because he's messing up, threatening to turn him into an icicle. Rayon, completely unfazed, tells him to stop acting so tough. But Wrath claims he's just hiding behind his cowardly, spiked-up water resistance. It's spiked because Rayon took the 9-blossom pill after beating Marta, which massively boosted his skills. He finally completed his 4th flame link, boosting his body, rank, and soul, plus his strength. constitution, and dexterity. His lousy athletic ability vanished, and his poor mana affinity improved, and his water resistance shot up. Basically, the pill brought all his hard work to the surface. A lot of things increased, but the standout was his water resistance, hitting 4 stars. Thanks to that, he can just brush off Wrath's rage fits as cute little tantrums. Today's his last day off, so he came home to check the flowers and relax. While he's working, Wrath keeps muttering curses, correcting him on the right way to thin the soil. Wrath complains he should use his hands, not a spade, to get the good dirt to the flower, making Rayon wonder how he knows so much. Apparently, Wrath once filled a whole flower bed with ice flowers back in the demon world, which got him praised by other demons, and he won't shut up about it. Out of nowhere, Martia appears, and Rayon asks her what she's doing here. Instead of answering, she just sizes him up, wondering how childish he looks gardening, even though she knows he doesn't normally act his age. Suddenly, she declares she wants to fight him again. Rayon thinks it's pathetic that she can't just accept her loss, but she protests she's only here to find out her ranking. To her shock, he asks what's in it for him, since the loser should offer something to challenge the winner. When she insists he doesn't need payment for a fight, he flatly turns her down, which worries her because she's hell-bent on fighting him. The thought of stomping on his flowers to piss him off crosses her mind, but she quickly finds out he doesn't actually like flowers, he's just tending them for his mother, which infuriates her even more. She finally decides to leave, but then Sylvia comes out to greet Rayon, and asks him who his new friend is, motioning to Martia. Sylvia mistakes Martia for a new friend Rayon made during training, but Martia recognizes her as the woman who fell in love, left the family, and only returned to save her child's life. To Martia, her actions to save her kid were brave. Unfortunately, it seems Sylvia has seen Martia before, so she recognizes her and introduces herself. Rayon gets tense about the friendly exchange, so Rayon makes it clear they are not friends and tries to stop her. Regardless, Sylvia walks up to Martia and checks on her after her fight with Rayon. Martia confirms she's fine, which relieves Sylvia. Sylvia notes that she heard her brother, Denier, adopted a talented kid, like in a level-up manhwa, but it seems the child is as pretty as she is talented. The unexpected attention starts to make Martia blush, so Sylvia asks what brings her to their home. Martia, now uncomfortable, lies that she had a message to deliver and tries to bail. She doesn't realize she's trapped until Sylvia grabs her arm, insisting she stay for a meal because she can't let Rayon's friend leave without hospitality. Despite her protests, Martia ends up at the dining table with Rayon and Sylvia. Rayon can't believe it. He never thought he'd see the day Martia sat so obediently. Meanwhile, Sylvia tells her all about how Rayon loves meat stew. Their chat continues, and Sylvia learns Martia is a year older than Rayon at 15 years old. Sylvia gives her the mom treatment, asking about her training while Martia eats. Sylvia tells her their meat isn't as good as the main house and might be tough, so she pats her and says to eat slowly so she doesn't get a stomachache. Those words from Sylvia remind Martia of something her own mother used to tell her when she was little. After she finishes her food, she thanks Sylvia for the delicious meal and gets ready to leave. Sylvia, glad she enjoyed the food, says she hopes she and Rayon stay good friends. Meanwhile, Rayon still can't understand why Martia is acting so calmly when she came to pick a fight with him just moments ago, and he's certain she must have hit her head. As Martia heads home, she knows Rayon probably thinks she's completely lost her mind. The real reason she acted that way, though, was because Sylvia reminded her so much of her own mother, and she just couldn't push her away. Eating with Sylvia felt like the times she used to eat with her mom. Martia had promised herself after her mom was taken by those witch-blood church fanatics and she got adopted by Denier that she'd never lose until she found her again. She's managed to keep that promise all this time and never lost a single fight. Right up until she was defeated by Rayon, the Ziggarts adopted her for her potential, and she's worried they might just kick her out if she loses this badly. Even though her father Denier is a gentleman, she wonders if that's all an act and she'll lose her only hope of ever finding her mother again. Pain rips through her body. She can't believe she actually lost to Rayon. Inside, a worker named Camel informs her Lord Deer wrote a letter and has been waiting to deliver it to her. Sweat breaks across her face as she wonders if the letter is about the spar. Upon opening the letter, Dyer congratulates her on her first loss, saying a single defeat doesn't make her a failure, and she doesn't need to worry. He advises her to dwell on why she lost to fuel her future growth, and he apologizes for his inability to speak to her in person because his mission is dragging on. Finally, the letter explains the investigation into her birth mother's whereabouts is ongoing. and Dyer asks her not to give up either. In response, Marta asks Camel to please tell her father she's really grateful for his message. As she moves inside, she thinks about her dramatic loss to Rayon. As she cuts her hair, she decides not to just acknowledge her defeat and move forward. She can't bring shame to her father. In her mind, she'll be stuck at this point if she overlooks this and won't be able to face her father when he trusts her so much. She decides it's time to ditch her pathetic past and start over from the basics to become stronger. Like in a *** level, up Manhwa ***. The next day at the training center, the students seem surprised by Marta's change in behavior when she goes to Rayon to tell him that instead of a half-hearted apology for always picking fights with him, she'll follow her own words that the loser must follow the winner's orders. She leaves Rayon stunned because he never expected her to actually follow through with her words. He wonders if Marta has also changed so much in a short time, since she's showing greater maturity than one would expect at her age. When he notices her kick Dorian for getting in her way, it's clear she's only changed towards him and not others. Soon after, the new year comes, and a lot changes in subtle ways. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Marta kept listening to Rayon, and only him. Warren learned to lead the trainees in a far calmer and more level-headed manner, and Runan's sword grew sharper and more precise. Meanwhile, Rayon continued training like his life depended on it. In one of their practices, Rayon performs the new riverwalk technique so well the students are shocked he has already mastered it when it's only been a few hours since they started learning. His speed intrigued Lemaire so much that he had to report the situation to Master Glenn. It seems to him that Rayon mastered the technique through visualization, which is quite unbelievable. Lemaire's constant rambling ticks off Lord Glenn, who asks if he's his butler and why he always talks about Rayon every single time they meet. Lemaire doesn't take his comment to heart because he's certain Lord Glenn is also interested in the stories. From the top of the mountain, the frantic movement of the main house staff is evident, making Lemaire wonder if they're preparing for something. Lord Glenn informs him that some envoys from the Kingdom of Owen are expected in a few days, and that's what they're preparing for. The Kingdom of Owen is a member of the Six Lords, located at the continent's center, and one of the few powers maintaining a close relationship with the SHOCKS, who are known for their isolation. It is a kingdom of knights that values warriors and sword arts. The envoy's representative is supposed to be the third prince, but in reality, it's a man named Duke Tartan, whom Lemaire recognizes as a total psycho. Lord Glenn instructs Lemaire that the trainees and all training grounds must maintain order, since the third prince will be with Owen's knights in training, and they will want to observe. Based on this, the SHOCKS absolutely cannot be seen acting like amateurs. This piques Lemaire's interest since the third prince of Owen is apparently around the same age as Rayon, and he thinks this could be a really entertaining *** level up Manhwa *** showdown. His odd expression makes Lord Glenn worry he's scheming something, but he can't quite put his finger on it. When Lemaire returns, he informs the trainees that they will be having sparring sessions with the knights in training from the Kingdom of Owen in the presence of the third prince that very day. The trainees are shaken by the sudden information, but Lemaire reminds them that a warrior must always be ready to throw down, even if they just rolled out of bed. As students mutter amongst themselves, it's revealed the Prince of Owen was meant for the 6th grounds, not theirs, and they're all wondering about the sudden switch. Apparently, a little while back, Lemaire secretly met the third prince after his unimpressive trip to the 6th training grounds, suggesting he come to the 5th if he had time, promising to show him a real fight. It's clear Lemaire purposely told them on the day of the competition. Shortly after, Prince Owen and his knights in training enter the grounds, and the third prince, Greer du Owen, introduces himself. As Rayon spots Greer, he's intrigued by his sheer force for his age and his incredible presence. Lemaire, who is clearly setting Rayon up to fight Greer, asks him if he's down to spar with the prince. Meanwhile, Rayon figures fighting the prince is a good test for their new riverwalk technique and ignition sword arts. Rayon quickly agrees, which delights Lemaire, who picks 20 trainees from their side who want to fight. Before they do, Lemaire says he bet his entire salary on them winning, so they better win or prepare for the consequences. The students are shaken, but rally under Rayon's lead. Before they start, Rayon tells his teammates to look at their opponent's trembling hands, proving that the other side is just as nervous, even though they're standing tall in fancy uniforms. He reminds them their training is tougher than the 6 lords and the 5 demons, and that all the blood and sweat they've poured into training will definitely pay off. The team's confidence skyrockets after his speech about giving it their all and showing their opponents what they're made of. Because the vanguard is crucial for morale and needs a sure win, Rayon makes Marta the vanguard. When the other team's vanguard appears, the trainees wonder if he's actually their age because of his size. Marta, however, stands before him completely unfazed. The other vanguard introduces himself as Tar, comments on how Marta has perfected her form, and wishes her a good fight. The size difference makes her teammates wonder if Marta can really win. But Marta, who is always cocky, tells Tar to cut the crap because she's winning anyway. The fight starts, and Greer is shocked Marta overpowers Tar despite her size, like a real level-up Manhwa. It's obvious the warriors of the 5th training ground are incredibly strong, showing off their skill. They're powerful enough to be compared to Kingdom Owen's knights. Unlike the disappointing 6th training ground, these trainees are legit. Meanwhile, Duke Tartan asks Lemaire if this was his goal when he ambushed His Highness yesterday and invited him to the 5th training ground. Lemaire claims he did it because chances to safely fight talented fighters from one of the 6 kings are rare, which makes it a great educational chance for his trainees. When Duke Tartan calls his bluff, Lemaire suggests a small bet on whose trainees win the most of 20 spars. Since betting is more fun than watching, Duke Tartan tries to psych him out, saying his trainees are Owen's finest. But Lemaire insists he believes in his kids, too. Meanwhile, Marta keeps landing heavy strikes on her opponent, and the fight looks intense. After one strike shatters Tar's sword, he's shocked by her raw power, but she just keeps attacking with a wild smile. Finally, she smashes her sword's hilt into his stomach and sends him flying, resulting in her winning the match. Everyone around is floored by how the fight went down, and Rayon is surprised she didn't refine her technique to be more graceful, but instead just boosted her strength and speed to max out her power. As usual, Marta's trash-talking her opponent, calling his fighting pathetic because he didn't put his back into a strike, especially for a strength type. While Rayon's enjoying the show, Wrath is totally bored, claiming even demon kids back home spar better than this. Before he can spoil everything, Ron shuts him up with a zap from the bracelet so he doesn't kill the mood. After a couple of bouts, the 18th match is between Runan and Adelia. Once the two ladies hit the field, Adelia sneers at Runan's totally blank eyes. She immediately flares up her fiery aura while Runan counters with an icy blue one. The fight kicks off and gets intense fast. Smoke from their powerful clashes blankets the arena. Unseen by Adelia, Runan slips right behind her and launches a surprise attack. Just as she spins around to counter, Runan seems to just vanish. To her utter shock, she wonders if it was just an illusion. Runan then reappears behind her again, pressing her sword against her neck and catching her completely off guard. Since Adelia was wide open for a killing blow, Runan is declared winner of the 18th match. As Adelia tries to congratulate Runan on her win, Runan completely ignores her and walks to Rayon to ask if he saw her fight. Rayon notes her riverwalk technique is smoother, a true level-up Manhwa moment, and praises her fighting. At this point, Ron's team has 9 wins, while Owen's team has 9 losses, which is looking pretty sweet for Lemaire's bet. The 19th match is between Warren and an opponent named Saren Castle. While the two guys are introducing themselves, Ryan notes that Saren is seriously strong, maybe the toughest knight he's seen so far, not counting the prince. The fight kicks off as both charge at each other. Their swords clash, and Saren's power seems to match Warren's, making it too dangerous for either to drop their guard for even a second. Then suddenly, as both guys slam their swords against each other, both of their blades just shatter. This results in a tie between both parties. When Warren returns, Rayon tells him he did great, especially against the other team's ace. That doesn't make Warren feel any better. He feels like it's pointless since he had to win for the Ziggart name. To comfort him, Rayon pats his shoulder and tells him not to sweat it, because he's going to win the final round and restore the Ziggart honor. Rayon and Prince Greer step onto the arena for the 20th round of the sparring session. As they do, Prince Greer is surprised that Rayon's energy is way more ordinary than he expected. Out of pure curiosity, Greer asks Ran if he's from the main family. He's clearly annoyed to learn he's fighting a throwaway from the branch family. Greer originally wanted to fight Runan, Warren, or Marta, to get a worthy opponent. Greer makes a deal with Lemaire to get a rematch with either Marta or Runan if he wins this. Hyped, Lemaire agrees to the offer as long as he wins. Greer even cockily tells him to get them warming up. Since this fight won't last long, Greer decides to save his strength and not even use his aura on this guy to have enough left for the real opponents. Meanwhile, Duke Tartan wonders what kind of monster Rayon is, with a presence so hazy he almost missed it. Lemaire is intrigued he even noticed and asks why he didn't warn the prince. Duke Tartan admits he's not warning him because even though he is the future of Owen, the kid has never tasted defeat. So, It would be good for him to lose in a safe environment. Still, Prince Greer is pretty strong, so the Duke figures even a talented swordsman like Rayon can't beat him easily. But Lemaire doesn't agree. To settle things, Lemaire suggests another bet. This guy is clearly a gambling addict. The wager: Ron will finish off Prince Greer in 5 moves. A classic level-up Manhwa beatdown. While they're still haggling over the bet, Rayon unleashes his aura, shocking Prince Greer. Even the Duke whips around in shock as Rayon zips past the prince and lands a huge blow, causing him to collapse. In just a few seconds, the fight's already over, and betting on 5 moves was clearly pointless. It hits the prince that he totally misjudged Rayon, who obviously came out last for a reason. It's because he's the real deal. Duke Tartan can't believe Rayon is just a trainee. His footwork and sword technique are already mastered. As Rayon walks away, Prince Greer protests that he is not finished yet. As Lemaire tries explaining that the spar is over, Greer insists he wasn't using his full strength and would have gone all in from the start if he'd known. While he's talking, Marta calls him a freaking loser for whining instead of admitting he lost. She adds that he reminds her of another loser she knows, totally shading Warren. When Prince Greer recognizes her as the Vanguard warrior, she says she can't help her sharp tongue and that he can pack his crap and get out if he can't handle getting roasted. Her statements rile up Edelia, who asks what gives her the nerve to speak to royalty like that. But Marta spells it out that she's a member of the main family and he has nothing on her. Lemaire quickly breaks up their squabble and asks Rayon if he'd like a rematch. Rayon's response is that the outcome has already been decided, especially since a wager was made, so there's no reason to keep fighting. Then, out of nowhere, Prince Greer acknowledges his loss, admitting he failed to see Rayon's true ability and dismissed him before they even started. Greer says he's ashamed of his behavior and snaps his sword, pleading with Rayon to fight him once more, fearing he'll regret it for life if it ends like this. After he pleads some more, Rayon is surprised by his humility, having thought he was just an arrogant prince. So, he decides to accept his offer for one more fight. They get ready again, and it's clear to Greer that he failed because he finally recognized his powerful opponent. This time, he goes all in, releasing a crazy outburst of aura. The power surge surprises both Rayon and even Marta, who had no idea he was hiding so much potential. Despite Duke Tartan's protest, Greer uses the stance anyway, wanting to fight with everything he's got. As if on cue, Wrath appears to taunt Rayon for not noticing his opponent was hiding his true strength. Meanwhile, Rayon looks unfazed, completely certain he can still win. When Wrath calls his bluff, they make a wager. Rayon gets 4 pledge points if he beats the prince, who's now glowing with aura like a level-up Manhwa character. But he gains 10 points of Wrath's rage if he loses. The guys immediately begin sparring, and Prince Greer dashes forward to land the first blow. The attack is so fierce, their swords and auras crash together in a frenzy. The resulting explosion is so massive, it completely blinds the onlookers. The fight continues fiercely, and it dawns on the prince that Rayon isn't losing ground even at full strength. Eventually, he decides to pour all his energy into one defining strike, channeling everything into his sword. Rayon immediately recognizes the technique as the Paris sword style, only passed down to the future rulers of the Owen Kingdom. From the energy pouring off Greer, it's clear this is his finishing move, and he's betting everything on this next strike. Because he is also stubborn, Rayon decides to meet fire with fire. So far, Rayon has managed to memorize every move the prince has performed. He decides to use the Million Flames art's first technique, the spin step, which surprises Prince Greer. The fiery golden aura makes Greer react quickly to avoid a hit. Both fighters charge toward each other, one with a fiery aura and the other with an ice-like force. As they reach the middle of the field, their swords and auras clash. Somehow, Greer manages to push his opponent's aura back, certain that he is stronger. Rayon, on the other hand, seems to be having a harder time this round. Regardless, he doesn't give up and pushes back with another thunderous strike. The strike is so strong that Greer's sword shatters on impact. To his dismay, his aura is also pushed back, and Rayon dashes behind him to land his strike. Once again, the prince slams to his knees, and Rayon is declared the winner. From the ground, the prince can't believe it. He was positive he had the advantage in both strength and speed. Strangely, he cracks a smile, realizing Rayon must have some unique step technique to counter his aura. This defeat makes Prince Greer see the truth in the saying that the world is a vast place. He approaches Rayon, thanking him for the lesson in their second match and admitting his defeat. Rayon warmly replies he also learned a great deal. Prince Greer then apologizes for being so dismissive. Finding out Rayon is only 14 amuses him. He lost in skill and attitude to a kid. Out of the blue, Prince Greer hands Rayon the gold medallion from his neck. Rayon hesitates, but the prince insists. He explains, it's proof he will grant any one request, no matter what it is. Rayon is baffled why the prince would offer something so valuable. Greer explains the match cleared his head and led him to a major realization. He feels fortunate to lose to a swordsman like him. As Prince Greer departs, he wishes Rayon luck, vowing to catch up to his skill level. Since they lost, Greer tells Lemaire the wager is his, as they agreed. Meanwhile, in his past life, Rayon was expected to complete missions for nothing, so getting gifts like this feels a bit bizarre. It's clear his new life isn't going according to his predictions at all. Later, Prince Greer shares the lessons from the spar with Lord Glenn. Apparently, he'd thought he was at the absolute pinnacle of skill, but Rayon shattered that assumption, carrying himself like a seasoned, fully fledged warrior. Though the prince sparred with trainees from 3 of the 6 lords, he's never seen one on Rayon's level. He had so much to learn from him. In fact, he plans to rush back to the Owen kingdom to apply the lessons he learned. His words seriously intrigue Lord Glenn. The lord then asks him to inform the king of Owen that he received the letter sent by his hand. Soon after, the prince's envoy headed home. On the way, Duke Tartan comments on how Prince Greer used his hidden power, and how Perry's sword art might have been overkill for the duel. The prince surprisingly agrees, but Tartan also questions his decision to give Rayon the token. Prince Greer doesn't agree with that part, noting how gracious Rayon was even after he'd been so rude. He felt it was necessary to return the courtesy, highlighting Rayon's impressive display, which was like a special technique. The prince then reveals his gift was a kind of investment. The shocked Duke asks what he means by investment. Greer explains that a kid with such power at a young age, with growth like a level-up Manhwa, will become a legendary warrior on the continent. From the prince's perspective, forging a connection with someone like that now could be extremely useful later. And the young prince's ability to think so far ahead in such a short time truly impresses Duke Tartan. The prince replies he'd be worthless if he couldn't make simple calculations after years of soaking up the king's wisdom in the palace. Prince Greer can't help but wonder how much stronger Rayon will be the next time they meet. Meanwhile, back at the main building, Rayon, Lord Glenn's butler, remarks that his master seems happy. A foreign prince acknowledged his grandson, but Glenn just scoffs that he's talking nonsense. Rayon points out the warm smile on his face, a sight not seen in ages, that appeared the moment Prince Greer mentioned Rayon's name. Nevertheless, the lord claims Rayon's old eyes must be playing tricks on him. His denial just amuses Rayon. He quickly changes the subject to Duke Tartan's other message to avoid pushing his luck. The Duke had apparently delivered an urgent message for the Northern Lord. The message allegedly came straight from His Royal Highness Lacre, Albert du Owen II, the King of Owen, and the Sword King of Silence of the 6 Lords. Lord Lacre's message? The 5 Umbre are finally making their move. Sometime later, at the 5th training grounds, the trainees get some major props for their last spar with Owen's knights. Because of their success, Lemaire figures they're ready and announces a special training session for next week. The students are curious about what the special training involves, but Lemaire warns them this is less training and more the real deal because they're going into the field. Apparently, this field training means they're going to see some real action. They're heading just past Ziggart's southern border to a bandit den called Snow Tiger Point. These bandits are loosely tied to the North-South Alliance, surviving on a toll they collect from the mountain pass. Lately, though, their behavior's gotten way more aggressive. Reports are up about merchants getting robbed and even casualties. Hearing this, the students assume their mission is to just clean out the brigands from the area, but they quickly learn their mission is way more intense. They're informed the bandits hit a village south of their hideout and left no survivors, torched the village, and then bolted. Because of that, their new mission is to track and annihilate the Snow Tiger bandits so they don't get complacent. Lemaire adds that they're rumored to be aura users, a crazy find in any level-up manhwa. He tells them to gear up, they're moving out tomorrow. That evening, Runan gets in some sword practice. Her plan was to sharpen her form a bit before they shipped out, but it's not going as smoothly as she'd like. She recalls Rayon's stab was so fluid and relaxed, and she just can't seem to replicate it. Remembering, Ron is likely in the training room. It dawns on her that she could go ask him, but instead of going, she decides not to bother him and just keeps trying on her own. After a while, her movements get smoother, so she decides to call it a night. Before heading home, she decides to say bye to Rayon, who she's positive is still practicing. She then recalls her mom asked her home early for some orb ice cream. So, she decides to go home and ask Rayon her questions the next day. On her way, someone approaches her from behind. Runan is surprised to see a guy she calls Syria, and she is less than thrilled to see him. The man's name is Syria Slajorn of House Vassal. He sees her sour look and jokes about her not being happy to see her big brother after so long, which supposedly hurts his feelings. When he repeats that he dislikes her expression, Runan begins to tremble. Eventually, he notes her impressive strength, faster than he expected, and points out that Lemaire is a pretty decent trainer. Syria says he's proud of her, but that doesn't mean she'll be going into the field or risking her neck in a spar. His warm expression darkens as he pushes her down, joking that she must have slipped. To teach a lesson, he brings up the chipmunk she raised, Ruby. He then pulls out a live chipmunk, reminding her how Ruby died and what happens if she defies his orders. To Runan's horror, he crushes the chipmunk in his hands, which clearly shatters her. The awful act dredges up some truly terrible memories for Runan, causing her to break down. Syria uses her mental state to tell her she's his, insinuating that until the day he comes to claim her, she can't do anything dangerous and must simply exist until he decides otherwise. Memories of dead chipmunks flash through Runan's mind, and she recalls how Syria taunted her with such cruelty when they were younger. At the present moment, the same thing is happening again, and the sickening feeling from her past makes her shriek. As her big brother soaks in her pain, a sudden explosion erupts nearby, spewing smoke. The disruption catches Syria's eye, while Runan continues to tremble in fear. A moment later, Rayon appears between her and her brother, sword in hand. Shocked, Rayon demands to know what Syria is. Syria seems unfazed, remarking to Rayon that it's polite to introduce yourself first before demanding names after just appearing. Clearly, Rayon doesn't think he deserves that, right after cornering someone, guessing he's a thief or mugger. His assumptions annoy Syria, who twitches slightly and explains he's not a robber, but Runan's older brother. Unsure, Rayon glances over at Runan, but she's still quivering, which doesn't exactly add up to a happy family reunion. Syria, on the other hand, claims he made a little joke because he was happy to see her, which caused her reaction. He doesn't know Rayon saw the sick act of him popping the chipmunk, which he calls a joke, claiming it's just a toy. To prove it, Syria shows his clean hands, saying there's no blood, but Rayon realizes he actually incinerated the flesh and blood with his aura. Apparently, Syria is leaving for a long-term assignment and won't be back for a bit. So, he drops a dessert on the ground for Runan before leaving. The psycho comments that Runan made a good friend and hopes their friendship lasts. After apologizing for his prank, he takes off, saying he'll see her later. Meanwhile, Rayon recognizes Syria from his past life, the swordsmanship prodigy of the Slur family and one of the 12 Titans. A character straight from a level-up manhwa. He's known far and wide as the spear and the sword. Apparently, Rayon had only heard his name in his past life, but meeting him now reveals he's a psycho, playing the part of a good guy. The experience has a sickening stench that reminds him of Daryus. Finally, our hero helps Runan up and promises to escort her to her carriage. After he gets her there, she thanks him for walking with her, and he advises her to get some sleep before they leave tomorrow. That night, Runan opens the box her brother left, and it turns out the box is filled with orb ice cream. This doesn't please her. She only whimpers that her brother has returned and nothing's changed. Years ago, her pet Ruby had nipped her while being sensitive with her babies, but it sent Syria into a rage, even though she tried to explain it to him. Despite her defense, Syria eliminated her pet, claiming she was his and couldn't be allowed to get hurt. He was so controlling. He'd instruct that she wasn't allowed to get hurt, only to breathe. He'd even threatened to get rid of everyone if she told their parents, since he didn't need family, and he'd set them all ablaze, sparing only her. Her constant fear was that someone would get hurt if she said anything, so she decided to live quietly, figuring everything would be okay as long as she stayed silent. This life made her a loner, suffering in silence. However, she learned she wasn't the only lonely one after she got to know Glenn Ziggart. After she understood the kind of person he is, how hard he works, the hard times he faced, and how he changed opinions of him through sheer effort. It made her believe she could change, too. That's why she's been trying her hardest to change with him, but it seems she can't do that after all. The next day, the trainees head to the southernmost point of Ziggart village, to Zartan village. After arriving through a portal, they soon reach a spot where Lemaire informs them they'll spend the night. Apparently, they left the training center and portal in a hurry. So, They're all told to get plenty of sleep, since this is their last rest before the mission. Shortly after, they're led to their lodgings by one of the locals. Once they get settled, Rayon thanks Wrath for the tip about Syria's malicious presence, since he'd have missed it because Syria was hiding it. Wrath replies it was nothing for the girl who gave them ice cream. Since Syria said his mission was long-term, it's clear he won't be popping up for a while. But with him being her older brother, he's worried Runan can't recover. Wrath's solution? Rayon lends them his body so they can ice Syria and return it. Although Wrath is genuinely trying to repay the favor Runan did them with that orb ice cream, Rayon still refuses. Since Syria traumatized Runan, he figures just offing Syria won't help. Runan was the first person in both his lives to ever treat him with real consideration, so he's ready to handle Syria himself if anything happens to her. On the second day after leaving the Ziggart territory, the team arrives at the site of the Snow Tiger bandits' attack. The kids are horrified by the burnt bodies littered all over the place, and they can't stomach that someone would do such a thing to innocent folks. It's a grotesque sight, and even the strongest among them, like Warren, look grim. Apparently, the bandits slit their victim's throat before burning them alive. However, Rayon notices Martia isn't reacting like the others. Either she's seen a lot of corpses or made some herself. Suddenly, Rayon realizes Runan is gone. Meanwhile, she's elsewhere, staring at a body, trying not to vomit. On the other side, Lemaire rounds up the boys, reminding them the bastards calling themselves Snow Tigers did this. He let them see the sight so they wouldn't let their guard down against them. The kids are given a silent whistle that makes no audible noise when blown, but can be detected by their instructors, who will come help them out of any danger upon hearing it. They're reminded to expect no mercy from the bandits and to try everything before relying on the whistle. Runan flinches as Lemaire announces they're to take the bandits' heads without hesitation. Rayon is then tasked with breaking them into groups, so he puts Martia in charge of Group A, Warren over Group B, each with about 3 or 4 people. Meanwhile, thoughts of her brother saying she belongs to him and can't do anything dangerous echo through Runan's mind. His threat that anything that hurts her dies by his hand, and the thought of defying him on this mission starts to mess with her. Rayon soon pulls her out of her deep thoughts so they can group up, and she hesitantly agrees. Rayon considers advancing to Mount Luton's peak, which has a clear view and makes it easy to retreat or hide, making it an ideal location for the bandits' hideout. But he knows they won't be there because it's too obvious. In a typical level-up manhwa, they would be, but not with a huge manhunt on. Considering that, it leaves the hills right behind them as a good spot, and he chooses that place for him and Runan instead of the forests. Her sudden tendency to be easily startled worries Rayon, so Wrath suggests that he just say something to her. Rayon, on the other hand, has no clue what to say, since it's a family matter, and he hasn't even figured out his feelings on having a mother, let alone interfering in another family. Regardless, he plans to find a chance to resolve what Syria did to Runan, even if that opportunity will be hard to find. After they make their way up the hills, they find a hidden forest between the hills, invisible from the outside, just as Rayon had suspected. Someone tried to hide all signs of life. It would have been harder to spot for a newbie, but they don't stand a chance since he basically tracked people for a living. The bandits' ploy to hide themselves might work on a hunter or an ordinary tracker, but Rayon senses the Snow Tiger bandits' hideout is close. As the two of them advance, they find traps and several footprints far into the hills. They figured no one would follow them this deep after they'd cleaned up their tracks. Their only mistake? Underestimating who was sent to find them. Right ahead was their hideout's entrance. They spotted a hostage kid standing with 2 beefy guards. The guards were low-ranked, with no aura, but a stronger guard was with him. The other bandits must be inside. Maybe 20 bandits in the cave. So, Rayon considered retreating to blow the whistle, then surprise them after regrouping. However, the kid with the guards looked awful, like he'd die of hypothermia. He wouldn't last for reinforcements. Rayon decided to rescue the hostage and quietly take out the guards. When Runan hesitated, he got her to focus. He assured her they could save the kid, but he needed her help. The plan: she silences the area. He'd handle the rest. Runan was still distracted, wondering if she could change, but she decided to give it a shot. They waited until the guards got tired and distracted. Rayon gave the signal. Runan stepped out to silence the area. The guards were confused as she used her aura dispersion, silencing every voice. They soon realized their shouts weren't going far, and wondered what an aura user was doing in their hideout. Spotting his opening, Rayon dashed at the 2 guards before the skilled swordsman could react. One strike killed both. But he forgot Runan can't handle gore. The sight of them dying triggered memories of her brother brutalizing her pets when she was younger. And it made her scream. Breaking the sound barrier. Things weren't looking good. The sound barrier was shattered. Runan was basically a broccoli. Still horrified. They were about to be discovered. The swordsman lunged for Runan's head. Clearly because she looked weaker. And Rayon was left alone. Before the sword reached her, Rayon tackled him. He threatened to pluck a bone every time he spoke and demanded answers. Suddenly, the sound barrier was back up. He glanced at Runan, still trembling, proud she could stick to the mission. A true level-up Manhwa moment for her, even when struck by crippling fear. As Runan rescued the boy, Rayon confirmed they were the Snow Tiger bandits, 39 of them in total. True to his suspicions, he also learned they had one other hostage inside the cave. The rescued boy suddenly revealed the other hostage was his little sister, and he begged them to save her. Runan promised they'd save his sister. Rayon thought that was a big promise since they were outnumbered. Runan suggested backup. Rayon agreed, and she blew the silent whistle. La Mère was right. The whistle was so silent even Rayon couldn't hear it. The only problem is that someone in the cave heard it and alerted the others that their pursuers were here. Rayon was surprised someone so far inside heard it. Soon, armed men came out. Wondering what little kids were doing there, to stop the men from attacking, our boy quickly held the man he was questioning hostage. The man who heard the sound, their leader, asked who he called. Rayon gave no answer, insisting on a hostage exchange. He asked for the little girl in exchange for the man they held. But the man just laughed, saying he didn't care what happened to his worthless man. Unlike their hostage, he threatened to drop the girl's head if Rayon didn't drop his sword, and it looks like the kids are totally cornered. When Rayon realizes these goons are just messing with him, he tells Runan to look away so she won't see this, and to move only on his signal. Suddenly, Rayon slices the guy's throat and splatters his buddies. The thugs are completely stunned by the sudden turn, and before they can even blink, Rayon flings his sword right past them at the dude holding the little girl. As the sword plunges through the guy's chest, our boy signals Runan to whip up a snow mist with her aura. Runan instantly conjures the fog, and a thick, snowy mist blankets the whole area, blinding everyone. While the goons stumble around trying to see, Rayon snatches the little girl and gets her to safety. Moments later, the mist vanishes, and the bandits realize the kids are gone. The bandits are desperate to find her, frantically searching with murder in their eyes. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the hill, Rayon and Runan are hustling the kids to safety. The little ones soon pass out from the cold, making their getaway tricky. Also, there's a huge chance these thugs will just pack up and hit another village if they leave. So, Rayon decides it's better to end this right here and now. He tells Runan to hang back and guard the kids, but she's freaking out over a bleeding gash on his arm. As usual, he plays it cool, saying he'll be right back, but feels a tug on his clothes. It's Runan, begging him not to go because fighting while hurt is insane. She pleads for them to just wait for the instructors, who have to be on their way after hearing the whistle. And Rayon gets it, she's terrified. He feels for her, but explains it's way worse to be so scared you're paralyzed. He reminds her those scumbags committed horrible crimes, and they owe it to every victim and everyone who died fighting for their families to do something. He also points out they still have a few living people to protect. Finally, he sees an opening to bring up her trauma with her brother, admitting he doesn't know the full story. He explains that the more she fears him, the stronger that fear gets, and it'll own her forever if she keeps running. She listens quietly as he helps her realize she's the only one who can protect herself and the people she loves. Rayon tells her what happens next is up to her, handing her something from his coat. As she watches him head for the bandit hideout, tears well up as she replays his words. She desperately wants to change and break free from this fear. She can't be tangled up in her past anymore, and she wants to protect what's precious to her. She knows she can't stay stuck in this darkness any longer. As tears stream down her face, she opens her hand to find the toy chipmunk Rayon gave her, giving her the strength to step into the light. Moments later, it's a total bloodbath in the cave, as Rayon carves through the goons like they're nothing. Their boss screams at them to bring him Rayon's head, but he's dropping them so fast they can't figure out how one kid is causing this much chaos. As one overeager punk lunges at Rayon from behind, he sidesteps the attack effortlessly, but the leader uses the distraction to unleash his own finishing blow. The attack is so powerful it shatters the ground where Rayon stood. But to the boss's shock, our boy pulled a total disappearing act. As he frantically looks around, Rayon appears behind him, asking if he's just going to look for openings or actually fight. With a single swing of his sword, the boss's head goes flying. The remaining bandits are scared stiff, unable to process how a young kid wields such monstrous power, like some kind of level-up Manhwa hero. Rayon suggests they surrender since their leader is toast. But a sneak attack from behind clues him in. The white-haired guy he just iced wasn't the real boss. The true leader, Vakan, finally shows himself, wondering why his crew is struggling to handle one little punk, and wonders how they'll ever make it into the North-South Alliance with such pathetic skills. Vakan jokes about Rayon's fancy clothes, figuring he's a rich kid, then lunges forward to attack. The guy's thrilled he'll get a hefty ransom for the hostages. He's got some serious power, too. As his attack slams Rayon to the ground, it's clear the true lord of the Snow Tiger bandits is a real swordsman. Meanwhile, during the commotion, another bandit yells that he's found the girl and the hostages. Outside, a trembling Runan tries to defend herself. She's clearly in no state to fight, and Rayon worries he has to help. This distraction annoys Vakan, who insists he's not going anywhere, but will stay right there and play with him. Clearly, Rayon can't help Runan without handling this guy first. Meanwhile, the bandit outside keeps taunting Runan, totally clueless about Aura. He mocks her, saying it's obvious she's never taken someone down before, so he pressures her to hand over the hostages and stop playing games. This dude is dead serious with his threat, and he rushes toward her, ready to get rough. Runan knows she must fight this foe to protect the kids. Luckily, he's no final boss, so she tells herself she can take him down, remembering Rayon's encouraging words. A vision of her elder brother flashes before her mid-battle, freezing her in place. The memory of her brother invades her mind. She knows she must shake it off, but she can't forget how terrified she was. The memory makes her doubt she can be like Rayon and protect what's important, especially since she can't even swing her sword right now. Fear grips her as she wonders how she can do anything when she's never protected anyone. A loud shout of her name snaps her out of it, and she glances over to see Rayon battling Vakan. He looks over at her and insists that she can protect them. His words bring fresh tears, but his tone shatters the darkness in her mind. It all happens in a flash as she turns back to her attacker, who now seems to be moving at 0.5 times speed. Gratitude for Rayon's courage fills her. This feels like a real-life level-up Manhwa moment, and she uses that courage to shatter the haunting vision of her brother. Just then, the bandit lunges, and she cuts him down with one swing. She is eternally grateful to Rayon for believing in her. Meanwhile, Vakan is shocked his man was easily beaten by a pipsqueak like that, and he complains that none of his fighters are any good. Calling Runan a pipsqueak really ticks Rayon off, who snaps back that Runan overcame her past on her own, making her heart stronger and purer than anyone's. He uses the opening to activate his Million Flames art, dashing past the man and cutting him down with the Flower Rain move. After they take out the enemies, Rayon decides to check for more traps before the instructors arrive, but he stumbles upon a rare elixir called the Two-Tone Flower, which is what the bandits apparently wiped out an entire village for. Suddenly, someone appears behind them and asks if the fight's over. This mysterious new guy knows about the Two-Tone Flower and Vakan, and cheerfully asks Rayon if he took them all out. This guy is the Eternity Bandit Lord, Lektar, from the North-South Alliance. Obviously, Rayon doesn't trust him and asks what his deal is. Lektar just laughs at his audacity, guessing it comes from being so powerful. Still suspicious, Rayon asks if he's from the North-South Alliance, and Lektar confirms it. In his past life, Rayon heard of this guy Lektar, a genius swordsman who built a huge fortress in the North-South Alliance in just 10 years. Unlike these Snow Tiger chumps, this guy is a true warrior. Meanwhile, Lektar quickly sizes them up, realizing they're from a major house and direct descendants of one of the 6 lords. He even pegs them for the Sea Art House. Trainees for sure, since they're missing the flame sword emblem. Wondering what his next move is, the guy weighs whether to just end them both. Before he decides, Lektar unleashes a storm of aura. Rayon thinks he's a show-off, flexing his killing intent, but he's forgetting our boy's an ex-assassin. It'll take way more than that to rattle him in this level-up manhwa. Lektar is actually amused that Rayon can handle his killing aura. Meanwhile, Rayon calculates he could take him out with a sneak attack, but his odds in a straight-up fight are basically 0 right now. Still, our boy has 0 intention of backing down, so he draws his blade and tells the guy to draw his. Lektar finds this hilarious, reminding Rayon he'll die if they fight. But Rayon just agrees, that's how it works, the weak die. His answer cracks Lektar up, who wonders what kind of kid talks like that. Suddenly, Rayon's sheer grit makes the guy reconsider fighting. He thinks it'd be a waste to kill him now. Rayon retorts that a warrior doesn't pick his deathbed. which just makes Lecter laugh more. Asking if he's reading quote books and doubting he's even a kid, Lecter adds that his funny speech isn't the only reason he's backing off. A fierce wind has been watching them. This fierce wind talk makes zero sense to Rayon. But the guy suddenly leaps away, asking for Rayon's name. Rayon gives him his name without hesitation, and Lecter says he'll be waiting for that name to echo from Mount Turkin to the Ravile River, then just vanishes. Our boy quickly decides they need to grab the kids and get out of there, and Runan agrees. But before they go, Runan suddenly asks if she did a good job. The question catches Rayon off guard, and he happily tells her she was the best. And for the first time in a long time, Runan actually smiles. They soon get back to camp with the Snow Tiger bandit leader's head, which totally ticks off Warren and Martia for missing the action again. But Liamir tries to calm them down, saying it was a team effort, and starts telling a story about his own first mission, which triggers the ever-cocky Wrath, who just has to brag about freezing an entire palace solid on his first mission, completely one-upping Liamir's story. The Sornhouse later agrees to take in the rescued kids, who are now orphans. This seems to have been influenced by Runan's unexpected soft spot for the children. After returning home, Runan and Rayon are summoned by Lord Glenn. He awards them both a bronze medallion for their success on the mission. The Lord actually praises them, which shocks Rayon, and he even lets Rayon keep the two-tone flower from the battle. After that, things seemed perfect. The only weird thing is Dorian strolling out of the annex when Rayon gets home. When asked what he's doing, Dorian says Lady Sylvia wanted a full report of the mission once they got back. This is bad news for Rayon, who really doesn't want his mom knowing he just went on a killing spree, and he quickly realizes that Dorian, being as clueless as ever, spilled every single little detail to her. As he steps inside, he's met by Helen and his worried-looking mother. He immediately starts stammering out a defense. Positive, he's about to get an earful for taking on bandits alone. But before he can explain, Sylvia just asks for a hug and tells him he did so well. Her reaction stuns him, and Sylvia can see from his face that he was expecting to be in big trouble. She reminds him how the Seart founder raised his sword to defend the weak, a tradition their house has always upheld. Turns out, Sylvia's own goal was once to become a swordsman with the exact same mindset as the original Seart. She explains she'd never get on his case for risking his life to save hostages. Much to Rayon's astonishment, the two ladies gush about how proud the story made them, and Helen even declares she'll be bragging about it back at the main house. Their reaction still makes zero sense to Rayon, so he just chalks it up to the messiness of human emotions. Regardless, he's gonna tear Dorian a new one for that big mouth. Meanwhile, over at Runan's place, she plays with the doll Rayon gave her on the battlefield, and the memory of it brings a smile to her face. All she can think about is how she's going to thank Rayon for what he did the next time they meet. At the training center, Liam thinks back on the day's events, and it turns out he was hiding behind a boulder during Rayon's showdown with Lecter. Listening to the whole thing, the memory puts a slight smile on his face, especially since it's been a long time since he felt this way about the Master. To him, it looks like the seed of a new king has started to sprout. Sometime later, at the main estate of House Robert, Lord Daryus is busy writing in a book. While he's at it, he notices blood seeping from an old wound on his hand and wonders why the cut from his clash with Ron years ago still hasn't healed. At this point, it's been 17 years since he took Ron out. Even though he's downed high-quality elixirs, summoned top-tier physicians, and famous priests, no one has been able to get rid of the sword mark. For some reason, the wound never heals, nor does it get any worse. It's like the wound is frozen in time, just to make him remember the events of that day. It feels like Ron's dead spirit demands to be remembered, but Daryus refuses to get stuck in the past. In other news, it's only a matter of time before Darius's lifelong desire is fulfilled. Meanwhile, the system informs Rayon that a strand of the Bitter Frost curse is gone, and his Million Flames technique has hit 3 stars. Along with his chill of bitter frost quality, the sense of the snowflower he got from a bet with Wrath also rose to 3 stars, as did his fire resistance, and he's now a sword expert, even if it's just the beginner level. Other boosts include his aura usage speed, all skill stats, and his sword arts proficiency, plus his walk technique. It makes him ecstatic that he's finally an expert swordsman, like in a level-up manhwa. Even if he's just a beginner, Wrath, as usual, crashes the party by claiming even sword masters are just bugs to him, a level far beyond the measly sword expert rank Rayon just hit. Rayon shoots back that it's extremely rare for a 15-year-old to reach the expert level, even across the whole continent, but Wrath keeps badmouthing him, saying weakness is weakness, no matter your age. Shockingly, Rayon completely agrees and is glad Wrath at least admits he's getting stronger. But that just makes Wrath even angrier, who yells he'll never acknowledge a mere human. Noticing the slight shake in Wrath's voice, Rayon senses something is off and tries to peek into the spirit's thoughts. And that kind of nerve still infuriates Wrath. He's offended a mere human would dare try to see through his royalty. When Wrath threatens to eat him as usual, Rayon jokes back, telling him to get his strength back to his demon world days, so he doesn't end up devouring Wrath instead. Talking about his past triggers another back-in-my-day story, as Wrath starts rambling about lesser demons picking fights at his castle. Seeing where this is going, Rayon quickly bails and goes to stretch. A bit later, in the training hall, Lemaire suddenly cuts training short for the day because he has to leave, while they protest that they should get 20 extra minutes since Lemaire was 20 minutes late. Despite the complaint, Lemaire just dismisses them and promises to make it up to them tomorrow. This just makes Warren see him as a totally irresponsible elf. After they finish up, Rayon tells those on chore duty to start cleaning the training room. A moment later, Dorian, who has chore duty, gets ready to start. He's suddenly startled by Marta's appearance, making her ask if he screamed because he was paired with her, even though he denies it, claiming it's an honor to clean with her. She's totally not buying it. After scaring some kids out of the training hall to start her cleaning duties, it's obvious Rayon is the only one she's not a total menace to. Lemaire pops up again, noticing the same thing. And he's back because he forgot to mention something super important. Once they're all gathered, the students find out they've got their second mission, and the whole room goes dead silent. It's been half a year since their first one, and for Rayon, that's way too long to go without another mission. Apparently, orcs have shown up near a place called Cebu Village, southeast of Ziggart territory. Their mission: head to Cebu Village, handle the orcs, and keep the villagers safe. Some trainees are stoked for an orc raid, glad they can finally test their steel. Just like in a real level-up Manhwa, when Lemaire clocks their giddy excitement, he tells them to hold their horses, since their instructors aren't coming along. They're going to Cebu Village alone and have to work together. The obvious question is, what to do when things get out of their league, and they're told a key skill is knowing how to improvise, or when to bail on a tough mission and get back alive. He explains, this is why the leader's calls are so critical, because they're the one who has to read the situation and decide whether to charge in, go stealthy, or retreat to fight another day. Dorian asks to double-check if ditching a fight is against the rules, and learns it's allowed, depending on the situation, like running into one of the 5 demon lords would be a pretty dire condition. And all Dorian hears is that he won't get punished for bailing on missions. It's a total shock when they're told they're leaving at dawn in 2 days. To the students, the whole thing feels way too rushed, especially since the day's pretty much done, giving them basically 1 day to prepare. Apparently, it is what it is, because monster raids are a higher priority, and they're warned they could endanger the village if they don't prep well. This totally pisses off Warren, who thinks they could have been better prepared if Lemaire told them sooner. Rayon quickly shuts down the chatter, reminding them their instructor always said to be ready, since a mission could drop at any time, so he tells them to start prepping immediately because they're just wasting time arguing about it. His words hit home for several trainees, who agree it's better to get moving than complain, and his leadership skills impress Lemaire. The kids also learn that orcs are fiercer and stronger than expected, and can't be compared to past opponents due to their sheer size. Since they also move in hordes, the trainees will be fighting multiple opponents at once. Lemaire advises that a head-on fight isn't the best idea, but focusing on dodging will be a smarter move, since they've all learned the walk technique. 2 days later, at the training center on the morning of the mission, Rayon notices Ziggart provided small bags enchanted with lightweight magic, which he figures is their way of saying they don't care if they're too prepared. He's glad they're being left to figure things out, 'cause that's his style. As usual, Wrath shows up to taunt him about his arrogance, saying he expects everyone to cater to him, and Rayon fires right back, reminding him how he jacked his stats before. While they're trading jabs, there's a knock at the door. Rayon, who wasn't expecting anyone, is shocked to see his mother at the door. She shoots him a death glare and demands to know why he didn't tell her he was leaving on a mission. He's still baffled how she found out and immediately suspects Dorian snitched on him again. Turns out, Lemaire was the snitch this time, not Dorian, which makes him a little salty at his instructor. He quickly apologizes, but his mother just pouts back at him. Finally, she drops the tough act and squeezes his hands, explaining that leading his fellow trainees isn't just some shiny title, but a real job that requires him to steer them in a better direction. She says he can't just solo these missions, and must position his squad perfectly to reduce damage and win together, because his calls weigh on their lives. At this point, Rayon is totally lost. He was sure she came to chew him out, but now she's giving him advice. She goes on, saying monster raids look easy, but they're tough jobs that require a complete wipeout without harming any villagers. She advises him to see himself as a Ziggart warrior on a mission, not a trainee, and to follow the founder's example, which is to be a warrior who protects others. When she's done, he admits he expected her to be furious, and she agrees that she is, but it's clear she's more worried than angry. To his shock, she hugs him, saying, now's not the time to scold him, but to expect an earful when he gets back. She says she's happy to see how much more alive he's become since training, even though she worries about him constantly. All this emotion is still a bit weird for Rayon, but he eventually leans in and returns the hug. Before the trainees depart, they're warned that anything can happen outside the estate, so they have to stay alert and be wary of everything. They're also told not to hesitate, and to just retreat if they get overwhelmed. They also hear the trip usually takes a month, but they're taking a shortcut that should get them there in 2 weeks. Lemaire wishes them luck, and Rayon gets the trainees into their pre-assigned formations. Lemaire is also certain the kids can pull this off, not just because of Rayon's insane aura and natural battle sense, but because of his intuition and adaptability, which will make this mission feel like a true level-up manhwa. While Rayon directs the kids and tells Dorian to check supplies and team health, Lemaire finds it hilarious that Rayon is only a 15-year-old boy, because he never fails to shatter the expectations set for him. Contradicting what Lemaire told them, an instructor reminds him they're actually supposed to be tailing the kids so they don't get too far ahead. It seems he just said that to make them think they wouldn't have any backup. Meanwhile, Lemaire tells the instructors to chill out for a bit. Since one kid has exceptional senses, he even decides to take a nap, and the instructors start murmuring, worried if it's really okay to let the kids run a mission like this without a close watch. When he senses their tension, Lemaire tells the other instructors they should be worried about the orcs, not the kids. Sometime later, in a seriously creepy cave, the leader of a dangerous-looking crew gets confirmation on a village's location from a subordinate. After confirming it's the right village, he orders them to move on Cebu village immediately and gives permission to remove anyone in their path. In a few days, the kids make it to the forest bordering Cebu village. Upon arrival, the trainees bump right into Glenn Ziggart, the top trainee of the 6th training ground and a main family member. They're shocked to see him and wonder what the 6th training ground is doing there. But Glenn asks them the same thing. Word is, Glenn was injured and stuck in the infirmary before joining the 6th training ground, but he looks fully recovered now. It also looks like he's now a total pro with a sword. Finally, the 6th training ground's leader tells them they're headed to Cebu village to demolish the orcs, and he asks what they're doing in the forest. Brown tells him they're on the same mission to Cebu, and Glenn wonders if they all got the same orders, especially since his unit received no message about another team before leaving. As it happens, the night before departure, in a tavern on the outskirts, a few trainers from the training grounds had gathered for a little chat. One guy praises Lemaire for his students' accomplishments on the last mission, beating bandits at such a young age. Lemaire brags that his students are amazing and should just tackle the orc mission from Lord Manor. Positive, they'd ace it in no time, and earn him praise from the head of the house. Suddenly, Mun, the 6th training ground's chief instructor, retorts that they should handle that mission, since monster subjugation is more about teamwork than individual strength, which the 5th training ground relies on heavily. Mun claims the skills of all his students have improved after completing a program called Hell Week, with no one falling behind, so he'll be sending the 6th training ground for the mission. In response, Lemaire taunts that he must be feeling restless since his kids get all the attention, and suggests sending both grounds. That makes zero sense to Mun, but Lemaire explains that the village can't deal with the orcs, so it's best to send both teams to kill the monsters as fast as possible. So if they send in both training grounds, they can compete to see who finishes fastest. This suggestion pleases Mun, who then gets permission from Lord Manor who sent the mission. Both trainers look forward to the mission's result with great anticipation. Meanwhile, at the forest, Warren cockily informs Glenn there must have been a mix-up with the missions and tells them to head back, because the 5th training ground doesn't need their help. That offends Glenn, who feels Warren's words show the 5th training ground's blatant arrogance. Glenn insists cooperation is key in missions like this, and the 6th training ground is better suited for it, especially since the mission will be too tough for them, having no experience working together. In response, Warren acknowledges the strength of the 6th training ground, but claims they're not worthy to look down on the 5th ground skills. Rayon, watching this whole level-up manhwa play out, realizes the instructors knew their missions would coincide, but it doesn't make sense that they'd send them out without telling them about the mix-up. It's also clear, Lemaire is the kind of instructor who puts great importance on practical experience when training swordsmen, and this mission is a perfect task to give them real-life experience. However, monster subjugations require good teamwork and strategy, which they still lack. So, it makes sense. Lemaire intentionally made the 5th and 6th training grounds compete on the same mission to make them realize their shortcomings, especially because they've been getting so popular within the house. Rayon soon realizes what a cunning elf their instructor is. It's also clear to him that it's best for their team to experience the advantage of cooperation. Another thing lingering in his mind is his mother's words, to become a swordsman who protects others. Upon realizing this, he calms the 2 boys down and explains that there is no point in wasting precious time, especially when they know neither of them will concede the mission. He suggests the only middle ground they have is to battle each other for it. But Warren protests that's a waste of energy they'll need for the mission, especially when they don't know what will happen when it begins. However, since the 6th training ground has no intention of backing off, and neither do they, Rayon speculates there must be a large number of orcs to go around, meaning they can work together on the mission. The duel's winner will lead the subjugation, while the losers assist the winners. He explains they'll break the orcs' chain of command by killing their chief and then proceed with subjugating them. If the leading ground fails to deal with the orcs, the assisting team will get a chance to complete the mission. Keen feels his explanation makes sense and agrees, so they proceed to fight each other at full force to decide who leads. Shortly after, they change into their fighting gear. The winning condition is simple. One team wins by incapacitating all opposing members or by capturing their flag, which makes it way simpler than sparring. When Rayon tries to discuss strategy with his team, Marta, who's leading the vanguard, doesn't listen because she's certain their opponents are small fry. She bursts out and tells them to sit back and watch her defeat them all. Moments later, she launches toward 3 of the opponents, protecting the front, and insists she doesn't need mind games against weaklings. As usual, she charges with intense strength, while Rayon tries to detect the environment using the heightened senses of his snowflower skill. While he's scanning the entire battlefield, Runan wonders if their team can really win without a strategy, and Rayon explains they wouldn't even listen if he tried because they're overconfident in their abilities. When asked if they can win, he responds that Marta, Warren, and the other kids who stormed off in the first attack will certainly lose because it'll be a one-sided battle. True to his words, Marta struggles terribly to break through the opponent's defense, which seems too strong, even though it's just a pyramid formation. As the battle rages, their vanguard leader reminds her she's not the main character of some level-up manhwa, and as such shouldn't look down on their efforts. Much to Marta's surprise, the 5th training ground fighters are beaten and have to retreat to their side of the mountain. When the vanguard returns, Rayon finally takes the chance to show them it is much harder than they expected. He accuses them of self-delusion and assuming the world stopped changing while they trained. It's clear that the 5th training ground kids looked down on them because they were beaten by the Owen Kingdom and were certain they'd win. He points out this is the result of jumping into the fight without any strategy or teamwork, which even made them waste aura and stamina just because they looked down on opponents who also train every single day. They all silently take the scolding, and Rayon announces that there's still a chance they can win the competition. When Marta finally submits to listen, Rayon likes the fire in her eyes, and he proceeds to show them the path to victory. Meanwhile, the trainees in the 6th Training Ground's vanguard are surprised by how the 5th Training Ground isn't as big a deal as they've heard, but the leader among them reminds them not to let their guard down because the opposing team had recently exterminated the Snow Tiger Group, who are affiliated with the Great South-North Union. While they chat, Marta shows up again, and the vanguard leader aims to finish her off for good. Marta, cocky as usual, assures him that he'll get hurt if he keeps running his mouth, and she charges straight for them. The other team's vanguard leader quickly directs his team to focus their aura to the front, but is soon shocked to see Marta attacking the side, which has a weak defense, instead of going toward the front. Meanwhile, Warren attacks another unit, and the other kids recognize he's using the same posture, and decide to use their previous defense strategy, only for Warren to corner them and knock them to the ground. The leaders of both vanguards in the 6th Training Ground are surprised by the sudden change in fighting style, which is the opposite of what was used before. At the spot where Marta is attacking, she starts to gain the upper hand, and she realizes that Rayon was right after all. Just moments before, Rayon had asked if they knew why they lost, Even though they were more powerful overall and had more skilled individuals, they soon realized that they had no strategy, unlike the 6th training ground, who strategized before the match to deal with every single one of them by analyzing their combat potential, leading to their loss against a weaker opponent. Rayon becomes worried they'll lose again and is met with intense scolding by Marta, who tells him to shut his mouth because he shouldn't talk about defeat so easily. The truth is, some of them are already defeated, and the ones who aren't have lost a lot of stamina and aura, putting them on the disadvantaged side. However, Rayon soon discloses his own strategy. Apparently, Ziggart has highly developed vision and senses, and that's how he figured out where Marta and Warren were heading and dispatched the trainees who could counter them. Because Marta's attacks were simple despite her high strength, Kane sent swordsmen to tank her attacks and drain her aura. For Warren's predictable style, Kane threw in guys who could just eat his swings, completely shutting him down. Swapping opponents was their only out, but Marta and Warren were too proud for that, so Rayon decided they had to switch up their game. Marta looked lost, so Rayon explained the crew she's facing has a tight defensive formation, but their aura control is sloppy, creating a weak spot she can smash through if she just tunes in. Warren's by-the-book style is useless against guys who fight purely on instinct. The upside is, those guys are easy to fool. If he'd just ditch his usual playbook and trick them, he'd create an opening. Marta and Warren were stunned, wondering how he saw it all while just sitting there. Rayon admitted Kane's senses are sharp, but declared his own are on a whole other level. Right now, Rayon could sense his whole team was kicking butt. It didn't look like they were going to lose. And while he's alone, Kane appeared behind him, time for the final boss battle. Even though the tables had turned, Kane couldn't find Rayon, so his only move was to head straight for the flag. Kane quickly pieced together that Rayon gave his team new orders, but he declared he was going to end this right here. He knew about Rayon's fire attribute, but when he unleashed his own, Rayon was shocked. He had no idea Kane was a fire user too. Kane then boasted that his aura is top tier among fire attributes, way more than what most regular swordsmen could handle, claiming Rayon couldn't win. Meanwhile, Rayon ignited his own fire aura, firing back that people here run their mouths too much. The two leaders squared up, ready to start their duel. Before they clashed, Rayon promised to show Kane how his flame would devour his. In a flash, our boy zipped toward Kane at an insane speed, shocking him with his velocity and flame intensity. Kane was sure his aura was stronger, but he played it safe and dodged, remembering rumors of those flames, defeating Lonan and even Prince Owen. Still, he was convinced that he was way more powerful, so he charged back in, meeting fire with fire head-on. In a classic level-up Manhwa moment, a golden flame erupted from Rayon's sword, surrounding Kane. He realized he was in deep when the golden flames seared his face. It made no sense. His own flames were being devoured. To Kane, this shouldn't even be possible. But Rayon, having no time for his whining, pressed in for the finishing blow. Kane barely blocked the attack, but the sheer force of the aura caused a massive explosion. Once the smoke cleared, Kane was on the ground with Rayon standing over him, sword ready. The rest of the team returned, shocked to find Kane in their camp. Rayon explained that Kane was here because he planned to ambush him, seeing it as the easiest way to turn the tables. They were amazed Rayon called Kane's arrival, and that the pointers he gave them led them to win their individual battles, fights they definitely would have lost otherwise. Even Marta admitted they won because of him, adding she'd have ditched his plan if it sucked. Once again, they all hailed him as the 5th training ground's top trainee, pledging to follow his orders without question from now on. Rayon was glad to see they'd grown so fast, thinking this is exactly how the 5th training ground should be. Finally, he told everyone they did a good job, reminding them today's lesson was about the danger of blind arrogance and acting without a strategy, a mistake that would get you killed in a real battle. Rayon told his crew to never forget the experience they had today. From a distance, Kane quietly observes Rayon, who's ordering everyone to make camp and dividing them into teams to build and stand watch. Kane realizes Rayon is way more competent than he'd figured. He always thought the 5th training ground was just a bunch of arrogant punks, but it's obvious now, he was the arrogant one. He finally walks up to Rayon, hand extended, thanking him for the schooling, especially for the reminder to never let his guard down and to always have a backup plan, just in case. He'd been so sure they would win, buying into all the rumors he'd heard about the 5th training ground, so he ignored the commands and the duel, admitting his so-called superior strength was just pure arrogance. He's learned a ton. Kane's words make Rayon smile. This guy has way more character than the other main family members he's dealt with. The two shake on it, and Kane vows to support the 5th training ground. A few days later, about 2 weeks out from their training centers, the trainees finally make it to Cebu Village, a tiny place where folks farm for a living. With no special goods or tourist traps, this mission is pretty routine. Basically just pest control, since monsters wander into the village now and then. But lately, Rayon's been getting this creepy feeling, like some eerie gaze is fixed right on their backs. It's not an instructor tailing them. This feels way more sinister, like someone's trying to analyze their every strength. He decides the best play is to see how this unfolds while playing dumb for their secret opponent. Then, out of nowhere, Rayon tells Warren to act as top trainee and give the orders for this mission. The odd request totally confuses Warren. Rayon explains he wants others to take the lead, since only he and Runan fought the bandits last time. Then, playing to his pride, he reminds Warren of his vow to surpass him on day 1 of training, and tells him now is the time to prove it. So, Warren agrees, ready to show off his improvements. Shortly after, they tell the crew Warren's the new leader. Marta is not thrilled, so Rayon tells her he'll explain later. But for now, she just needs to follow Warren's orders. Strangely enough, she says he doesn't have to ask. She promised to follow him as long as he delivers results. Later, when he's alone, Rayon confirms Wrath also senses their secret stalkers. As usual, Wrath mocks him, saying he'd have demanded seppuku if Rayon hadn't noticed. Rayon asks for a head count and location, but Wrath refuses to pinpoint where the person is. But from Wrath's wording, Rayon figures it's just one guy. Wrath is stunned, he caught that, not realizing he'd slipped up and used his. When Wrath realizes he's been played, he absolutely loses it, cursing up a storm. For Rayon, though, this doesn't mean it's just one guy. This lone observer could have plenty of buddies with him, and that creepy feeling just won't quit. He gets the feeling this mission won't be easy, like a brutal level-up Manhwa. Meanwhile, the sex spy reports to his boss he saw kids from Ziggart house. His boss isn't too worried though, since they're just kids related to one of the 6 lords. The scout clarifies they look like trainees, not regular swordsmen, probably on their 2nd mission, since no instructors are in sight. He also brags he went completely undetected, and his boss agrees. No way some mere trainees would ever spot him. He wonders why Ziggart would send trainees after they'd already handled some orcs. His boss figures the villagers must have called for backup when more showed up, especially since they've apparently wasted too much time finding the magic stone they're after. This secret sect searched the whole mountain for a magic stone. Since they haven't found it, the village is the only place left to check. When the scout asks to attack the village right away, his boss tells him to hold on for a moment. The scout sees a perfect chance to slay the new Ziggart sprouts, but his boss says killing them, while easy, might tip off the Ziggart house about the stone, which would mean losing the bigger fish for a momentary gain. The boss orders him to throw some monsters at them so they feel accomplished, then leave. Suddenly, he dons an orc helmet, transforming into an actual orc. He tells his man they'll flatten the entire village after the trainees are gone. Meanwhile, the trainees reach the village and get a place to stay. While eating, Rayon is glad to see Warren handling the responsibility so well, even though he was worried at first. It's really impressive how he didn't act arrogant when mentioning the Ziggart name with the villagers, and how he reassured the village chief and villagers while keeping the mission his priority. However, he realizes the main thing to worry about isn't Warren. They can handle the monsters easily. It's the mysterious gaze from near the village. For some reason, it vanished into the mountain the moment they entered the village. He wonders if it's a secret house trial or someone else's plot entirely. Regardless, he'd have to wait until the next day to get answers. Earlier that day, the group found different footprints in the mountains, hinting at monsters. The village chief explains that monsters usually appear this time of year, but their numbers have tripled this year and it's too much for them. Apparently, they've spotted at least 100 of them, and there are probably more than 200 of them that haven't appeared yet. Because the kids aren't used to the mountain's layout, the chief promises to get the fastest man in the village to guide them tomorrow morning. The next morning, a guy named Kanbar, the Cebu mountain guide, leads the trainees into the mountains. For some reason, he doesn't look too happy about helping the Ziggart extermination squad. Rayon notices his anxiety and assures him they'll get him back without a single scratch. Meanwhile, Warren informs the others that orcs are stronger, but goblins and kobolds use dirty tricks like poison. Because of this, they can't let their guard down, since even a small injury from them could be fatal. Warren has the 6th training ground form a barrier for any that slip past, and Keen promptly obeys. They begin the extermination, rushing in to show the monsters the power of Ziggart. As they charge forward with a shout, Wrath grumbles about what a bunch of idiots they are, yelling and revealing their position after planning a sneak attack. Rayon, on the other hand, figures they're just shouting together to shake off the nerves of their first battle, so it's understandable. Wrath can't figure why Rayon sounds like the MC in a level-up manhwa, especially since this is his first monster mission, too. But he isn't nervous at all. To him, Rayon looks like a veteran of hundreds of battles. Shortly after, the trainees run into several orcs, and the slaughter begins. As Martia is about to charge head-on, Warren reminds them to handle the goblins and kobolds first, then attack the orcs. Somehow, 2 orcs breach the 6th training group's circle, and they head for Rayon and Kanbar, who is scared out of his mind. As he cries that he shouldn't have come, Rayon calmly zips past the first orc and slices its neck instantly. While green blood sprays, he dashes by the second orc and slits its throat, too. The 2 orc corpses thud to the ground beside them, while a frantic Kanbar, who had collapsed, just wonders what in the world just happened. Thankfully, Kanar is totally fine, which is a relief to Rayon. Suddenly, Rayon asks if there are any ancient legends about this mountain. You know, about some amazing treasure or monster. Kanbar confirms a legend from a few hundred years ago, saying the Goblin King from the west fought the Night Order on this very mountain. According to the tale, the Goblin King's ring is still buried here on the mountain. That piece of info startles Rayon and finally explains the eerie gaze he felt yesterday, and is still feeling right now. It's connected to a sect called Eden. They're one of the pillars of the continent's darkness. The 5 demons, a group of lunatics competing for first place in madness. Eden's goal is restoration. They believe the era 1,000 years ago, when monsters ruled the world, was paradise. So, their big plan is reviving the monster god, hoping to turn back the clock. If that was all they had, they would have been exterminated as just a band of lunatics. However, the sect can control monsters like tamers and even use monster abilities in their human bodies. Their powerful might is a threat even to Seart. Their strange power, like something from a level-up manhwa, is a secret even the prestigious houses on the continent don't know. However, Rayon knows about their method because of his time with Daryus Robert. During his days as an assassin, he clashed with Eden while on a mission from Daryus, and every single shadow who joined the battle with him perished, making him the only survivor. The odd thing was that Daryus knew from the start that Eden used magic stones, and it's strange that despite being one of the 6 lords, he doesn't disclose that fact to the other house lords. When Wrath senses a deep wrath suddenly surge inside Rayon, he appears again and asks what he's thinking, calling him a punk. As usual, Rayon realizes his emotions have become unsettled again just from thinking about Daryus. So, he decides to calm down and focus on what's right in front of him, Eden. From Kanvar's story, Eden's objective is most likely the Goblin King's magic stone, the one left behind after the Goblin King died in the forest hundreds of years ago. Thereafter, the magic stone is a prize because it contains a huge amount of mana. If they're truly dealing with Eden, he realizes, they must have sent the monsters to make them think they'd succeeded, so they'd leave and not hinder the search for the magic stone. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Warren spots a huge orc he thinks is the boss, so he moves in to finish him in one strike. Unexpectedly, Marta stubbornly destroys the monster before he can. Realizing the boss is dead, Warren signals the others to clear out the remaining small fries, which gets the team pumped. On the other side, Ron asks Kanar if a gem or some treasure ever appeared on the mountain after the Goblin King's death. So, Kanbar tells him about something that happened when he was a kid, when the village chief mined a red gem from the summit. When Rayon probes further about the gem's location, Kanbar says that people don't know about it, but he's pretty certain it's buried under the floor of the village chief's home. Oddly, the village got warmer after the gem was brought in. That information scares Rayon, as the situation seems far more serious than he thought. If Eden fails to find the magic stone after searching the mountain, Cebu village will be completely destroyed. On the battlefield, the trainees clear out all the orcs and complete their extermination mission. After they're done, the chief thanks them for helping their village, commending their Ziggart-level skills. Meanwhile, Ron watches the whole thing silently. Suddenly, Marta asks him if this is the goal he wanted to achieve, declaring that she still doesn't get why he switched roles with Warren. He tells her he's not certain yet, but will tell her when the time is right. Regardless, she promises to follow his instructions until the mission ends. Shortly after, Runan finds him by himself, and she suspects he's worried about something because he doesn't seem to be in a good mood. He tries to cover it up, suggesting they head to the banquet the village chief is throwing. What he's really thinking is Eden won't act until they leave the village. Then they'll send monsters right after. The next day, outside Cebu village, the trainees leave as Warren basks in the glory of their perfect mission. They wiped out every monster on Cebu Mountain with 0 fatalities and only a few minor injuries. To him, they nailed their first mission perfectly, which is why Rayon hasn't asked for the commander spot back. There wasn't a single flaw in his commands. He's still unsure what Rayon was confirming, but is glad he sees they're equals now. Warren proudly leads the trainees on. But on the way, Rayon senses something off and tells everyone to stop. The trainees start grumbling that it's too early to camp, wondering what's up. Then Rayon announces the real mission starts now. Warren and Keen are totally blindsided. It makes no sense since they killed the orcs and even cleaned up. Rayon explains their mission is to kill the monsters and protect the village. And while they've done the first part, someone was watching them until just a moment ago. They were under observation until an hour ago when the presence vanished. It had a hostile aura, not something that would come from an instructor. He admits he noticed it before they even reached the village. It disappeared back toward the village once they were about a half-day's journey away from it. Warren and Martia are stunned they were watched that early. Rayon specifies it was from the moment they hit the hill near the village. It clicks. He gave Warren the commander role to hide his own presence and better understand the enemy. Like in a level-up manhwa, Kane is blown away by Rayon's sharp thinking. His senses and plans are better than some instructors. He can't believe he missed it. Reality smacks Warren in the face, who then asks to clarify why he was really given the commander position. Weirdly, Rayon agrees he gave him the spot because he trusted him and believed he could lead the trainees even better. This made him the ideal top trainee decoy, so the enemy wouldn't notice Rayon. He even says Warren is worthy of the Ziggart name. This just crushes Warren, who thought he was Rayon's equal, only to find out he was just used as bait to distract the enemy. Rayon states that monsters don't cooperate with other races, yet the orcs and goblins were working together. This implies the enemy is using some method to control the monsters. A classic twist in any good level-up manhwa. Their primary mission is protecting the village. Since enemies are still a threat, they all begin to head back to Cebu village, but this time, they move quietly so no one will spot them. Rayon suggests they just watch their step, having no disguise tools. Hilariously, it turns out Dorian brought several disguise tools. He surprisingly carried about 40 kits just in case. It just goes to show how paranoid the kid can get. While they gear up, Rayon orders Crane to run to the nearby branch for backup. Before they move out, Rayon reminds the trainees to obey his orders unconditionally from this point forward. 5 hours later, near Cebu Mountain at Eden's hideout, a scout reports the trainees have left, so they begin Operation Restoration. The boss puts his helmet on, transforming into a huge orc as several others appear. He orders them to wipe out all the villagers. Not a single one is to be left alive. The orcs charge down the mountain toward the village as Rayon and Warren watch. Warren is shocked there are more orcs, just as Rayon said, and he's fired up to finish them off. Before he can act, Rayon tells him it's not time to act. As someone's watching them, he knows it's human. But the enemy's identity is still a mystery. The sheer number of armed orcs unnerves Warren, who worries about massive casualties in the village if they don't move now. Meanwhile, Rayon explains that if they jump the gun, they'll get annihilated and end up completely defeated. Warren still wants to charge in, but Rayon insists the time isn't right, warning the others to be careful since they're facing Eden. Luckily, the others recognize the 5-demon sect called Eden. Though Rayon still isn't positive they're truly up against them, he knows controlling monsters means either the Eden sect is here or a Lord-rank monster has appeared, and that's exactly why they need to be cautious. Warren admits Eden is strong and Rayon's orders are reasonable, but he can't just let half the villagers perish while they do nothing, challenging Rayon's plan to just hide out. He says he once saw Rayon as more worthy of the Ziggart name, but he just can't accept them sitting on their hands now. To him, using their swords to protect villagers is the path of a true Ziggart swordsman, not some generic level-up manhwa. He then leaps down the mountain toward the village, telling the others not to follow unless they're true swordsmen of Ziggart. As Rayon watches him stubbornly leave, Runan follows. The others feel Warren is right, fearing the 5 demons would be embarrassing. So, they decide to follow and rush to protect the village and its people. Keen also leads the 6th training ground after them to help the 5th and attack Eden's demons, leaving a few trainees with Rayon. Truth is, Rayon expected this, knowing they couldn't stand by. He had already sent an aura message to Runan in advance. He told her to follow them. The good news is, with Warren and Keen there, the trainees should last a while against Eden. The only thing Rayon didn't see coming was Marta staying behind. Since she's usually first to charge in, when he asks, she reminds him she promised to follow his instructions completely. Her words make him smile, as he tells the rest they're going in too. However, they'll be hiding their presence as much as humanly possible. This is because Eden likely has extra troops not on the front lines. Rayon senses a strong bloodlust on the mountain, not aimed at the village. The other trainees can handle the cannon fodder, but a direct clash with this mysterious enemy would end badly. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Warren tells the others not to engage the orcs head-on, but to deflect and counterattack. He also suggests a 2-on-1 approach if a solo fight is too tough. Their goal: stop the orcs before they reach the village. He quickly notices these monsters are way more ferocious and powerful than the orcs from the day before. But if this is all they've got, protecting the village won't be hard. The issue is, knowing Eden, this can't be it, making him wonder if Rayon was right. To counter any surprises, he tells everyone to watch for hidden attacks from above and the bushes. While they're fighting, Eden's green demon troop appears behind them, identifiable by their goblin masks and helmets. At a glance, Warren counts more than 40 of them. To respond, he orders Keen to keep fighting the orcs, pushing to the village with them, while Runan freezes the feet of the orcs and green demons, leaving him to handle the demons. Runan quickly confirms the order and launches a frost aura attack to freeze the monsters. One strike turns an orc into a solid popsicle, so Warren goes for the kill, using his star-connecting sword skill. With a quick dash, he leaps at the orcs and slashes their throats, also unleashing a skill called the Sword of Autumn Wind. Too bad a green demon is perched in a tree right behind him. They immediately shoot a ton of poison needles at the trainees, so Warren yells to block with aura or use footwork to dodge. Then they realize the enemies also spread poison fog on the ground, which makes the trainees start to gag and choke. This poison is way stronger than the monster kind, so Warren screams for them to cover their mouths. Trainees suddenly collapse, unable to wield their swords, and even Warren starts to wobble, poisoned in the split second before they realized it. His body immediately begins to stiffen, and Runan also gets lightheaded, but the number of monsters and demons isn't shrinking at all. At this rate, they're all goners. Suddenly, a huge explosion rocks the middle of the field. After the smoke clears, the destruction turns out to be from Martia. Behind her are the other trainees who stayed with Rayon, and she leads them to take out the trash, referring to Eden, and not let a single one escape. The struggling trainees are thrilled to see Martia and the second team arrive, and they should be, because they would have collapsed from the poison if Martia hadn't just blasted it away. They soon find the courage to keep fighting. Although Rayon is still MIA, it looks like the tide has turned. It's like a classic level-up Manhwa moment. They might actually win. Meanwhile, the green demons are shocked that normal trainees are so strong, so they decide to bail before getting killed. Before they can escape, their boss appears, asking if they're planning on running. This towering new guy stuns everyone. His aura is on another level, and he can speak. Judging from the fighter's helmet he's rocking, it's clear that he's the Eden Green War Demon. Even with a low rank, he's an Eden executive. It's a mystery why he's here. The Green War Demon recalls the report said they had left, and wonders if they returned after spotting the ambush, which is pretty good for ordinary trainees. Judging by their levels, he figures Martia noticed and says they should have just left quietly to avoid, dying. Because they didn't know their place, he decides to kill them all. With one strike, the demon flattens Warren, Martia, and Runan. The sudden turnaround shocks the other trainees, who look for Kane for help but realize he's busy fighting orcs by the wooden barricade. Rayon is also nowhere to be found, and they figure he bailed after seeing the Green War Demon. As Martia struggles to get back up, the Green War Demon calls her the most decent one of the trash, especially since she noticed their presence. Regardless, he calls her a bug with no ability, strength, or willpower, who's about to be squashed. He lifts his sword to kill them all, and Rayon erupts from the woods behind him, covered in golden flames. As he leaps for his neck, the war monster notices the threat and moves in a flash, but Rayon still pins his hand to the ground with the 10,000 Flames Cultivation First Flame Vortex. The attack amuses the demon, who moved to avoid the neck shot. Missing the neck really ticks Rayon off, but he has an assassination plan up his sleeve. The Green War Demon tells Glenn Ziggart the surprise attack cost him an arm, but that's all he could do. The demon observes that the hero in this level-up manhwa has exhausted most of his energy with that one strike. Internally, Rayon admits it's true. He blew too much power trying for a one-shot kill and can now barely move. He then asks the demon if he's the one in charge here. The demon replies his superiors wouldn't bother with such a tiny village, so he's the one in command. Rayon taunts him, saying lunatics like the demon are always unpredictable. This really angers the demon, who snaps back that Rayon's got a big mouth for a pretty boy, daring him to keep that energy. As the demon attacks, our boy knows neither of them is at full strength. Seeing his opening, he launches a vicious counter. The demon stunned, Rayon actually blocked it. Admitting he's tougher than he looks, Rayon scoffs, saying he'd have to hang up his sword if he couldn't even stop a swing like that. The demon just laughs. He attacks relentlessly, sarcastically praising our hero's grit while calling him a total rookie. Despite the fierce fight, Buron, who's a short distance away, can't believe his eyes. He's watching Rayon go toe-to-toe with the green war demon, the same monster who wiped them all out with one hit. Plus, our hero's using the star-connecting sword just like Burr did. Burr realizes he thought he could catch up, but our boy has already blown past the trainee level. Martha shows up, remarking that this is Rayon's true strength. What they saw before was just the intro to this insane level-up manhwa. She adds that a stalemate isn't good enough, since he's still running on fumes from the earlier attack. Martha looks worried, wondering if Rayon can actually win this while running on empty. Just then, Runan appears, suggesting they jump in. Martha's like, "Are you kidding?" pointing out she's barely standing and Runan's even weaker. Still, Runan is completely unfazed. Martha's thrown by how calm she is. Burr, feeling ashamed for hesitating, decides he's jumping in too. Martha asks if he forgot how the demon one-shotted them. She seriously doubts the three of them can change anything. Nevertheless, Burr insists they can't just leave their companion hanging. He reminds her, they're Ziggart swordsmen. For crying out loud. Martha gives in, warning them, it's on their heads. If this goes south, together, they move forward, ready to put it all on the line. Meanwhile, the Green War Demon is genuinely impressed that Rayon, a mere trainee, has held on this long and considers recruiting him for Eden. Curious, the demon asks for his name. Our boy answers, Glenn Ziggart. The demon freezes, realizing from the hair and eyes that he's from Ziggart's direct bloodline, the blood of the destructive king of the north. Yeah, that recruitment offer is immediately off the table. Instead, he declares he'll kill Rayon no matter the cost, all for the sake of restoration. With a roar, the demon powers up and attacks with his massive sword. Our boy jumps back, noticing his opponent is way faster now, probably from a surge of combat energy. Even as he defends with the ring of fire, Rayon still isn't back to 100%. Suddenly, Martha attacks from behind, catching him off guard. She lands a heavy hit on the demon's back. The demon screams at her, calling her a worthless pest. As he turns on Martha, Runan gets in front of our hero, unleashing her frost aura, breath of winter, right at the demon. That's the cue for Burr to attack with his star-connecting sword and chain starlight. But the demon snags him mid-air. He squeezes so hard, blood drips from Burr's mouth. Mocking him, the demon asks if he really thought that little trick would work, remarking, he's got none of the blonde's skill. Burr admits, yeah, beating him with that move is a long shot, but insists he can at least buy them some time. The demon, momentarily puzzled, wonders what the hell he's talking about. Suddenly, Martha attacks with her Titan aura meteor form, yelling for the demon to eat this. Furious, the demon chucks Burr right at Martha. He knocks them both down and yells that their resistance is useless. But our hero confidently declares their struggle was anything but meaningless. He thanks his friends for putting their lives on the line to buy him time, promising their sacrifice won't be in vain. The demon is floored by Rayon's remaining power, wondering who this kid even is. Our boy raises his sword and tells the demon he should feel honored. This is the first time he's ever used this on an enemy. He thought he couldn't pull it off. But this battle proved him wrong. Activating the 10,000 Flames cultivation, winds of blazing dominion. Rayon's body explodes in flames, totally different from the ones he used before. The demon's instincts are screaming danger. He knows he has to end this right now. As he charges our hero, Rayon meets him head-on, landing a strike with perfect precision. Our hero charges the demon and utterly wrecks him. The monster's body lies motionless as our protagonist stands victorious. His crew is floored. Shocked, he actually took down the Green War Demon. Rayon snaps, warning his subordinates that it isn't over yet. Since Eden's other green demons are still around, he orders them to wipe out the rest for their domain, their peace, and the village's safety. The soldiers roar in agreement, vowing to see it through. Buron steps forward, admitting Rayon was right. Without his leadership and the second group, they would have all been annihilated in that fight. And even the villagers they were supposed to protect would have perished. He thanks Rayon for saving them and apologizes for going against his orders. Still, Buran insists he would have gone to the village anyway. In his view, ignoring injustice just because you lack strength is unacceptable for a Ziggart. Rayon turns away, telling Buran he did well, which is why he fought so fiercely. He reflects that if any one of them hadn't been there, the outcome could have been very different. That's why our protagonist expresses his genuine gratitude, making it clear he means every single word. Buran, a bit flustered, admits he doesn't quite get what Rayon is trying to achieve, but he promises to get stronger so next time he can fulfill his duty without Rayon's help. Next up, Rayon praises Martha, acknowledging he managed to recover thanks to her distracting the war demon in the final moments. He thanks her for following orders. Martha, brushing off the praise, claims she'd rather die than fail to follow instructions and heads off to help repair the village. Afterward, our swordsman wonders if the mission is finally over. Exhaustion hits him like a truck as the tension drains from his body, and he can barely stand. Just as he's about to collapse, Runan catches him from behind and asks if he's all right. Rayon is surprised by her presence, asking if she knew he was about to fall. She calmly replies that he looked drained, just like he did during training. Our hero sighs in relief, realizing his teammates watch him just as closely as he watches them. He thanks Runan as he rests his head on her lap. Suddenly, the system notifies him he's performed beyond his limits during a life-or-death battle, and all his stats have increased by 1. He has successfully surprised and defeated an opponent much stronger than himself. And now, the system details his new status and rewards. Rayon figures these must be the rewards for beating the Green War Demon. Increased stats, a new trait, and a title. Curious, he decides to check them out in detail. He gets up, telling Runan to return to the village while he scouts for any remaining threats. Later, our protagonist sits in the woods reviewing his stats. He notes that 3% might not seem significant now, but as he grows stronger, the stat increases will have a much greater impact. Since he expects to face tougher enemies in the future, this effect is essentially permanent. The system explains the backstab trait in detail. Rayon muses that this skill seems suited for an assassin, and had he possessed it earlier, his initial attack might have ended the battle instantly. Suddenly, Wrath appears, demanding to know why the system is rewarding him so much for beating a weakling, and questions the logic of this whole level-up Manhwa system he created. Rayon thanks Wrath, pointing out he's the reason he keeps getting stronger. Enraged, Wrath vows Rayon will never get an easy death, and threatens to torment him for all of eternity. Our hero ignores the threats and tells him to bring it on, grinning as Wrath shouts furiously. Back in the village, students are helping rebuild homes. One calls for more wood and wonders where the gathered debris went, as it was there just a moment ago. Meanwhile, our boy wakes from a nap, surprised he ended up sleeping after only intending to rest for a bit. As he leaves his room, he's amazed the students have finished repairing the wooden barricades. Runan spots him and asks if he's feeling better now. He assures her a short nap helped him recover, and she tells him they need to go because everyone is waiting. Rayon wonders who could be waiting for him, and Runan explains that it is the villagers of Cebu. Soon after, the crew meets the villagers, who warmly greet their saviors. The Ziggart swordsmen. They thank Rayon for saving their town and risking his neck during the battle. They say the village would have been toast without him, promising to never forget his heroic struggle and everything that went down that day. Rayon is floored by his team's praise and the villagers' star-struck gratitude. He thinks to himself that he's never experienced this before. In his past life as an assassin, no one ever showed him kindness or thanks. Only life and death mattered, and everything he did belonged to Daryus Robert. No matter how many enemies he took down or dirty jobs he did, all the credit went to Daryus. But now, for the first time, Rayon's getting acknowledged for his own work. He wonders if he's ever felt this way. This feeling is addictive. He's hungry for more. He wants to be admired and recognized even more. Our hero decides to live as a swordsman, not a shadow, so he can see scenes like this again, like in a *** level up, Manhwa ***. He is determined that, in the future, this feeling will become a regular part of his life. Later that night, the villagers gather and chat amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Rayon walks up to the village chief, asking if he has a moment for a private question. The chief agrees, and Rayon leads him aside. The chief wonders what's on our hero's mind. Rayon asks if he knows which group controlled the orcs and planned the village attack. The chief confirms he does, Mentioning the blue-haired swordsman told him it was Eden, one of the 5 demons. But he can't figure out why they're small. Ordinary village was a target. Our hero then brings up something Sir Kanbar said during the battle, that a red gemstone was found on Cebu Mountain in the past. He asks the chief if this is true. The old man confirms it, explaining he found a gem like that in his youth and brought it back. Rayon states that Eden is after that very gemstone. The chief is shocked, realizing all this chaos might be his fault, and regrets that his actions nearly destroyed the village. Rayon warns him that while they stopped Eden this time, as long as the gemstone is here, the village remains a target. The chief confesses he treated the stone like a guardian angel, believing it made the land fertile and the weather warmer after he buried it, having no idea it was a magical beacon for Eden's attacks. Worried, he asks if they should dig it up and get rid of it. Our boy says he'll take it with him. The chief is surprised, calling him their savior. Rayon explains that to Eden, humans are just sacrifices for power, and they'll keep hunting the gemstone even if it's thrown away. Taking it to Ziggart is the best move. The chief worries Ziggart will become Eden's next target, hesitant to pass the danger to their savior. Rayon assures him that this is Ziggart's duty. The chief, relieved, expresses his gratitude, saying they owe Ziggart yet again. Our hero is puzzled and asks what he means by again. The chief reveals that decades ago, when he was a bit older than Rayon, the current head of the house, Glenn Ziggart, rescued the village. Our protagonist is surprised, wondering if the head of the house really did that. The chief confirms, clearly recalling how Glenn Ziggart saved them from a monster horde and was kind to everyone. Smiling, just like Rayon. Rayon thinks about his grandfather now, which doesn't quite match the chief's story. The old chief apologizes for rambling and invites our hero to follow him to the gemstone's location, reaching the spot where it's buried. The chief admits he never thought it would bring disaster, believing instead that it protected the village. After unearthing it, our swordsman examines the sheet over the gem. The old man explains it's a family heirloom, a cloth used to hide the gem's intense red light. Rayon uncovers the stone, seeing the Goblin King's magic stone for the first time, realizing that if Eden gets it, another monster with the Goblin King's powers could be made. He tells the chief to wrap it back up, but is cut short when a giant man appears behind them. The newcomer marvels that they couldn't find the gemstone despite searching everywhere, and realizes it's thanks to the cloth hiding its energy. Without it, this village would have been toast ages ago. Rayon quickly spots the threat and demands to know who he is, drawing his blade. Deep down, our boy is rattled that he didn't sense the man's presence until now. The giant taunts him, asking him to guess, then whips out a mask. Rayon suspects the mask looks like an ogre's and wonders if this is the blood-raving demon. The giant confirms his suspicion, praising Rayon's sharp eye for a Ziggart trainee. He introduces himself as Eden's blood-raving demon, unable to pin down Rayon's strength, but guessing he's the swordsman who defeated the Green War Demon. Rayon wonders if this is the boss the Green War Demon mentioned. Though he claimed he wouldn't show up, the blood-raving demon puts on the mask, explaining he gave the mission and would have never come himself if the Green War Demon hadn't kicked the bucket. So, long story short, it's Rayon's fault he's here. Our protagonist feels a paralyzing wave of combat energy wash over him, realizing that even if all the trainees and Cebu teamed up, none would stand a chance. Suddenly, Wrath appears, warning Rayon he can't win and offering 2 choices: continue this pointless fight and die, or hand over control of his body. As the giant morphs into a green monster, the threat becomes way too real. Elsewhere, Rayon's buddies are still fixing the village fences. Burn spots Martha approaching and asks what she's doing there. She teases him, claiming she's just checking if he's slacking off, and notes Burn seems like a better carpenter than a swordsman. He tells her to get lost. Martha shoots back that since she's older, he can't boss her around, pointing out only one guy is allowed to give her orders. They then spot Runan with a basket full of fruit. Martha and Burn ask why she's gathering fruit when the villagers already gave them some. Runan explains these are for Rayon, and they're fresher. Martha teases her, saying she already sounds like she's married to him. Runan just ignores the jab and heads off. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts nearby, grabbing everyone's attention. Runan immediately bolts toward the sound, worried about Rayon, and tells the others that's where he and the chief went. She urges them to grab their weapons and call Keen and the 6th training ground. Burn, Martha, and Runan tear off to the chief's house, yelling for Rayon. When they arrive, they find him shielding the village chief, injured and gasping for air. Rayon quickly shoves the unconscious chief at Burn, ordering his friends to get the chief to safety and scram. Martha, baffled, asks what he's talking about. Suddenly, a crushing energy makes it hard for Burn to breathe while Runan feels her lungs caving in, and Martha gets hit with it too. All three of them collapse under the pressure. The Eden blood-raving demon just grins, thrilled to find even more prey. Burn recognizes the armor looks like an ogre's. Suspecting he's one of Eden's top dogs, the demon mocks them for being Ziggart swordsmen who can't even handle this much pressure. Rayon yells at the demon, asking if he has a death wish, and urges his friends to get a grip. He warns that if they stay put, they'll be wiped out. Our boy tells them to focus their aura, fight the pressure, and get up. He tells Burn to take the village chief to safety and evacuate the villagers. Burn gets the message and promises to be back fast. Rayon tells Martha and Runan to stay back, prepare diversions, and not to face the enemy head-on. Just watch the situation. He reminds them of what Instructor Rimmer said. This is their real-life level-up Manhwa moment to surpass their limits. The demon admits he likes their spirit, but doubts that breaking their limits will be nearly enough against him. Meanwhile, Rayon knows the trainees and villagers are counting on him. If he slips up, it's all over. He frantically searches for an opening to take down the demon, but he can't help feeling like he's facing an unclimbable cliff. This would have been a challenge in his past life, let alone now. The demon notes, Rayon is ready for a fight, but asks if he'll attack or just stand there. It makes no difference to him. He warns that if Rayon won't come to him, he'll just go to him. The second the demon moves, Rayon realizes he's even faster. Our protagonist attacks with the 10,000 flames cultivation, igniting 10 flames with the revolving sky technique. The demon charges, admitting he appreciates the output. Despite the fierce flames, the demon pushes through, forcing Rayon on the defensive. Rayon blocks a blow, narrowly deflecting the attack. The demon's punch shatters a boulder. Internally, our boy notes, he barely redirected that fist with his ring of fire. Otherwise, he would have been toast instantly. He wants to retreat, but knows his friends are watching and must observe his techniques for their survival. Even a slim chance is better than none. Our hero strikes again, but the demon just laughs, relishing the challenge. He claims it would have been boring if Rayon's flames vanished in one punch and urges him to keep fighting. The demon throws another punch, which Rayon narrowly dodges. Dust and smoke fill the air. The demon admits Rayon's flames are on another level compared to ordinary aura. And now he gets how the green war demon fell to him, though it makes the loss more regrettable. He then points out that fire is useless against him, and asks if Rayon knows why. Our protagonist answers that he does. It's the helmet made from Ogre King armor. Rayon explains that ogres, the kings of the forest, can survive raging infernos and remain unscathed, able to destroy castles despite being hit by countless flaming arrows. The blood-raving demon has this ogre trait, making fire attacks meaningless. Hearing this, the demon taunts Rayon, saying he should know any aura he unleashes will be futile against him. Our hero simply responds that if fire won't work, he'll just have to use something else, and activates his cold aura. The demon is taken aback by the sudden switch. He'd already found Rayon's mastery of fire remarkable, but now he witnesses an equivalent proficiency in water attribute aura. Stunned, the demon questions how someone so young can wield such advanced attributes and control his aura so precisely, making him wonder about Rayon's true identity. Our hero wonders aloud if the demon realizes he'll soon be defeated by these very hands. Annoyed by Rayon's confidence, the demon challenges him to see how long his spirit will last. From a distance, several swordsmen spot the fierce battle and rush toward the scene. Burr, anxious, calls out to check if his friends are all right, then freezes as he sees Rayon bravely fighting the demon. Burr is surprised to see frost aura rather than flames. Realizing that Rayon can wield two different auras, he can't comprehend when our boy became such a sword expert. Across the continent, warriors are classified into various tiers based on their strength, and this applies to all weapons, including swords. The division depends on a warrior's aura level. Those who have just begun learning aura are called allied beginners. Once they get used to channeling aura through their weapons, they become aura users. As their skills develop, they reach the aura expert realm, where they can project aura into a blade. Now Burn realizes Rayon has reached the level of an expert capable of using sword energy. It should have been impossible, yet here our boy is fighting the blood-raving demon. A classic level-up manhwa scene. Burn is stunned to see Rayon on the brink of the expert realm, barely holding his own. However, he can't help but admit that the gap in their strength is undeniable. Catching Burn's glance, Rayon signals with his eyes, something only understood by those who've trained side by side for so long. Burn immediately understands. Rayon is asking for a coordinated attack when he finds an opening. Runan and Martha, picking up the cue, prepare themselves as well. The three silently agree. The village must be protected, and they believe they can do it together with him. In the midst of combat, our hero calls out, urging his friends to unleash everything they have. The three charge at the demon's head while he's occupied with Rayon. They're determined to win with their own strength. Unfortunately, the demon reveals he's been waiting for this moment, releasing a surge of astral energy that hurls all three away. Burn instantly recognizes the overwhelming power. The demon's now a master, way past the expert realm. He sarcastically thanks Rayon for saving him the trouble of hunting them down one by one, savoring the hope in their eyes twisting into despair. He sneers, asking if Rayon seriously thought he could win, warning he'll die for not knowing his place. But our protagonist just roars back that he's not the only one who's been waiting. Rayon channels his assassin's killing intent and icy frost into his 10,000 flames sword art. He focuses it all into one ultimate point. Bent on breaking through, Rayon finally reaches the demon's chest and drives his sword in. The blood-raving demon drops to his knees, but a moment later gets up, gripping the blade in his chest. Stunned, the demon asks if Rayon timed that for when his defense was weakest. He admits one tiny mistake, and he would have been done for. Then, with one brutal punch, the demon sends Rayon flying and snaps the sword with his bare hand, telling him he's just too weak to close their skill gap. Our young swordsman groans that even though he hit when the demon's aura was at its lowest, he couldn't punch through those reinforced muscles. He realizes the demon blocked the strike by simply hardening his skin and muscle, the true mark of an aura master. Sizing up the mess, Rayon knows the plan's toast. As top trainee, he orders all Zart trainees to fall back. Now, he stresses they have zero chance of winning this. He tells the team to focus on evacuation and save as many townspeople as they can. Suddenly, he yells at Burr, insisting this isn't the way Zart swordsmen are supposed to go out. Our hero orders everyone to retreat and escape the blood-raving demon, no matter what. The team obeys, with Burr leading the evacuation. As they bolt, Runan yells out to Rayon, telling him not to die on them. He just answers with resolve. Meanwhile, the demon starts taunting Rayon, asking if he really thinks his buddies can escape, or if he can hold the demon off alone. Just then, our boy calls out to Wrath, proposing a little bet. Wrath, thrilled for his turn, jokes, this feels less like a bet and more like Rayon's last will and testament. He asks what the wager is, and Rayon offers up the outcome. Either the demon kills him, or he somehow survives. Wrath mocks him, doubting he can win. But our hero admits it's basically impossible. That's why, for even a sliver of a chance, he needs Wrath's help. In exchange for fixing his body and aura, Rayon offers to take on all of Wrath's rage. Wrath figures Rayon's gonna die anyway, and he won't get the body otherwise. So he agrees and floods him with rage. Our protagonist is racked with pain, as Wrath's fury rips through him. Meanwhile, the demon just stares, baffled by Rayon's instant recovery. The sight makes zero sense. It's not like he chugged ogre blood. This is some level-up Manhwa logic. Rayon, however, just reminds him that he already said he doesn't need to know how. With fresh strength, he calls out the demon, vowing to keep him busy until sunrise. Burr instructs everyone to follow protocol, helping anyone who's injured or can't move on their own. He admits they're all hurt and scared, but tells the group to hurry up. They're running out of time and have to get to safety fast. Two trainees whisper, unsure about what's going on or if they'll be okay. Hearing them, Martha reminds everyone that Rayon stayed behind with that monster for them, fighting to save the villagers and his friends, even with a busted arm and a popped rib. And then, Martha completely loses it, yelling at the officer for just standing there, asking if he plans to get them all killed with that attitude. Burr immediately gets the group moving, ordering everyone to pick up the pace and telling them Kryn went to a nearby branch for backup, which should be on its way. Just then, Burr spots a huge monster coming, and someone freaks out, asking if it's an ogre and what it's doing here. Burr is wondering the same thing, unable to guess why the king of the forest would wander down to the village. Martha then points out there's another ogre, too. And in a few moments, it's obvious they're surrounded. Someone realizes the ogres are pinching them in, not believing it's possible. Martha, remembering Eden can control monsters, guesses this is exactly why the blood-raving demon didn't chase Rayon. He sent the ogres out ahead, totally expecting this to happen. One guy loses all hope, convinced it's game over and they'll all die. But Buron refuses to give in, yelling that they have to keep fighting, cause Rayon is holding the demon off. He says if they bail now, they'll never face our boy who's risking it all alone. Martha, for once, actually agrees with Buron. She says they need to get the villagers out fast so they can go back and help Rayon. Buron nods, confirming that surviving and helping everyone escape is the best way to honor their comrade who's fighting for them. Then, the three of them charge the monsters. Suddenly, a weird wind rips through, blasting the ogres, and Buron instantly knows who it is. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the demon's just taunting Rayon, calling him a little pest and telling him to just give up. Our hero, beat up and wiped out, leans on a rock. He winces, looking at his busted left arm, even thinking about just cutting it off to keep fighting. But he stops, wondering why he's taking this much pain to fight a monster, a pain he never felt. Even in his past life, back then, he would have just bolted without a second thought. Just then, an image of Sylvia flashes in Rayon's mind, reminding him she wants him to be a proud warrior, like the legendary Ziggart swordsman of old. She embraces him, and it gives him strength. Our hero realizes her words, and the memories with his friends are what keep him going. He thinks of Runan, who acts cold, but is actually the kindest of all. Buron, who started out messed up but is now laser-focused. And Martha, who's rough, but totally resolute. He admits they've kinda grown on him. He's gotta save them, so they can all become true Ziggart swordsmen. As he gets to his feet, Wrath appears, calling him an idiot for taking so much pain while channeling his power. Wrath asks if Rayon bought his friends enough time to get away. When our boy nods, Wrath flips out, yelling he doesn't get the real cost. Does he really think he can get his body back, beat the demon, and catch up to his friends when he can barely even stand up? Wrath yells that Rayon might survive the possession, but he'll never come back if he just gives up his body. As Rayon takes in more wrath, the pain is too much, and he collapses, screaming. Seeing him at his limit, the demon remarks Rayon is finally done for. He then declares he has a wonderful idea. He'll take out Rayon's friends first and save him for last. Loving the idea of making our hero watch every single head drop. Despite the pain, Rayon refuses to let that happen. Gritting his teeth, he decides he'll hold the demon back, buying everyone time to escape. Just as the blood-raving demon gets ready to leave, our hero stands tall, like a character from a level-up manhwa, declaring he's the heir of Glenn, the destructive king of the north, the swordsman fated to be the strongest on the continent. With fierce resolve, he swears that as long as his heart beats, that demon will not leave this place. The demon, surprised by his spirit, acknowledges Rayon's guts and promises to remember his name. As he gets ready to attack, our hero admits to himself he has zero strength left to dodge. He closes his eyes, and, suddenly, a powerful gust of wind stops the attack cold. Rimmer appears, blocking the monster's strike. Rayon can't help but crack a joke that Rimmer is late. Rimmer apologizes for oversleeping and tells our boy, "You can leave the rest to me now." The demons instantly recognize Rimmer as Zyghart's Sword of Light. Rimmer greets them, saying it's been a while. The blood-raving demon demands to know why he's here. Rimmer replies, he can't let garbage like the demon trample all over their new sprouts. The demon scoffs, saying sending a guy like Rimmer on a trainee mission just proves how soft Ziggart has gotten. Their battle begins. The demon notes that even now, Rimmer struggles to deflect a punch like this, even when his balance is off. He wonders if the rumors are true that Rimmer is crippled and his energy core is shattered. Rimmer waves it off as baseless gossip, telling him to find a better source, and jokes that demons are always behind the times. He points out he retired from the front lines ages ago, so he has no idea why those rumors are still around. The demon calls him a liar, saying Rimmer's sword used to have this huge killing intent, but now it just feels like a soft breeze, a blade way too weak to even cut him down. The two clash fiercely, with Rimmer giving the demon a hard time and calling him a barbarian. Meanwhile, our hero watches from a distance, seeing how Instructor Rimmer flows between attack and defense. As graceful as a leaf on the wind, Rayon sees Rimmer's surprise attacks are flawless, and he's even using astral energy. He's wondering why Rimmer is dragging this fight out. This could have ended already. Our hero suspects Rimmer is showing off his swordsmanship, even in a moment this serious. If that's the case, he thinks Rimmer's totally lost it. During the clash, Rimmer taunts the demon, asking why he can't win even when he's weakened. He warns that at this rate he'll lose his helmet. This pisses off the demon, who tells him to stop messing around and fight for real. Rimmer notes it's getting hard to hold back, and decides to wrap it up. His teaching material is getting unruly. He calls out to Rayon, telling him to watch closely. This is the Ziggart way, the realm our boy must reach. A true level-up Manhwa goal. First, swordfield creation, then the Eye of the Storm. The demon wonders if the storm around Rimmer is his swordfield, noting his overwhelming aura is sealing any escape. Resolved. The demon decides the only way out is a direct clash. He leaps forward, yelling for Rimmer to be crushed, and Rimmer meets him mid-air. They close in, but Rimmer is way faster. Their attacks collide, creating a huge cloud of smoke seen from far away. Once the dust settles, the demon admits Rimmer harnessed the force of their bodies and auras, channeling all the calm wind into his sword, a perfect example of a swordfield. Still, the demon's curious how Rimmer, not being from Ziggart's direct line, managed it. Rimmer clarifies it's not exactly a swordfield. He mimicked one using nature's power due to his elven affinity. The demon admits that even old and sick, a tiger is still a tiger. Turning away, he regrets that he couldn't take out Rayon, saying he should have eliminated him no matter the cost, as this failure will seriously impact their mission. Rimmer warns him that's enough. He won't let a creep like him touch their young king. The demon admits Rayon has kingly qualities, but warns Rimmer not to get cocky. Eden has talent matching Rayon's, at least for now. Conceding defeat to Ziggart's sword of light, the demon finally collapses from Rimmer's decisive strike. Rimmer sheathes his sword and looks at Rayon, asking if he saw that. This is what he must learn as a Ziggart. It's a sword field, different from the boundaries mages make with mana. A sword field is formed by spiritual growth and an aura burst, built from every experience, achievement, and even your future. Since our boy is a direct descendant, Rimmer says he'll create one someday, telling him to get more lessons and experience until then. He wonders aloud if Runan, Martha, and Burr also saw the fight. The three friends rush to Rayon, relieved he's safe. Martha is clearly relieved, while Burr expresses his joy that their buddy is alive. Watching them, Rimmer reflects on how hard it is to pretend you're okay. For those not of Ziggart, blood, using a sword field takes not just experience, but immense talent and vitality, so much that it drains their very lifespan. With his energy center broken, using a sword field causes Rimmer incredible pain, but he has no regrets. What Rimmer saw from our hero when he arrived late convinced him a new king was born. In that moment, he chose to serve Rayon as his new lord. Ever since his own crippling injury, Rimmer felt like he was living without a purpose. Yet, these young swordsmen gave him a new reason to live. That's why he doesn't regret spending his remaining life. Of course, before his time is up, Rimmer hopes to see Rayon Ziggart rise as the next Ziggart king. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, Rayon's grandfather, Lord Glenn, is confirming if our boy really faced the blood-crazed demon from Eden. Rimmer admits he expected Glenn's surprise and even rushed over to see his reaction, saying it was totally worth it. Glenn, still stunned, tells him to get to the point. Rimmer explains that while it's hard to believe, even for him, he saw it all himself and swears it's true. And it wasn't just him, but also every trainee from the 5th and 6th grounds, plus the Cebu villagers, saw Rayon face the blood-raving demon solo. Glenn mused aloud that a demon like that is a match for a swordmaster. If Rimmer's story held up, what was the price? Rimmer replied that most just had minor injuries, but Rayon got seriously messed up, yet somehow survived until Rimmer arrived. Glenn asked if Rimmer really expected him to buy that story. Rimmer admitted it sounded wild, but insisted Glenn would see once he witnessed Rayon's new sword expert skills. He added that Rayon held his ground against a master-level demon, so using the elven sap on him was absolutely worth it. A startled Lord Glenn noted that the sap of the Second World Tree is priceless, but Rimmer pushed that Rayon earned it with that feat. Glenn mused that it sounded an awful lot like favoritism. Rimmer sighed, explaining he just wants to help Rayon and the others grow. Glenn nodded, then told Lowen to summon the division leaders for a meeting when the trainees returned. Lowen promptly acknowledged the command. Out of nowhere, Glenn actually complimented Rimmer's work. Rimmer beamed, stepping closer, thinking it had been maybe 20 years since he'd heard that from him. Glenn cut that short, warning Rimmer not to get ahead of himself. He'd get more compliments if he wasn't always pulling reckless stunts. Glenn then asked when the trainees were expected. Rimmer said their arrival was imminent, outside Ziggart Palace. Rayon noted the Cebu village mission was a success. Though Eden's meddling caused some major damage, they stayed longer to help the village rebuild, and since our hero was badly hurt, he crashed at the chief's house. First thing he did after waking, checked his winnings from the bet with Wrath. Wrath tried to call it off, complaining that since Rimmer offed the demon, not Rayon, the bet was void. Still, the stats from the win were sweet. Wrath fumed, especially over the iron will trait Rayon got. The system, like in some level-up manhwa, said it gives the user what they need most. Much to Wrath's chagrin, he grumbled that without iron will, he could have hijacked Rayon's body already. Wrath muttered that the kid should calm down. After all, he had plenty of time. His powers were returning faster, and he'd already planted the seed of Wrath inside Rayon. Wrath figured that while the kid was growing fast for a human, he would win. Rayon's body and soul would be his. And the second he wins, Rayon will be stuck under a glacier forever. Now, at the palace, the trainees lined up as Commander Elun addressed them, welcoming them home. Dorian mumbled about finally getting some rest. Runan wanted ice cream, while Martha thought she was a goner. Byrne remarked that at least they made it back alive. The commander acknowledged their fatigue, but told them there was one last thing. He led them to the Lord's Manor, where the trainees knelt before Lord Glenn to give their greetings. Whispers went around the hall wondering if the rumors were true, that Glenn Ziggart survived those demons. He still only looked like an advanced sword user. As he bowed, Rayon thought that while being summoned was nerve-wracking, it was a golden opportunity. All the top brass were present. Our hero knew he learned a lot from this mission. If this kept up, his future fights would only get harder. So, he had to get even stronger. With all the leaders and masters here, Glenn Ziggart was clearly taking this seriously, like a major level-up manhwa plot point, since Glenn draws a hard line between public and private matters, and always rewards results. This was the perfect time to prove themselves and get new martial arts. Lord Glenn then singled out Rayon, noting he heard he was the key player, and he demanded a full report. Rayon obliged, starting with the weird feeling he got upon arriving in Cebu, leading to him ambushing the Green War Demon while looking for a magic stone. He explained how after that initial battle, the blood-crazed demon attacked and he offered to be bait to protect the other trainees. Suddenly, Karun cut in, yelling that Rayon was a liar, asking if Glenn could seriously believe such a wild story, since a Green War Demon alone would have flattened those kids, let alone the blood-raving demon. Right on cue, our hero signals Dorian to bring out the proof. Dorian dramatically presents the helmets of both demons right before Lord Glenn. A wave of shock hits the court as they realize the report is real. Rayon then requests permission from Glenn to draw his sword, which is granted. Drawing his blade, flames surge around it, stunning the court with a genuine aura blade and powerful flame. Some whisper, remembering just 10 years ago, Rayon's mana was barely average. Now, it's no wonder he could defeat the Green War Demon. Rayon then turns to the rude royal and pointedly asks if this is proof enough. The royal, angry and jealous, has no choice but to concede that Rayon reached the expert realm and brought proof of his victories. Lord Glenn then addresses the group, praising Rayon and the top trainees from the 5th and 6th training grounds for their excellent performance. Later, Rayon reflects that Glenn's unexpected compliment left not only the group, but the entire manor completely stunned. The best praise Glenn had ever offered before was, "Good job, no matter the difficulty." For the first time in decades, he used the word excellent. Some trainees even wiped away tears, holding their breath at the rare acknowledgement. Afterward, Rayon finished his report, presenting the Goblin King's magic stone, and detailed Eden's true goal. In the end, all other trainees received bronze tablets, while a silver tablet was bestowed upon our warrior before the ceremony concluded. As he leaves the Lord's court, Rayon wonders if he'd set his expectations too high. He had hoped for a special reward for exposing Eden's objective, but it seems that level-up manhwa dream of a new martial art is off the table for now. Suddenly, Wrath appears, complaining that Rayon got nothing despite giving Glenn crucial intel. Wrath grumbles that he'd started to trust Glenn a little after getting the 10,000 Flames cultivation, but clearly shouldn't have. As Rayon heads out, Lowen approaches, asking for a word. Rayon is puzzled by the sudden request, but Lowen asks if he can come to the annex at midnight. Our boy is curious about the reason. Lowen explains that the head of the house has summoned him. He's about to receive his second reward. As Rayon returns home, Helen informs Lady Sylvia that the young master is back. His mother is ecstatic to see him, and both women greet him at the main entrance. Sylvia mentions she heard he fought against Eden and asks if he is all right. Our boy assures her he's fine and has nearly recovered. She embraces her son and apologizes, admitting she shouldn't have told him to behave like a Ziggart. Sylvia explains her words came from worry, especially since he faced Eden's demons all alone. Rayon reassures his mother, saying he is actually grateful for her advice. He confides that when he confronted the blood-raving demon, he initially wanted to run, feeling completely outmatched, even considering using the other trainees as bait. But then her voice echoed in his mind, urging him to live as a true Ziggart swordsman. That encouragement gave him the strength to stand his ground. He's only a proud swordsman now, a classic level-up Manhwa hero, thanks to her words, and for that, he is truly grateful. Our hero is surprised to find both his mother and Helen in tears. The maid wonders when he grew up so splendidly, prompting Rayon to ask why they are crying. Later that night, he asks Judiel if anything unusual happened during his absence. She tells him the Central Martial Palace has ordered her to return, hinting that they plan to dispose of her. Rayon suspects they want to punish her for not reporting his advancement to sword expert, and to vent their frustration over the audience chamber incident. Deciding he can't let Judiel die, since she's a double agent, he went to great lengths to save. He tells her to follow his orders if she wants to survive. Judiel looks surprised as he advises her to send a letter to the Central Martial Palace, stating she has become Rayon's personal maid because his mother was worried. He explains this will keep the palace from getting suspicious and make them believe it's easier to gather intel through her. He further advises that if she senses suspicion, she should report that Rayon has recovered significantly. But only the head of house and Instructor Rimmer are aware. This should prove she's still got value. He tells her to send the letter as soon as possible and play it cool so she doesn't get busted. She's on board. Afterward, Wrath pops up, trashing every single move and questioning why Rayon keeps such a worthless spy. Our hero snaps back that Judiel is far from useless. She's the bait in a trap for Karun. He won't ditch her like he was ditched. With that settled, he's off to his last gig of the day. Later at the royal court, Rayon greets Lord Glenn, saying he's here as requested. Glenn cuts right to the chase, asking what footwork Rayon relied on during his mission. The young swordsman is a bit thrown by the sudden question, then explains he believes mastering footwork can make or break a warrior, so he's stuck with river footwork, the basic stuff for all trainees. Lord Glenn nods, noting that while river footwork is always handy, its simplicity won't cut it against real heavy hitters. Glenn then announces that for uncovering Eden's goal, he'll personally teach Rayon a footwork technique suited for him. A real level-up Manhwa moment. Our hero is floored, wondering if Glenn is serious about a private lesson. Glenn stands, telling Rayon to pay attention, because he's only showing this once. As Glenn moves, flames erupt around his feet and body. Our protagonist is in awe, thinking, so, these are the moves of the continent's top dog, and he realizes this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The footwork Glenn shows off is wild, totally unlike anything Rayon's seen, both slow and fast, hard and soft, so vast and free. It looked like it could take him anywhere. The demo was short, but it was flawless and hypnotic, impossible to figure out, even with the Ring of Fire. Glenn reveals the technique, the Supreme Harmony Steps. The system pings Rayon that the Ring of Fire has recorded the Supreme Harmony Steps in perfect form, and learning the first step, the Heavenly Advance, will now be accelerated. Glenn asks if Rayon got a good look. Our young swordsman apologizes, admitting he only caught the very first step Glenn showed. Understanding, Lord Glenn wraps things up. As he sits, he reminds Rayon this was the prize for figuring out Eden's plan, and whether he masters it is on him. Rayon asks for permission to leave. Afterward, Lowen mentions to Glenn he's surprised he taught Rayon the Supreme Harmony Steps, worried if the young master can actually handle such a tough martial art. Lord Glenn replies that even with just that quick demo, Rayon still managed to track the Heavenly Advance, which is the foundation and basically half the secret of the Supreme Harmony Steps. He adds that Rayon might not get it yet, but one day, he'll understand and master it. In the garden, our boy thinks about how it's been a few days since Glenn showed him the Supreme Harmony Steps. He's been grinding away with the system's help but hasn't nailed it yet. Wrath butts in, reminding him it's not some technique a wimp can learn. Still, our protagonist feels like he's super close to getting it. As he's practicing, his mom suddenly yells at him to take a break. Rayon wonders if her energy core is busted, since she's nearly as quick as Rimmer. Sylvia, obviously ticked off, reminds him he promised no training until he was totally healed. He tells her to chill out and agrees to stop, thinking she's way scarier than the Demon King. In the end, his training gets shut down by Sylvia's non-stop nagging. She warns him that if she catches him again, he's toast. Even when he tries to train on the sly, Helen and the other maids are watching him like hawks, leaving him no chance to practice. Sitting in the garden, he sees they look like they're having fun, but he admits a break is nice once in a while. Suddenly, A maid runs over, announcing a huge problem. Glenn Ziggart is here. Rayon wonders why. Since Raiden is the son of Baldur Ziggart, Glenn's fourth son. He asks why Raiden would show up at the annex, and the maid says they don't know. But Raiden got aggressive with Lady Sylvia and the maids right away. At the annex entrance, Raiden is a total jerk to Lady Sylvia, asking why the garden's a mess with a guest coming, demanding if she really just said she never got the letter about his visit. Sylvia calmly explains that a letter like that never showed up. Raiden, totally offended. He accuses her of calling his butler incompetent or him a liar. She insists that's not what she meant, requesting a moment to tidy up. She quickly gathers her maids to clean the garden themselves. Internally, Raiden fumes, thinking the whole household should be focused on him, especially after he destroyed one of the white blood religion's branches. Yet, no one even acknowledges his achievement. All the attention is on that boy, Rayon. How dare some nobody from a side branch steal his spotlight? Losing it, Raiden yells at Sylvia to hurry up and then spits on her hand. Helen, having seen enough, tells him he's crossed a line, even for a direct descendant. He just mocks her, then slaps her so hard she collapses. Raiden declares that as a mainline member, he is her master and could kill her, his only punishment being confined to his room for 2 days. And still, she dared to challenge him. Suddenly, Judel appears, warning Sylvia to be careful. Deciding she wouldn't let Lady Sylvia be hurt, she steps in. As Raiden raises his foot to kick, Rayon appears, sword in hand. Raiden pauses, recognizing him and thinks it's perfect. He wanted to see our hero anyway. He points at the sword, asking if Rayon plans to use such a scary weapon. He orders him to sheath it, nice and quiet. Raiden introduces himself as Raiden Zart, son of Baldur Ziggart and master of the true martial palace. Ignoring Raiden's fancy title, Rayon, angered, swings for his neck. Out of nowhere, Raiden's servant intercepts with a sword. Raiden curses our boy, but Rayon answers with a powerful punch, sending the servant stumbling back. Raiden demands if he even knows who he's attacking. Our hero retorts, calling him a thug trespassing on his turf. Raiden, shaken, asks what nonsense he's spouting, insisting he's the rightful master. Rayon kicks him hard in the stomach, refuting that claim. Raiden falls to his knees, calling Rayon a bastard and swearing revenge. The young swordsman asserts he is no master, and this annex is not Raiden's home. It's his home, his family's. Just as Rayon is about to end it, Raquel suddenly appears, ordering him to stand down. Our boy realizes Raquel is from the Heavenly Blade Division, a swordsman under the head of the house, and wonders why he's here. Raiden commands the division to eliminate Rayon for daring to attack the direct line. Raquel firmly replies he only follows the head's orders and suggests Raiden leave. Raiden insults him, calling him a mere guard dog, but his butler advises a retreat to avoid escalating things with a Heavenly Blade swordsman. Reluctantly, Raiden agrees to leave, threatening Rayon that he'll pay dearly for this insult with humiliation and pain worse than death. Afterward, Helen apologizes to Sylvia, feeling she didn't do enough. Lady Sylvia reassures her, grateful for her courage and insisting she did nothing wrong. She promises to resolve the matter herself. However, our protagonist steps in, declaring he will handle it and urging them to trust him. Later, Rayon and Raiden are kneeling before Lord Glenn, who tells them to stand. He says he heard about yesterday's incident. Raiden claims he sent a letter to meet Rayon, but received only cold treatment and no welcome. He adds that Rayon attacked him and his butler without reason, and says he could have died. Meanwhile, our protagonist observes Raiden is a better actor than a swordsman. Like a villain from a level-up manhwa, he was completely different from what Judel described. Next, our boy tells Lord Glenn that Raiden's testimony is a total lie. He vividly remembers Raiden's furious red face as he screamed at them. Enraged, Raiden grabs Rayon's collar, cursing him in front of Lord Glenn, who orders him to stop. He reminds him where he is. Lord Glenn, noting the conflicting accounts, decides to call a witness. Raquel appears and greets Lord Glenn, introducing himself as a member of the Heavenly Blade Division. When asked for his account, Raquel reports that he saw no sign the annex received any letter from Raiden. Lady Sylvia was tending the garden with her maids as usual when Raiden arrived unannounced. Our hero is completely surprised, having expected Raquel to take Raiden's side due to loyalty. But instead, the swordsman simply tells the truth. After hearing everything, Lord Glenn reprimands Raiden, questioning the conflicting account and demanding if he dared lie in his presence. Raiden insists the real issue is a collateral attacking the direct line, which threatens the entire house's hierarchy. Lord Glenn agrees it's a huge problem for a collateral to attack a direct descendant, but states both sides are at fault and will be punished accordingly. Raiden protests that a mere punishment isn't enough. Our hero cuts in, accepting any punishment Lord Glenn deems fit, but insists there is one thing he must do first. A curious Lord Glenn asks what it is. Rayon explains that Raiden humiliated his mother and brutalized their maids, yet hasn't paid for these crimes. Lord Glenn repeats that both parties are at fault and have been causing a scene from the start. He asks if they realize where they are. Raiden, feeling Glenn's immense authority, says he can barely breathe. Rayon, however, says that's precisely why he demands justice. He recalls Lord Glenn's words that this is a swordsman's house, so a man's worth should be settled by the sword. He requests permission for a duel. Lord Glenn considers that it might be entertaining, and finally agrees, announcing the duel will be held on the Great Training Ground in 1 week. Raiden stands before his father, Balder, who asks if a duel is really happening. Raiden confirms, explaining Rayon boldly requested it before their grandfather. The terms are simple. If Raiden wins, they will shatter Rayon's energy center. If he loses, he and his butler must apologize to everyone in the annex, and the main family's palace will no longer approach the annex building. Balder remarks that no matter how talented, Rayon is just Sylvia's son by some unknown man. He tells his own son to demonstrate what it means to be from the direct line. Raiden tells his father not to worry, explaining he was unarmed and caught off guard before. Now, Rayon is no match since he's reached the intermediate expert realm. Satisfied, Balder advises him not to get carried away and accidentally kill his opponent, since a death during a formal duel would look bad. Instead, he suggests crippling Rayon by cutting his wrist tendons, destroying all hope. Raiden acknowledges the advice. Meanwhile, in the annex, Lady Sylvia and Helen watch our boy practice his sword skills. Helen, clearly anxious, mentions their young master is set to duel Sir Raiden, and wonders if it's really okay to just let it happen. She adds that Raiden is an intermediate expert, while Rayon is a novice. A crazy mismatch outside of a level-up manhwa. Sylvia admits the duel is dangerous, noting things escalated because he panicked. She also notes Balder's flexible sword style, which Raiden learned, is varied and specializes in exploiting any opening, making him a different beast in battle. Still, Sylvia encourages Helen to have faith. A surprised Helen asks if she truly intends to let this happen. Sylvia confesses she's nervous too, but believes Rayon must have a reason for asking them to trust him. From now on, she decides to believe in her son. As our protagonist practices, Judiel brings lunch, offering sandwiches for convenience and advising him to eat slowly to avoid a stomachache. He thanks her and is surprised to find a book with the food. Realizing it contains intel on the flexible sword style Raiden uses, Rayon marvels at how well it's compiled for easy reading. He wonders how Judiel gathered such intel in one day and even made it into a book, remembering how she protected his mother and now delivers key intel unprompted. He feels an immense surge of gratitude for her. Time passes as both sides prepare in their own ways. Finally, the day of the sword duel arrives, grabbing the entire house's attention. Both combatants stand on the training ground. Raiden declares he's been waiting for this day and can't wait to crush Rayon after everything that's happened. He threatens to break him so badly he'll never wield a sword again. The referee instructs them to step forward when ready, while Raiden eagerly imagines the look on Rayon's face after the duel. But our hero challenges him back, wondering aloud if Raiden will be awake to see it. The drums pound, signaling the duel's start. Raiden boasts that Rayon's bluffing won't work anymore. He charges in, but then, he's shocked to find Rayon has vanished. In reality, Rayon's right behind him, sword resting on Raiden's shoulder. Stunned, Raiden asks when he even got there. Our protagonist declares Raiden will die 8 times today, then drops his sword and lands a punch so hard it sends Raiden flying across the arena. Raiden starts bleeding, totally unable to process what just happened. Admitting he couldn't even see Rayon's movements, Rayon tells him to get up, repeating his promise of 8 defeats. As he punches, he says, "This one's for the lie about the letter." Raiden scrambles to his feet, cursing and trying to strike back, vowing to make Rayon regret not finishing him. Yet again, he's baffled by Rayon's sudden disappearance. Our boy announces he's on Raiden's left, then smacks him with his sword hilt, calling it the price for spitting on his mother's cherished flower. The next punch is for stomping on that flower, and another heavy blow is delivered for hitting Helen. Lying on the ground, Raiden is in total disbelief. He realizes Rayon's just using star, connecting sword and river footwork, like some novice from a low-tier level-up manhwa. Still, while getting pummeled again. He can't understand why he's losing. Watching from the sidelines, Helen observes that Rayon could have ended the match with that first hit, but instead, he's systematically taking Raiden apart, not just for the sake of winning, but as payback for the violence against them. She thinks about how in this house, where lineage is everything, even maids considered worthless are being avenged by someone fighting the main family. Meanwhile, Lady Sylvia is deeply moved watching her son win. She remembers how her own father always chased power, slowly making the house grow colder, and how she always felt like an outcast despite her bloodline. In the end, she ran away, unable to face reality or her family's cruelty when she should have relied on her own strength. Now, Rayon is showing everyone what it means to endure and fight back no matter what. As the duel continues, our hero slams Raiden to the ground. Sylvia realizes her son is demonstrating the importance of facing hardship rather than running away. The referee finally announces Raiden is down and declares Rayon the winner. As the referee declares Rayon's victory, Balder erupts in anger, shouting at his son, demanding to know what this mess was. In the crowd, Rimmer cheers, yelling to everyone that he predicted our protagonists win. All of Rayon's friends, Dorian, Martha, Buren, and Runan celebrate his victory. Meanwhile, Lowen remarks to Lord Glenn that in his long years of service, this is the first time he's seen everyone cheer for a collateral relative, completely ignoring his status. Lord Glenn agrees. He admits it's surprising that Rayon's friends are so supportive, but what truly amazed him was the duel itself. Though still inexperienced, Rayon managed to use the Supreme Harmony steps, a footwork Glenn himself created after overcoming his own darkness and reaching transcendence. A martial art so difficult, most could never master it in a lifetime. And yet, Rayon managed to use it in only 2 weeks. Glenn also notes the incredible popularity our boy has gained so young. In the training ground, the crowd chants Rayon's name. Lord Glenn reflects that because he once craved power, strength has always been the highest value in this house, a reality he can't change now that he's old. Still, he wonders if someone born outside the main line, who knows the pain of unfair treatment, our protagonist might someday change this house for the better. Rising to his feet, Glenn declares that since the duel is over, the agreed-upon conditions must be fulfilled. He tells Lowen to get the true Martial Palace's budget for the year, using any excuse necessary. Lowen just laughs, assuring his lord he understands. Under Glenn's supervision, the duel's terms are carried out. Raiden confesses his wrongdoing in front of everyone, kneeling as he apologizes to Rayon's mother and the maids. The true Martial Palace is warned not to interfere with the annex again. The maids, finally relaxing, she cried with relief. Overjoyed the ordeal was over and they could go home together. Later, Lady Sylvia turns to her son, asking when he got so strong, admitting she was totally surprised. Our hero, embarrassed, tells her not to cling to him so much. Nearby, a ponytailed girl notes that in moments like this, Rayon seems like a normal kid, his vibe completely different from before. Another girl comments that given his skill, maybe Rimmer wasn't exaggerating about Rayon surviving against that blood-raving demon. A man beside them agrees, noting his footwork and swordsmanship were nearly perfect, a true level-up Manhwa moment that surpassed mere talent. The ponytailed girl suggests he'd be a great addition to her division, while the man insists he's snagging Rayon for his Black Tiger division after graduation. The ponytailed woman warns him not to get his hopes up. A gray-haired woman points out that the 5th training ground trainees graduate soon, and once they pass their exam, they'll have to pick a division. While Rayon stands out, he isn't the only standout in the 5th training ground. Martha, Byrne, and Runan are all strong enough to rise to the top wherever they go. The upcoming selection ceremony is going to be very interesting. That night in his bedroom, Judiel asks her young master if he planned all that when he requested the sword duel. He admits that, to a degree, he did, and he was confident he would win. Judiel tells him he's a frightening person, but even more so, he is unbelievably kind. Our boy is surprised to hear it. She thanks him again, recalling how he saved her from Sir Karun, and wishes him a good night before leaving. Looking out the window, Rayon thinks that Judiel's expression earlier seemed completely genuine, and from her reaction and how she tried to protect Sylvia, her feelings have to be real. He decides it's probably safe to tell her that the rage he showed earlier was all just an act. Later at the royal palace, Rimmer greets Lord Glenn, flashing the new gold rings on his fingers. Both Glenn and Lowen give him a curious look. Glenn asks where he got all that jewelry. Rimmer boasts that he won it betting against the true Martial Palace master, all thanks to Rayon. He also managed to score elixirs for everyone in the 5th training ground. Glenn jokingly asks if Rimmer's admitting to shaking down his son. As he sips his tea, Glenn muses that Rimmer's flashy bragging can't be the real reason for his visit, and tells him to get on with it. Rimmer explains that he has a proposal. Glenn is intrigued, noting that he thought all training matters were already left to Rimmer. However, Rimmer clarifies that this isn't about training, but about the graduation exam. Glenn asks for the details, and Rimmer explains the current test is either instructor approval or a trainee spar. But these kids have already faced the Owen Kingdom's knights and survived a deadly mission. They've endured countless trials far beyond what's expected of trainees. That's why he believes the 5th training ground deserves a whole new kind of challenge. Lord Glenn asks what he's proposing. Rimmer suggests a survival exam where trainees must last outside the house with no help or use of the Ziggart name. Even if they aren't full-fledged swordsmen yet, they should aim for a higher level. Glenn considers the idea, remarking that Rimmer himself has changed. Rimmer, surprised, asks what he means. Glenn explains that ever since his energy center was destroyed and he left the front lines, Rimmer had always looked shadowed. But now, after meeting the 5th training ground trainees, he seems passionate again, just like his students. Rimmer, flustered, admits it's a little embarrassing. While Lowen agrees his attitude has improved, Rimmer says he's discovered his talent for teaching, not just swordsmanship, and might even train the next head of the house to succeed Lord Glenn. Glenn asks if he's talking about Rayon, but Rimmer says it could be Bern, Martha, or Runan. Glenn then orders him to submit a report on the new exam within 1 week, warning that if he fails, he'll pretend this conversation never happened. Rimmer confidently replies that he already has it prepared. All the trainees gather in the great training ground, and one wonders aloud why Rimmer's a no-show after calling them all here. This is nothing new. Instructor Rimmer never shows up on time. Someone jokes he probably spent all night at a gambling den or a pub and just got back. Bam! Rimmer boots the door open, announcing he was late because he stopped by an orphanage. Dorian mutters that if Rimmer's gonna lie, he should at least make it believable. Rimmer insists it's the truth. Anyway, he has a big announcement, one he's mulled over and finally decided on after seeing them today. He declares their graduation exam is about to kick off. They can't stay trainees forever. While the typical exam is getting an instructor's nod or a sparring match, this year will be different. Curious, a trainee asks what he means. Rimmer explains they've already experienced plenty. Fighting Owen's knights, a real battle with the South-North Union, and even surviving Eden's attack on their last mission. Because of all this, instead of a standard duel or an instructor's approval, they'll be sent out into the world to see how vast it truly is. The topic for their graduation exam is survival. In 1 month, you'll leave your Ziggart trainee status behind and survive across the continent, armed with just a single sword. For those who are scared, there is an alternative test. Meanwhile, Runan asks Rayon if he's taking the challenge, and our boy nods confidently. She declares she'll do it as well. Dorian, intrigued, decides to join in. 2. Reasoning, the instructor must have a good reason. Martha, with her usual confidence, states survival has been her life since birth. Rimmer is surprised they all decided so easily, like characters in a level-up manhwa, and questions if the trainees even know where they'll be sent. He singles out Rayon as the top trainee, knowing the others might just follow his lead without thinking. Our hero calmly acknowledges the journey will be tough, but trusts Rimmer to never give them a challenge they can't handle. Rimmer praises his attitude but warns he won't go easy on him. Then, Rimmer reveals their destinations. Bern goes to the Levine Desert, Martha to Cyan Canyon, Runan to the Catan Jungle, and Rayon to Haban Castle in the northeast. Immediately, Rayon recalls Haban Castle's nasty reputation. Rimmer explains it's a battlefield where monsters from the Northern Sea and Stalin Mountain attack daily, known as the Hellish Battlefield. There's barely time to sheathe a sword, and everyone will have a hard time. Especially our boy. Rimmer looks at pointedly. With that, he tells them to prepare thoroughly, as they have about 1 month before departure. Later, Rayon is training intensely in the palace garden, watched by his mother and Helen. Helen worries that he's pushing himself too hard, barely sleeping these days. She wishes he'd refuse the test, since Haban Castle is so dangerous. Lady Sylvia agrees it's risky, but she recognizes the opportunity for growth. Since Haban Castle is his exam site, he must be striving to be in top form. She resolves to support him from behind, letting him focus. While training, our hero reflects on the fatigue setting in after ramping up his training for the past week. Still, he can't shake the feeling that it isn't enough. The monsters at Haban Castle have tough hides and massive frames, making them difficult to cut. Even with a blade, Ziggart's swordsmanship balances attack and defense. But he realizes he'll be at a disadvantage. He can use the 10,000 flames cultivation techniques, yet they're so powerful their aura drain is risky for long battles. The Ring of Fire has helped him so far, but he knows he can't rely on it forever. With 3 weeks left until departure, our protagonist concludes he needs more info on Reborn Castle and a new technique to complement his skills. A real level-up Manhwa-style power-up, something offensive to bridge the gap. He decides it's time to invest in himself. Soon after, Rayon stands before Lord Glenn, who asks if he really wants to spend his silver tablets on a new sword technique. Our boy confirms it. Glenn reminds him that it's his choice how to use them, but notes he thought Rayon would use them to restore his mother's status to the direct line. Rayon admits that was the plan once, but after his mission in Cebu village and the recent duel, he realized his accomplishments were only rewarded with a silver tablet, not gold. He remembered Glenn's earlier words that it would be difficult. Our protagonist understands that only golden tablets will restore Sylvia's status. Instead of collecting silver tablets that won't make a difference, he figures it's smarter to get stronger with what he has now and earn gold tablets later. Glenn agrees that's the right play if he's going to Haven Castle. Then he tosses him a book, saying he can pick another if he doubts the recommendation. The title, Fangs of Insanity, catches Rayon's eye. Our hero is stoked, figuring if Glenn himself picked it, the technique has to be legit. He gratefully accepts, and Glenn wishes him luck in mastering it. As Rayon turns to leave, Glenn stops him with one question. Since he knows what kind of place Reborn Castle is, wasn't he scared hearing his exam would be there? Why didn't he back out? Rayon explains that fighting Eden made him realize something huge. Glenn leans in. Our protagonist says surviving that unexpected life or death battle was like a cheat code from a level-up manhwa, giving him a year's worth of growth. He gets it now. To truly become stronger, he must face situations that push him past his limits. Plus, he trusts instructor Rimmer wouldn't give them a test they couldn't beat. Even though it will be a rough journey, he believes he'll be grateful for the whole experience in the end. Glenn offers one final tip. There's more than one way to use a sword technique, so broadening his perspective is key. Rayon thanks him for the wisdom. Suddenly, Rimmer pops up from behind Glenn's chair, declaring this is exactly why he thinks so highly of Rayon. He's thrilled when a student gets his true intentions, something that sets our hero apart from Baran or the sharp-tongued Martha. Glenn ribs Rimmer for being an awful teacher, trash-talking his students behind their backs, and is shocked Rimmer gave Rayon Fangs of Insanity, a technique worth a golden tablet. Rimmer jokes about Glenn's unending love for his grandson. Glenn complains that Rimmer talks way too much, but Rimmer insists he's actually been quieter lately. Still, he admits Fangs of Insanity is a vicious technique and worries if Rayon can actually control it. Now that he's handed over the book, his part is done. It's on our boy whether he masters it or not. Rimmer notes that despite his words, Glenn gave Rayon solid advice, which is just a grandfather's love in action. Glenn retorts that, if Rimmer can talk this much, he must be fully recovered from his recent wounds, and gets up to teach him a lesson. Rimmer nervously begs for patience, claiming he's not fully healed, but Glenn is not buying it, and winds up to hit him. Outside the palace, Rayon is startled by the sound of a loud smack. Later, our protagonist sits on his bed, studying the book, wondering if this swordsmanship is actually worth a silver tablet. Fangs of Insanity, as its name suggests, is a top-tier intuition-based sword technique, focused on relentless offense, always aiming to tear into an opponent's throat like the fangs of a beast. It's not something you can learn from theory. True mastery comes only from battle experience. That's why Rayon sparred non-stop with the other trainees, never resting until the day before the graduation exam. He was determined not to quit until he reached a higher level. By the time no one else was able to spar, our boy had begun to grasp the meaning of Fangs of Insanity just before it was time to go. The night before the exam, after training, Rayon sits in his room as Judiel tends to his wounds, wrapping his bruises. She asks aloud why he has so many more injuries lately, saying he's pushed himself too hard, especially with the graduation exam tomorrow. She notes Lady Sylvia will worry if she finds out how hurt he is. He admits he's been pushing it, explaining that daily sparring was the only way to get a handle on Fangs of Insanity. She asks if that's why he's counting on her care, and he nods. Before leaving, Rayon has something he needs to tell her. Judiel says she's all ears. He confesses that he was lying when he claimed he'd fed her a Rayon. He wonders if she already knew from her reaction, but she explains that while she wasn't certain, she did have her suspicions. She recalls that at first, she really believed it was a Rayon. Her fear and will to live left no room to doubt him. Yet over time, the warmth of the annex changed her. The young master treated her like a person, never demanded anything, and even figured out a way for her to avoid the central martial palace's suspicion. After seeing him shield Lady Sylvia and the fierce look in his eyes, Judelle began to think his tough act was just a front. Still, she wasn't certain until this moment. Curious, Rayon asked why she was telling him all this. Judelle admitted that watching him had also changed her. He always wore a mask, but lately, she had seen his true emotions. That day, Rayon went on a rampage in the annex. She was honestly prepared to throw herself in front of Sylvia and Helen. Then, seeing the intel on Haboon Castle on his bed, the info she gathered for him, she realized how much she wanted to help. Grateful, our hero thanked her. She then confided in him about her younger brother, how they were separated when sold. And though she doesn't know his whereabouts or what happened to him, she followed the palace's orders hoping to see him again. Tears welled up as she apologized. Rayon shocked her by promising to save her brother. He explained that since Karun is after him, their paths were bound to cross again, and when that happens, he'll do anything to find her sibling, as long as he's alive. Judelle asked if she could pose a question. He nodded. She wondered why he confessed about the rage worm. What if she'd ratted him out to Karun? Our protagonist answered honestly, saying he trusted she wouldn't. She called it a ridiculous answer, but he simply asked what her next move was. Judelle pledged to follow him, asking him to tell her whatever he needed. Rayon entrusted the annex to her care in his absence, assuring her he had faith in her. The night passed, and morning brought the graduation exam. Rimmer gathered everyone and announced their task to survive alone for 1 year and return. If they succeeded, they'd reach new heights. As usual, Rimmer called the top trainee for a few words, though Rayon felt the role never really suited him. Nevertheless, our boy stepped up to address the group. There's a saying that warriors who survive their first battle are hard to kill, and although their first real fight was unexpected, they all made it through. When pushed to the brink, they pulled through together, and that's why they'll keep surviving, getting stronger, and returning with honor for the 5th training ground. He ended with a shout, urging everyone to win, survive, and move out. Rimmer, watching from the back, reflected that he always knew Rayon was no ordinary kid. It wasn't just his skill. Our hero's calm mind, big heart, and insane work ethic set him apart. During their final spar, Rayon had even mastered the fangs of insanity, surprising Rimmer yet again. He'd only agreed to the match because Rayon had already exhausted all the other trainees, and in the end, he was the one who got hurt. The absolute nerve, he thought with a grin, silently. He urged Rayon to come back alive so he could witness a new king's rise. Now, it's time to salute the head instructor. The trainees thanked Rimmer for everything, and he told them to go, grow stronger, and come back. Dorian told Rayon he'd be training hard this year, so Rayon better not disappoint him. Martha echoed the thought. She said she's in his debt, so he'd better not die, or she'd hunt him down herself. Our hero wondered if his friends ever spoke normally. Runan quietly handed him a treat. Beet ice cream. He was surprised by the gesture and asked if she was sure she wanted to give it away. She reassured him, explaining she had plenty and wished him a good journey before heading off. As Rayon finished his goodbyes, he spotted Dorian sitting on the ground. He told Dorian it was time to go, but Dorian complained, asking why he had to tag along to Haboon Castle. Our hero explained they had a stop to make first. As he dragged Dorian along, he revealed their destination, the merchant city, Cameloon. He wanted to get some good gear before hitting the battlefield. Right now, in Cameloon's bustling central market, Rayon and his buddy Dorian weave through the crowds, diligently searching for the items he needs. Although there's an abundance of goods all around them, what our boy is looking for remains elusive, leading him to suspect that the real treasures, the kind you find in a level-up manhwa, are only available on the black market. Suddenly, Dorian broke the silence, asking his master what he was after, noting that it clearly wasn't in any of the stores they had passed. He gestured to a storefront and pointed out that they had been walking non-stop, wondering if Rayon was actually going inside. Our protagonist then asks Dorian if he knows about Cameloon's black market, and Dorian just nods. Totally cool. Rayon, getting curious, asks if this is Dorian's first rodeo in the city, and how he even knows about the market. With a slight smirk, Dorian explains that while he may not look it, he was raised in a merchant family and knows the ropes. And just like that, it clicked for Rayon. This explained Dorian's whole deal. He knew there was more to the guy. But a family of merchants? Never guessed that. Since the cat's out of the bag, Our hero doesn't bother being subtle anymore. After a beat, Rayon suggests they hit the black market right now. Dorian warns him they can only get in through a secret passage and asks if he knows the way. Luckily, Rayon remembers his instructor, Rimmer, talking about it. That answer was good enough for Dorian, who had no idea there was a casino hidden down in the black market. He figured the instructor would definitely know the path. So, together, they ducked into the hidden entrance, entering Cameloon's huge underground market. Dorian's jaw dropped at the sheer size and weird cleanliness of the place. It was even tidier than the market above. He wonders aloud if they'll find what Rayon's after. Our hero suggests they check the auction catalog to be sure. They grab a bench, and Rayon starts flipping through the listings. It doesn't take long. There it is. The black butterfly. He wasn't surprised to see it was for auction tonight with a starting bid of 10 gold. Dorian, eyeing the price, asks if Rayon plans to buy it. Noting how crazy expensive it is, the young master admits they could blow all their travel money on it, but that's just too risky. He figures they'll need to hit a pawn shop to beef up their funds and tells Dorian to come on. Dorian, curious about their little side quest, is told they're off to the pawn shop. Rayon plans to sell some stuff to get more cash before the auction. An hour later, Dorian asks if Rayon is done, only to find him browsing instead of heading straight for the auction house. Rayon explains he's just checking for anything useful since they have time to kill. With some extra cash now, he still finds nothing worthwhile. He comments that sometimes you find treasures hidden among junk, like in some ***, level up Manhwa, ***, just waiting for the right person, deciding there's not much else. He suggests they go to the auction house. As they leave, something catches Rayon's eye, a ring that looks disturbingly familiar. He wonders if it's the ring of Ziggart's first patriarch, recalling the image from a vision he had, learning the 10,000 flames. He never expected to find it here. Approaching the shopkeeper, he asks for the price. The owner, acting impressed by Rayon's eye, claims the ring boosts strength and clears the mind. He asks for 5 gold coins. Dorian, shocked, accuses the shopkeeper of trying to pull a fast one on them. He points out the guy obviously paid silver for it. Annoyed, Dorian argues if the mind clearing was worth 5 gold, it would be in a proper magic shop, not some shabby little stall. He then questions the strength boost, suggesting it's nowhere near as good as an ogre's gauntlet or ring. Besides, the ring's design is plain, it's covered in cracks, and he doubts it's even made of real gold. In fact, Dorian declares nobody would pick it out of the trash. He lays down a new offer, 1 gold coin. The flustered shopkeeper, probably sensing he's been caught, reluctantly agrees. Rayon has to praise Dorian's negotiation skills. Suddenly, Wrath appears, noting there's a secret to the ring. Wrath also remarks on Dorian's complete change in personality during the haggle. Our hero can't help but think Dorian is a master negotiator, if a bad judge of value. Still, it was a productive trip. Just then, a masked young woman with her assistant walks up and asks if Rayon already paid for the ring. He confirms that he has. She then offers 10 times whatever he paid, insisting he sell it to her, claiming she's an adventurer desperate for money. The offer should be tempting. Dorian is startled, and even the shopkeeper gets curious, now wondering if the ring is actually that valuable. Dorian says to sell, and while the offer's tempting, Rayon clocks that this lady knows the ring's real value. She implies it's worth 100 gold coins or more. He politely declines. She jacks the price 20, then 30 times, but he doesn't budge. Even at 50 gold, Rayon refuses, saying he's just not a fan of selling his stuff, no matter the price. The woman's butler warns him to think twice, hinting at big trouble if he crosses her. Coley, our protagonist, replies he's not scared of her status and tells them to get lost. The lady, losing her patience, demands the ring while she's still playing nice. Rayon sees her whole attitude flip, wondering if she's just flexing her privileged background. She threatens him, saying he has no clue how nasty the world is and that stubborn people disappear. Totally unfazed, he tells her he's out if that's all she's got, and just walks away. She snaps at her butler Sitar that they're hitting the auction house next. Sure, Rayon's going, and ready to outbid him on anything he wants. Inside, the auctioneer hypes up a necklace that goes for 70 gold coins, then a silver monostone, and the ring of raging flame. So far, nothing's grabbing Rayon's attention, and he's just waiting for the black butterfly. And then, finally, the auctioneer unveils a rare black butterfly that eats monostones, talking up its beauty and the pain of keeping it alive. Bidding starts at a measly 2 gold coins, shoots to 7, then our boy confidently throws down 13. hoping to scare everyone else off. Out of nowhere, the masked woman bids 50 gold coins. The shocked auctioneer calls it a record breaker and gives her the win. She tells Sitar they're bouncing. She noted Rayon was only eyeing the butterfly, confirming that was his target the whole time. A classic *** level up manhwa *** objective. She declares they're done here. Dorian, recognizing her, notes she's not even trying to hide her beef with them now. He asks what the plan is, since it might be ages before another butterfly shows up. Rayon tells him not to sweat it and that they need to grab some night ops gear. Dorian's baffled by the random request. Our hero calmly says he's just gonna steal back the butterfly she bought. This leaves Dorian completely floored. See, every top assassin on the continent has a gimmick: speed, smoothness, or sharpness. But in his past life, Glenn Ziggart was the stealthiest of them all. A master of the unique footwork called the shadowless steps. He figured he wouldn't need that skill in this new life, since he was supposed to learn the supreme harmony steps instead. But life had other plans. 10 minutes ago, Dorian had handed over the night ops outfit Rayon asked for. Our hero praises him for finding such a sweet setup so fast and asks if he's got any dirt on the masked lady. Dorian hesitates, making Rayon wonder what's up. Finally, Dorian spills that he heard from the locals. The woman is actually Princess Jana of the Balar Kingdom. She's not just a magic prodigy from childhood, she can also appraise magic items like a pro, which makes her the king's favorite. Given who she is, he says they should bail for now and wait for another chance. Dorian explains she's probably a major VIP on the black market. Our boy, however, figures the auction house is still doing a final appraisal on the item. And unlike some random guest, the princess's new toy hasn't reached her private room yet. This is the perfect time to swipe it, while the black market still technically owns it. Telling Dorian he'll be right back, Rayon zips off, ignoring his buddy's protests. Ducking behind a door, he confirms his hunch. The princess's auction prize is still outside her room. The auctioneer, sitting nearby, is griping about someone blowing 50 gold on a useless decorative butterfly. His buddy, deep in a card game, tells him to chill out and focus on the game. Rayon's eyes lock onto the black butterfly. The staff members are nearby, but they're totally sidetracked. Rayon knows black butterflies are kept in bird cages, since enclosed spaces are a death sentence. Our hero knows exactly what to do. The butterfly loves magic stones for their pure mana, but the second it senses the 10,000 flames mana, which is even purer, it'll make a break for it. Releasing his high-purity mana, Rayon watches the black butterfly bust out of its cage, flutter over, and land right on his hand. And just like that, yoink! A guard finally notices the butterfly is gone, while another, still deep in a card game, takes a minute to catch on. The staff starts scrambling as our protagonist casually strolls off with the prize. Meanwhile, Dorian's sweating bullets, convinced that if the young master gets caught, it'll spark a diplomatic disaster with Balar. His heart is pounding, and he regrets not stopping Rayon. As he's worrying, he suddenly hears Rayon's voice. Startled, Dorian wonders when his master got back. Cool as a cucumber, our hero says he just arrived. Dorian's eyes go wide, realizing he actually succeeded. Rayon confirms it, showing him the pouch with the butterfly, and tells him to head back to their room. On the way, though, they run smack into the masked woman. She stops them, noting what a surprise it is to see Rayon, guessing he must be so frustrated. She insists he can't possibly compete with her at the auction, but she'll offer him the black butterfly for the ring, telling him to think carefully. She warns this is his last chance. Our young master is getting annoyed, wondering if she's deaf, since he already refused. She just laughs, suggesting he doesn't recognize her kindness. Then her tone sharpens, threatening him if he doesn't comply. Just then, the auctioneer rushes in, informing the princess that the black butterfly has vanished. Someone stole it. Our hero smirks, remarking that it looks like she's the one in a jam now. The princess quickly puts two and two together that the thief is probably Rayon, especially with that mocking smile and sarcastic tone traits she recognizes from herself. Though she can't prove it, she is positive he's the culprit. Calling him a wicked thief, she demands if he knows who she is. Rayon replies he doesn't need to know. She rips off her mask, introducing herself as Princess Jana of Balar, warning him not to show such disrespect again. She orders her butler to handle him, and the man lunges, unimpressed. Our boy faces them head-on, about to teach them a lesson. Like a true level-up manhwa hero, he easily overpowers the butler, dropping him to the ground. The princess is stunned, screaming at her butler for losing to someone she considers a nobody. Just then, Greer appears, recognizing Rayon and introducing him as the real-deal sword prodigy of Ziggart. He tells the princess that Ziggart serves the destructive king of the north. Suddenly, it clicks. The king is known for his blonde hair and red eyes, traits Rayon obviously has. Realization hits her, and fear kicks in. Our protagonist turns to her and asks what she just called him. A wicked thief. He warns that he's had enough, and wonders if this counts as an official insult from Balar. Rayon gives her one last chance to apologize, suggesting she just blame it on being young and naive. The princess, now terrified, stammers that she didn't know who he was. He cautions her that without an apology, he will officially protest her, treating him like a thief and her repeated provocations. She breaks down, crying and begging for his forgiveness. He accepts her apology, assuring her he won't escalate the matter. As Rayon and Greer leave, Greer warns her to act her station and not shame her kingdom. Afterward, Greer asks if he came at a bad time, but Rayon shakes his head. Grateful for the perfectly timed intervention, Greer tells him not to sweat it with Janna, promising to have a gentle word with her, and our boy thanks him. Greer then asks what brings Rayon to Cameloon. Rayon explains he's on a mission, which piques his curiosity about Ziggart being so far from home. The young master says he's here for his graduation exam and to get equipment. Greer is delighted to hear about the exam and asks what kind of gear Rayon needs. He replies that he needs a new sword, since his current one is, which, while decent, he's used for too long. Greer suggests a shop in the Western Craft District, noting the blacksmith's insane skill, offering a personal intro, though he can't go due to his own mission. Grateful for the tip, Rayon thanks him. Before leaving, Greer says he'll look forward to seeing them after the exam, wishing him luck. Dorian breathes a huge sigh of relief, amazed at how reckless Rayon acted, but so grateful for Greer's help. Our protagonist admits he had a plan, but luck definitely played a part. Dorian asks if they're going to the workshop now, but Rayon says they'll go tomorrow since he has personal business to handle tonight. Later, as night falls, he sits quietly in his room, a black butterfly perched on his hand. Our boy whispers that it's time for it to fulfill its purpose. The black butterfly absorbs mana but can't digest it, while the Teuton flower can't gather mana its whole life. However, when the two are brought together, they break each other's curses. The Teuton flower then absorbs the mana collected by the black butterfly, finally becoming a top-grade elixir that balances both fire and water energies. Rayon figures that knowledge of this has to be extremely rare. After all, he only knows thanks to memories from the 10,000 Flames cultivation. Just then, the system notifies our protagonist. A piece of the frost curse is gone. His energy center and mana circuits are tougher. His energy and willpower have jumped significantly, and all his stats have increased. After he downs the elixir, the system shows his improved status. In the morning, Rayon tells Dorian it's time to go to the workshop. Dorian immediately sees a dramatic change in his master's aura and wonders what happened overnight. He's surprised and a little shocked. At first, Dorian admits he was just curious about Rayon, how he could train so hard when everyone, even those from the direct line, looked down on him as the family's shame. But after getting closer, Dorian realized the young master embodied the Ziggart name more than anyone at the 5th training ground. That's why even though they're scattered now, the members of the 5th training ground chose to follow Rayon. Dorian believes with his master's strength, he might even solve his own family's issues. But that's not the only reason he follows our hero. He gets lost in thought for a second before Rayon snaps him out of it, asking what he's spacing out for. Rayon reminds him they have to leave once they get the sword and tells Dorian to keep up. They've got a long road ahead. Dorian resolves to just focus on getting stronger with Rayon, confident everything will work out as long as he's with him. Finally, he tells Rayon he's coming. As they set off, Rayon says he'll be fixing Dorian's star-connecting sword form until they reach Haboon Castle, since it needs a lot of work. Dorian isn't so sure that's a good idea. After a while, they arrive at a small workshop and say they're there on Sir Greer's recommendation. The blacksmith asks if they mean Owen, the third prince. Rayon confirms it, explaining he trusted the shop due to Prince Greer's recommendation. The old blacksmith, skeptical at first, is taken aback when he sees Rayon. Though he appears to be just a boy, he's at a level surpassing Greer's. His presence is massive and sharp, like a blade from a level-up Manhwa. The blacksmith notes, Rayon's aura is different from the prince's and wonders aloud if he's a Ziggart. Dorian internally marvels at how the old man knew. Suddenly, Wrath appears, and comments that this is what a real blacksmith is. Someone who can gauge a person's background and skill just by looking. Rayon tells Wrath he's being too loud. The old man admits he's met countless swordsmen, but has never run into anyone like Rayon. After apologizing for the late intro, Rayon introduces himself and Dorian follows. The blacksmith then reveals his own name, Kubarad. He jokes he's just an old guy who keeps swinging his hammer cause he hasn't kicked the bucket yet. Hearing the name, our boy recalls Kubarad Jatan, the legendary smith of countless masterpieces in Owen and Balor, whose fame stretches across the entire continent. Rayon never figured he'd find him in such a remote workshop. Curious, Kubar asks what brings them here. Rayon explains he needs a solid sword for his trip. The old man wonders if he wants to forge it, but Rayon clarifies he's not even a swordsman yet, and someone else already promised to craft his first sword. Kubarad guesses the smith must be Vulcan. When Rayon confirms, the old man cracks up, knowing Vulcan came out of retirement just for this, and he won't try to poach a swordsman Vulcan's already claimed. Instead, Kubarad says Rayon can pick a temporary blade, and he never does anything halfway, so he's free to choose whatever he likes. Dorian asks if he can also pick one, and the blacksmith, feeling generous, gives him the go-ahead. Both boys thank him and start browsing the workshop. Inside, Rayon is impressed by the weapon's quality. Any one of them would be amazing. Suddenly, a red sword grabs his attention. Meanwhile, Dorian is totally overwhelmed, unsure what to choose. Since they all seem like masterpieces from a level-up manhwa, the old blacksmith agrees, telling him to just pick one. Suddenly, Kubarad feels a strange energy. He turns, sees Rayon holding the red sword, and shouts for him to put it down. That sword is possessed, and its cursed energy could take over anyone who tries to wield it. Dorian isn't so sure it's a big deal, but the old man insists, pointing to its dangerous aura. He's completely shocked, though, to see the blade's energy can't even penetrate Rayon's body. Wrath flips out, calling the sword's energy a pathetic pest for daring to target the King of Essence's vessel, threatening to freeze and shatter it. Rayon tells Wrath to chill, but Wrath protests, insisting Rayon would have been consumed without his protection. Rayon reminds him he isn't Wrath's property and wouldn't be taken over by some blade, even without help. Concerned, Kubarad asks if Rayon is alright. Rayon assures him he's fine but notes this is no ordinary dagger. The old man warns it's a failed creation, a possessed blade, and begins to tell its story. There was a southern village called Siren, where people worshipped a sacred tree named Athel. It was a peaceful place, full of kind, virtuous souls. One day, the white blood cult attacked, cutting down half the villagers and kidnapping the rest, leaving no one behind. Kubarad heard about the tragedy and forged a dagger from Athel's branch to honor the souls of the fallen. But the second the blade was complete, both it and the hilt turned blood red as the villagers' resentment poured into it, corrupting his intent. No one since could handle the blade's cursed energy until now. Holding the dagger, Rayon feels Siren's memories flood into him. Resentment, pain, outrage, and grief. He wonders how the white blood cult could have done this to them. He realizes their story isn't over yet. Rayon vows that while he can't pursue their vengeance himself, if he ever encounters the white blood cult, he'll help the blade find justice. He asks the sword to join him. Kubarad feels the cursed energy fade and wonders if the blade has actually accepted Rayon as its master. Rayon recognizes the sword as a blade forged to appease vengeful souls. He once more invites the weapon on his journey, giving it a name, the Blade of Requiem. Rayon thanks the old blacksmith for the excellent blades, admitting he never expected to get both a regular sword and the Blade of Requiem. The old man tells him not to feel pressured, saying a promising swordsman using his work is the greatest honor for a blacksmith. Rayon says he'll get a warm welcome if he ever visits Ziggart. The old man replies he looks forward to that day and hopes Rayon safely becomes a swordsman. After saying their goodbyes, the boys head out. As they leave, the old blacksmith reflects that he initially just thought Rayon was a talented kid, but the boy managed to tame the cursed blade and even become its master, a feat known as unification with the blade. No, he realizes the kid's potential is far greater than that. Ziggart's name is destined to ring throughout the world once more. During their journey, Dorian notes they've been trudging north for days, Cameloon far behind, and now everything is just pure snow. As the boring scenery becomes familiar, Rayon tells him they've finally arrived. They are before Haben Castle, the site of their graduation exam. The fortress is absolutely immense. Dorian, bothered by a foul stench, pinches his nose. Wrath is ecstatic, declaring that the smell is the air of a battlefield, which energizes the King of Essence. Our hero asks why Wrath is acting so hyped now that they've arrived, pointing out there were no real struggles on the way. Dorian can hardly believe his ears. It got colder and colder as they approached Haben Castle after leaving Cameloon. Yet Rayon demanded constant movement every time he complained. Dorian grumbles that from dawn till dusk, Rayon nitpicked his sword form, except when traveling, and even made him practice alone during night watch. Dorian mutters he didn't get one night of sleep, and questions how Rayon could claim no hardships. Wrath, now annoyed, concedes that for once the dullard is correct. He complains that Rayon should train in moderation as the King of Essence can't get any rest either. Suddenly, the castle gates swing open, and Tyrion, the vice commander, appears. He asks if they're the new mercenaries, noting their late arrival and introducing himself as their superior. Tyrion explains that he will be in charge of them from now on. Rayon expresses his eagerness to work together. Tyrion asks about Dorian's condition, and our hero assures him there's no need to worry. This is his default state. Satisfied, Tyrion tells them to follow him. As they enter, Rayon drags Dorian along, telling him to quit complaining and walk on his own, but Dorian just begs to go home. Our protagonist sees the environment inside is even harsher than he heard. The walls show signs of constant ruin and repair, and the people look totally exhausted. The reek of blood and burning bodies has soaked into the very stones. All of it matches Judiel's intel. Rayon marvels that even though she's likely never been here, she uncovered so much information in so little time. As they near the palace, a girl watches them with curiosity, thinking she's never seen them before and wondering if they're sellswords. This is Yua, a branch employee of Frost. An old man calls to Yua, telling her to help him open the shop. The girl is glad to help her grandpa, catching our hero's eye inside. Tyrion announces his entry to the commander and introduces the new mercenaries, who are actually Ziggart trainees. Commander Myland greets them, confirming their identity and introducing himself as the man in charge of Haben Castle. Rayon wonders if the commander already knew their true identities. He recognizes the man as the famous Miland, the giant of the north, who's defended this castle for over 20 years. Wrath notes the commander's gaze is that of a true general, something the King of Essence hasn't witnessed in ages. Rayon is surprised, Wrath feels it, too, thinking only those with decades of experience have such eyes. Miland informs them that only those in the room know their identities and their status will be kept secret. He understands why Rimmer sent them here for experience. However, this isn't some cushy level-up manhwa. There will be no training or lessons, just endless fighting and bitter cold winds. He warns that if they're looking for comfort, they should leave right now. Dorian, maybe only half joking, asks if he can actually go. Our boy firmly states they came to become stronger and will accept any battlefield or hardship. The commander likes his resolve, saying he'll see how long it lasts. He explains that, from this moment, their rank is ordinary soldier, starting from the very bottom. He then orders his assistant, Charles, to add the two of them to the third scouting party. Charles complies. Mylan tells them to handle all tasks from chores to combat and has Charles show them to their quarters. Rayon says his farewell as Charles leads them away. Tyrion then voices his concerns, admitting he does not like the newcomers. The commander asks for his reason. Tyrion explains that Dorian looked paralyzed with fear, while Rayon seemed far too relaxed, like he was here for fun. He suspects there'll be more trouble than help, and points out that Rayon even has a flower bracelet on, making it tough to see him as a warrior. He suggests it might not be too late to send them packing. Myland replies that looks can be deceiving, and reminds Tyrion that both have completed Ziggart's notoriously tough training. He says it's better to observe their behavior before making any decisions. Charles agrees. Milan then wonders why he was asked to send reports on the two every 2 weeks. Charles asks if this was in Rimmer's letter, but Milan explains the request came directly from Ziggart's Lord's Manor. Charles realizes this means the Northern Conqueror himself made the request. The commander confirms he was instructed to report in detail on everything the two of them do, something that has never happened before. Lord Glenn finds himself puzzled by the Conqueror's motives. Meanwhile, Rayon is surprised to find their room quickly decorated by Dorian, who claims he did it while Rayon was in the bathroom. Our hero is certain the room was drab just moments ago, and wonders where Dorian got the decorations, especially the golden curtain. Dorian explains that he prepared everything in advance and carried it all in his bag. Rayon asks if he brought different colors, and Dorian confirms it, insisting curtains are a total necessity. He then asks about Rayon's color preferences and needs, prompting our protagonist to eye his side bag curiously. Suddenly, a young man enters, asking if they've finished unpacking. He introduces himself as Rayon, the leader of the third scouting party they've been assigned to. Acknowledging the chaos of their arrival, Rayon tells them to get ready, they've already been ordered to move out. At the Ziggart family estate, Glenn is curious about Rimmer's visit. Rimmer beams as he mentions hearing about the secret banquet being mobilized to check Rayon's status, and adds that he didn't expect Glenn to care about his grandson's size, assuming Loan must have spilled the beans despite being told to keep it a secret. However, Rimmer proudly shares that Rayon, like the hero of a level-up manhwa, obtained the two-tone flower on the bandit mission and absorbed it. He also wounded the pride of the famously arrogant Balar princess. But Glenn argues that it's not good to become a thief and incur the neighboring princess's wrath. Rimmer points out that Rayon was not at fault in the situation with the princess, he merely responded to her provocation. He predicts that even the secret banquet won't figure out how our hero stole the butterfly. Unfortunately, Rimmer learns that Glenn has already summoned Rayon and Dorian back. Shocked, he asks Glenn if he isn't curious about what our hero will do next, especially since he has received a sword from Kubarud. Glenn, however, explains they were dispatched to avoid trouble within the family, and that he has now called them back. Unexpectedly, Rimmer mentions that Glenn is getting reports from Haven Castle. Loan quickly mutters that this isn't his fault. Next, Rimmer starts chattering, noting it was obvious Glenn would have contacted Haven Castle, and suggests telling Rayon he is the best. Rimmer adds that, if things continue like this, the misunderstanding with the Annex will soon be resolved, and Glenn's relationship with Sylvia will improve as well. Glenn, enraged, gets up to teach Rimmer a lesson. Although Rimmer tries to make excuses to leave, he still gets a beatdown and screams loudly. Meanwhile, at Haven Castle, Rayon feels as though he heard a scream. After a short time, Rayon takes our boy and Dorian to Mount Sterlin, a place that resembles hell with its thick snow and monsters. Though the view is beautiful, Rayon then suggests a test to gauge the skills of our protagonist and Dorian. He asks them about the footprints in the snow. Dorian wonders if they belong to an ice troll. However, our hero argues that troll footprints are similar to human ones, but are larger and far deeper than these. He observes that these tracks seem to come from a four-legged animal and concludes they must be from a Kari mountain goat. Rayon is stunned, then asks if our boy can tell when the tracks were made, noting the ground isn't hard. Rayon estimates they were made within the last day and suggests they can catch the animal if they head west. Rayon then asks about the marks on a tree, and our protagonist calmly states that they are from a dire wolf, which uses its claws to mark territory on trees and boulders. Yet, the one who made this mark is already dead. He explains that dire wolves stay in the same place, and these traces are old. Confirming the maker is gone, Rayon's mind is blown by our hero's smarts. Recalling how their squad hazes rookies to show book knowledge is useless out here, usually by giving some helpful advice. Yet, surprise, Rayon knows way more, and this is no prank at all. Rayon then gives Dorian a look, telling him to identify the tracks on a branch. Dorian whines, but Rayon's glare persuades him. Meanwhile, our guy decides to scan the area with his legendary senses. The true soil sword glows, doing its own recon and feeding our hero intel via spirit energy. He remembers the sword did this before, absorbing spirit energy from defeated monsters and sending it straight to him, which is how he unlocked his spirit energy skills. Suddenly, Wrath appears, impatiently asking why Rayon's using that lame technique instead of the king's legendary sense, claiming his is much better. Our hero coolly replies, the sword has it covered, so there's no need for Wrath's ability. Wrath, annoyed, insists his senses are just a tiny part of his power, and way superior to the sword. Our protagonist asks how he can judge which is better, prompting Wrath's boast about being the demon world's strongest king. Rayon just shrugs. He mentions since the power is from a guy trying to hijack his body, he's not sure about the side effects. After a brief pause, Wrath tells him not to worry, since the technique he'll teach uses cold energy our guy already has. Rayon is stunned, feeling like he's in a level-up manhwa. Later, he sits on the ground while Wrath explains the technique, Glacia. An ordinary human can't even learn it. Only those with pure cold energy can. He tells our protagonist mastering it will take serious effort, instructing him to focus his mind. Our boy has to connect his inner cold energy to the cold energy in the air and just observe it. After focusing, our hero sees Wrath's cold energy blend with the snow. But Wrath says, that's superficial. At their core, they're both cold energy. He guides Rayon to see that connecting them is the whole point. Now, our boy finds this tough. Having never used cold energy this way, he realizes he has to visualize the connection itself. Then he can sense distant things as if they were right there. The area's cold energy basically becomes his eyes, ears, and skin. After a few minutes, our hero's body starts to slow down, but his senses are razor sharp. He sees Dorian and Ren, plus a dire wolf that just made a kill. It's incredible he can see not just their presence, but their actions too. Suddenly, he senses danger and rushes to tell Roden a shark mole is heading for them. Though Raiden knows this is Mount Sterlin's turf and thinks a water creature can't be here, shark moles pop up right in front of them. Raiden decides they need to bolt and warn the squad. Unfortunately, he takes a step, slips, and a shark mole growls at him. Rayon reacts in a flash, his sword striking to block the shark moles so Raiden can get help. He knows Raiden doesn't fully trust him, but urges him to trust the sword. With that, Raiden grabs Dorian and leaves, telling our boy to be careful. Instantly, the shark moles attack our hero. Fortunately, he uses his rabid fang sword to defend himself, and quickly sees the sword is performing way better than he expected. Instead of using aura, he holds off the sharks with pure sword technique. His cold energy stays linked to the environment, juicing up his swordsmanship and letting him predict the sharks' moves. He knows he needs real-world experience to truly master this. He hammers the shark moles, adapting to both the rabid fang sword and Glacia on the fly. Our protagonist learns incredibly fast. He admits coming to Havun Castle was the right call to get this kind of experience. Before long, Raiden returns with backup, only to find Rayon has already beaten all the mole shark monsters. He's stunned, since these things give the whole squad trouble. Meanwhile, our hero sees Raiden is totally speechless, tongue-tied for doubting a newcomer and almost getting the squad wiped. Then, Raiden actually bows to apologize, thanking Rayon for saving their hides. He admits he was wrong and that things got dicey because of it, sincerely showing his thanks. Rayon just says he'd have done the exact same thing if some new guy on his team acted so cocky. This makes Raiden see Rayon's real character, which makes our boy a little antsy. But now, Raiden's convinced their newbie is an angel sent to save them. To celebrate the rookie's first mission, Raiden tells the squad to meet up at the tavern. Later that night, everyone gathers at the tavern. One soldier's not buying that our hero took out all the mole sharks alone, saying he barely looks 17. But Raiden sticks up for him. Meanwhile, Wrath's just focused on the grub, declaring cheese and pineapple a match made in heaven. Though our boy silently disagrees, wondering if Wrath's taste is broken. Dorian then ribs his young master about his weird taste, admitting he couldn't stomach that pizza. Suddenly, Yua shows up and compliments our hero's looks, introducing herself and suggesting other menu items. While checking out the menu, our boy finds out Wrath wants mint chocolate chip ice cream. He's hesitant, but Yua swears their place has the best, since the mint near Haven Castle is super fresh. When Wrath dangles that secret technique he promised to teach him, our protagonist caves and orders the ice cream, still wondering why a tavern even serves a dessert like that. Curious about his skills, the squad asks how he beats 6 shark moles at once. One soldier asks how our hero got so strong so young, but thanks him for saving their bacon. They figure he'll get promoted fast and want to chat before he's a big shot. Our boy feels awkward with all the praise, not used to the attention. Finally, Yua brings the mint chocolate ice cream, and Wrath gets pumped, excitedly describing how it looks and tastes, boasting that it's cold and sweet, just like him. Then, suddenly, our protagonist asks if there are other uses for Glacia. Wrath lights up, shocked he figured it out so fast, explaining Glacia is more than just a detection spell. It's a way to use cold energy with max efficiency and power. Rayon realizes he can use it for both offense and defense, learning he could see results after a year of training. But a year is way too long, so he bets Wrath he'll master Glacia in 6 months, a true level-up Manhwa challenge. Wrath hesitates, since he's lost every single bet so far. But when our hero drops it to 5 months, Wrath instantly agrees. After a good night at the tavern, Rayon decides to head back to the dorms. As he and Dorian are leaving, Yua comes over and offers our boy pineapple cookies she baked from the leftover pizza pineapple. He thanks her, and she says to stop by any time for more. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the mountains, Patrol Team 3 hauls it to Haven Castle to tell Commander Myland about ice trolls gathering nearby. The next day, Raiden tells our boy and Dorian they have to go take out the ice trolls. Dorian starts freaking out, pointing out their first mission was just yesterday. But Raiden says his hands are tied. It's an order from the top. He remembers that earlier this morning, Commander Myland got a report from Patrol Team 2 about a bunch of ice trolls near underground pit number 4. There are 13 trolls, but more could show up, so they've been told to move on it immediately. Vice Commander Tarion suggested dealing with the trolls first, before looking into the shark moles that popped up near underground pit number 5. Myland then orders Tarion to take the command team and the Wolves mercenaries to wipe out the trolls and scout the area before coming back. Unexpectedly, the vice captain decides to bring Patrol Team 3 too, since he heard Rayon defeated all the shark moles by himself without a scratch. He figures our protagonist will be useful for this mission. Back in the present, Raiden tells Dorian and our hero to get ready and hit the hay early. After Raiden takes off, Dorian's freaking out about another mission with no rest and asks our boy if swords even work on ice trolls. Meanwhile, our guy reflects that ice trolls have thin skin from the cold and can be slain with an aura-imbued sword. Like any good level-up Manhwa troll, they have impressive, regenerative abilities. Dorian starts trembling in fear, worried about dying, but Rayon reassures him he can beat a troll if he just uses his speed. When Dorian remains nervous, our hero proposes another idea. He suggests Dorian duel him, reasoning that it'll make facing an ice troll less frightening. As expected, Dorian immediately calls ice trolls weaklings and promptly crashes for the night. The next morning at Haven Castle's main gate, the vice commander starts roll call. Dorian looks totally wiped, which makes Rayon curious, but Dorian insists he's fine, saying anything's better than dueling him. Suddenly, someone approaches our protagonist, introducing himself as Beto, captain of the Wolves mercenaries. Beto notes his mercenaries are eager to duel Rayon. They shake hands, expressing their anticipation of working together before Beto leaves to check on his team. Afterwards, Wrath grumbles he doesn't like Beto, advising our hero to be wary. He claims Beto has snake eyes and that people like that are usually backstabbers. Our boy takes note, having also felt uneasy when he met Beto's gaze. Suddenly, Yua arrives with the food they ordered. The soldiers are delighted she's becoming cuter and a better cook. Observing how much Yua is loved by the soldiers, our protagonist figures she has to be Haven Castle's mascot. Unexpectedly, Yua offers him some beef jerky she and her grandfather made. He's curious about the gesture, so Yua explains it is for his first expedition. Rayon pats her head and thanks her. Next, Tyrion orders everyone to line up for a pre-departure briefing. He explains their objectives: take down the ice trolls and patrol the area between Mount Sterlin and the Northern Sea. Meanwhile, our hero sees Wrath looking uncharacteristically serious. But Wrath insists it's nothing, though he senses a weird energy from the mountains. Finally, all the soldiers march out from the castle. Unexpectedly, the mercenaries order the scouts to carry their bags before departure. They insist the scouts treat the bags with as much care as their lovers, then mock them for not having anyone to love. This makes Rayon wonder why the Snow Attack Squad expects the scouts to do this. Raiden explains that, according to the squad, main fighters must conserve strength for combat. So scouts, having less authority, are expected to comply. He adds that since this squad was assigned here, it has always been this way. The last time, the scouts had to haul all the gear back after the battle and even clean the post-mission mess. Raiden advises our boy not to take it personally, as it only makes things harder. Our protagonist finds it absurd that scouts who risk their lives scouting ahead, first to face traps or enemies, are mistreated this way. With the Snow Attack Squad, there's no sense of unity on the front lines. Raiden mentions their captain, Ediquil, just thinks this is normal. Hearing that, Rayon quietly decides he will end this toxic tradition by personally crushing Ediquil. When everyone arrives at the spot, they are surprised to find absolutely no sign of ice trolls. Raiden insists he saw 13 trolls on the forest outskirts. Captain Ediquil frowns, saying scouts shouldn't go alone and at least one swordsman needs to accompany each scouting mission. Despite this, the vice captain orders everyone to spread out and search for any troll tracks. After hours of searching, they still find nothing. Our hero reasons, even if ice trolls leave fewer tracks, there should be at least some trace. Rayon approaches the vice commander for permission to investigate further. Suddenly, Ediquil interrupts, telling him to set up camp or do something useful instead of embarrassing himself. However, Tyrion gives our boy a chance. Despite Ediquil protesting, it's a waste of time. As our protagonist uses Glacia to search, Ediquil continues to complain. Suddenly, our boy announces he's found the trolls, stating they're near the frozen valley northwest of Mount Sterlin. Ediquil immediately accuses him of not taking this mission seriously, and questions if he truly pinpointed their location. When Rayon confirms, Ediquil gets even angrier, accusing him of joking around in a serious situation. Our hero calmly assures him he's not foolish enough to joke at a time like this. Once Edequil finally settled down, Tyrion asked our protagonist how he found the trolls. Our guy explained that he used energy detection, a skill he learned from someone extremely skilled. Edequil argued that the frozen valley was too far to confirm anything with just energy detection. Internally, the vice commander agreed, doubting a rookie could manage a feat straight from a level-up Manhwa. But Rayon's red eyes seemed to pierce right through everything, making it difficult not to believe him. The vice captain recalled only one person in Ziggart was known for moving through the wilds as if it were his own home, Rimmer. He thought if our guy learned this from Rimmer, he could be trusted. Bento stepped forward, expressing interest and asking how long it would take to get to the location. Our hero estimated 30 minutes to get there and more time to find a tactical position. Bento was amazed that Rayon had already thought about how to attack the trolls. Smiling, he suggested to the vice commander that they check it out, as there were still 2 hours until sunset. Despite Edequil's protests, Tyrion ordered everyone to move out and climb Mount Sterling, stating this was their chance to prevent danger in advance. Seeing Edequil was still unconvinced, our protagonist proposed a bet. If they find the trolls where he predicted, the Snow Squad must speak respectfully to the scouts and carry their own gear, plus help with chores. If he was wrong, Rayon would do whatever Edequil asked. Edequil accepted, warning our boy to get ready for his loss. With that, all the soldiers headed toward the frozen valley. Unexpectedly, a cloaked man observed them from hiding. He was shocked to see the group moving directly toward the trolls' actual location. He was baffled that they found the trolls' whereabouts even though he had erased all the tracks. Realizing they would find the trolls faster than he thought, he decided to delay them. Then a wicked plan occurred to him, one he thought was even better, and he immediately summoned monsters. As expected, the soldiers encountered trolls blocking their path. Edequil gritted his teeth, frustrated at how Rayon located the trolls from such a distance. Our boy approached, reminding Edequil of their bet and stating that after this battle, the Snow Squad would be responsible for all the chores. He expected a squad captain to keep his word. Edequil was furious, but Tyrion intervened. Pointing out they were lucky, Rayon identified the trolls' location, and reminding everyone to focus on their mission. Tyrion then prepared all units for the attack and signaled them to open fire. The trolls, weakened by a barrage of arrows, began to falter. The commander told the group not to give the trolls a chance to regenerate, prompting all the swordsmen to strike them down quickly. Our hero observed the effective use of formations to suppress the ice trolls. However, Bato really stood out. Just moments ago, he was calm, but now his eyes were intense and focused on battle. Dorian, noticing Rayon standing back, wondered why he wasn't rushing into the fight as usual. Our protagonist explained that their current mission was to protect the scouts, so they should remain on standby. He also hinted that he had a separate opponent to face. Soon, the scouts received orders to provide support from the rear. Rayon instructed the swordsmen to engage the trolls from the front, while those with crossbows were told to distract them. He noted their impressive progress as the group had overwhelmed the trolls from the start, preventing them from recovering their momentum. As Rayon considered buying something for Rayon, he suddenly sensed danger. Turning, he spotted an ice troll warrior and a shaman approaching. The warrior leaped at Rayon, who knew he couldn't dodge in time, but was saved by Tyrion and Bato. They urged him to stay focused, while Bato commented that these warriors are on a different level. Suddenly, they came under attack as the shaman supported from higher ground with magic. The vice commander ordered the snow attack squad with Bato to suppress the warrior and directed the scout squad to disrupt the shaman's chance. As Rayon instructed his squad to reload their crossbows, a cloaked man launched ice bolts at them. Fortunately, our hero emerged and destroyed the bolts, leaving Rayon stunned. The masked man then stepped forward, praising Rayon and Tyrion, and called them impressive. The vice commander recognized the cloaked man as Eden and grew furious, realizing who was behind the attack. Eden then conjured a formation overhead, casting the Cold Shadow Demon Curse. He announces, he ain't leaving. All the soldiers are hit by an overwhelming pressure, forced to their knees by the chilling curse. For his restoration plan, Eden declares he's going to take their lives. Fortunately, our boy charges forward and clocks Eden, stunning him with his ability to move under the curse. Rayon explains he's spent a lifetime enduring way stronger curses. Using the Rabid Fang sword and Savage Fang dance, our protagonist attacks Eden again. After landing the blow, he remarks that relying too much on cursed energy just makes you weak. As Eden weakens and the curse lifts, Edequil is left totally speechless, seeing Rayon broke a curse that even took down Tyrion. Quickly, Tyrion orders all units to crush the trolls before they regroup. After the area is cleared, Tyrion confronts Eden, telling him he failed to take out a single person and demanding to know why he staged the ambush, promising a painless end for some answers. Eden just laughs, refusing mercy, and reveals his true motive, to divide Haven Castle's forces. He then announces a final gift, and suddenly, an explosion rocks Haven Castle. As the blast echoes, Eden declares that Haven Castle will fall in this battle. All the soldiers freak out as they see smoke rising from Haven Castle. Rayon, clearly alarmed, exclaims that the castle is supposed to be an indestructible fortress. Meanwhile, the Blue Spirit, Eden, reveals their original plan was to use the attack to draw Meland out. Since that didn't go as intended, he improvised, summoning a horde of trolls to wreck Haven Castle with a chant. Those trolls must be tearing up the castle right now. In a fit of pure rage, Tyrion decks Eden, insisting that Haven Castle won't fall to a few trolls. Rayon agrees, reasoning that if Meland is inside, the fortress won't be taken. Suddenly, the Blue Spirit erupts in laughter as the ground shakes violently. Confusion spreads among the soldiers, but our protagonist suspects this is no normal earthquake. Eden brags that he orchestrated everything perfectly, and that this whole time, the defenders were playing right into his hands. He claims no one can do anything but watch Haven Castle fall, then laughs maniacally while mocking Tyrion's forces. Enraged, Tyrion eliminates Eden on the spot. He then orders all units to return to Haven Castle immediately. By now, the castle is burning from the inside. Inside, Myland commands his forces to prioritize evacuating the villagers. He orders Squad 1 to suppress the fire, and Squad 2 to block the ice trolls. Luckily, Tyrion returns with all deployed units. Meland informs them that they were ambushed by a massive horde of ice trolls, then asks if they found anything weird while away. Tyrion reports that Eden orchestrated the ambush and that they handled the Blue Spirit summoning the trolls, but warns that given Eden's words and the earthquake, this whole thing probably won't end with just trolls. Meland argues their enemies gain little from taking Haven Castle, but Tyrion counters that the chaos may trigger a monster wave earlier than expected, with ice trolls, other monsters, and an earthquake. It is a perfect plot for a level-up Manhwa. A massive wave is likely heading their way. The soldiers begin to panic, worried that the damaged castle can't withstand a monster wave. Myland yells at them to get a grip, chewing them out for acting like cowards. He reminds everyone Haven Castle is the Iron Fortress protecting the continent. If they fall, their people, families, and friends will lose their only shield. With a rousing speech, Milan fires up the troops, urging them to fight not just for themselves, but for those they love. His words immediately boost morale, leaving Rayon stunned by his incredible leadership. Milan then orders some from each squad to protect civilians and clean up, while the rest follow him to defend the castle walls. He instructs Dorian and our protagonist to stay back and help the squad inside. But Tyrion suggests bringing both of them to the walls as well. Myland hesitates, warning the two will die when the first wave hits. But Tyrion counters that our hero defeated the Blue Spirit in a single strike, and Dorian came back without a scratch. There is no reason to underestimate them. Finally, Milan commands Rayon and Dorian to join him atop the castle walls to help defend. Once there, a scout spots something insane approaching. Milan sees it too, and is totally floored. Meanwhile, Bento asks Edquil if he's ever seen a party this wild, and Edquil admits it's a first. Watching the horde, Rayon recalls Rimmer calling Haven Castle the Eternal Battlefield, a place where he'd fight monsters from the North Sea and Mount Stirlin, with zero chance to ever put his sword down. Right now, a massive wave of trolls is charging the castle. Myland, trying to grasp the scale of this mess, asks for the enemy's numbers. Carrion reports about 1,000, visible, but with how they're coming, he figures it could be tens of thousands. Rayon is stunned, realizing his enhanced senses can't even count them. Milan then asks if he's familiar with these waves, and our protagonist says he knows a little. He reflects, recalling that stopping the waves always means countless casualties. That's why soldiers go on expeditions, to prep for the waves and minimize losses. You can rebuild walls, but not people. In the present, he gets the order, protect as many soldiers as possible. Suddenly, the monsters roar, and Myland orders everyone to raise their swords, fear or no fear. He rallies them, yelling that anyone trained at Haven Castle can handle this, then raises his sword, promising drinks on him when it's over. Shield and spear warriors hit the front lines. Archers take the ramparts, and on Milan's signal, Arrows rain down on the monsters, wounding many. But a scout soon warns of an elite orc charging the main gate. The soldiers try to block it, only to find the brute is unfazed. Milan steps up, vowing to hold the gate himself. Meanwhile, orcs start climbing the walls, and soldiers are ordered to blast them with aura at the top. Despite their efforts, one orc gets over, and a soldier yells for help. Fortunately, our boy rushes in, taking out the orc in one strike. He pants, realizing this is pure hell. A scene from a level-up manhwa. Despite slaying hundreds of monsters, it feels like he hasn't made a dent. Suddenly, the order comes. All units, brace for impact. A boom skull heads for the castle's right side, and the monster explodes against the wall, knocking our protagonist flat. Worried about the other soldiers, he hears agonizing screams and sees many have fallen from the wall. As he moves to help them, he gets an aura message from Myland. Stay put and defend the intact walls, reminding him if they focus on the small things, the big picture will crumble. Rayon gets the logic. Abandon the walls to save the injured, and all defenses collapse. Still, he's not a commander, so he makes it his goal to stop as many soldiers from dying as possible. Unexpectedly, our hero leaps off the wall to protect the wounded, prompting Wrath to call him insane, asking if he can possibly hold out while defending them. Our protagonist admits it'll be tough, but resolves to push his senses to the absolute limit and try. Wrath scolds him for being emotional, warning that only death awaits. Internally, Rayon agrees, retreating is the smart move, but he swore this life to be a swordsman, not an assassin. Steeling himself, he grips his sword, declaring no one gets past him. He's determined to survive and endure this hell. With new resolve, our boy starts relentlessly cutting down monsters. The battle is unending, his hands torn and bleeding, using every last drop of aura. All he feels is his sword slicing through flesh. All he sees is crimson. Time blurs as the blood-red moon flickers and fades. Eventually, he realizes there are no monsters left in front of him. Elsewhere, a masked lady watches Rayon through her orb. Her original goal was to destroy Haven Castle to get the incarnated body, but instead, she's found an unexpected prize in our protagonist's performance. As day breaks, Rayon wakes up in a bed. His last memory, the castle walls collapsing, and his struggle to hold out until the cave opened. Suddenly, Yua rushes to his side, tears streaming as she finds him finally awake. Later, Dorian tells him everyone was totally freaking out because he was out cold for a full 3 days. Nothing they tried worked, so they feared he might have actually died. Our hero nervously apologizes for the scare and thanks Dorian for watching over him, but Dorian insists the real props go to Yua, who tirelessly stayed by his side until the wave finally ended, even while she was swamped working at the tavern. Soon after, Yua enters with a bowl of soup, telling our boy to eat slow since the ingredients are extra soft. Gratefully, Rayon thanks her for taking care of him. She just cheerfully replies, saying it's basic service to look after regulars, and suggests he drop by the tavern to boost sales now. As our hero gets up, he suggests hitting Branch of Frost tonight, saying he's craving some greasy food. Dorian, however, thinks it's better for our guy to show everyone he's finally okay, since people have been anxiously waiting for him to recover. When Dorian opens the door, the soldiers greet Rayon as the hero of Haven Castle. Their relief and joy, completely obvious. Several admit they were seriously worried he'd never wake up and thank him for protecting Haven Castle. Some call him a badass for leaping into the battle's heart. One promises drinks are on him, and another vows to never forget this debt. Overwhelmed and stunned, our boy just stands there speechless. Just as Milan arrives, he's clearly pleased to see Rayon awake and safe. He explains this wave was unlike any before, on a much larger scale. Normally, this would cause huge casualties, but thanks to our hero, who didn't hesitate to jump off the wall, not a single life was lost this time. Mylan stresses that even though Rayon is a mercenary, the entire fortress is deeply indebted to him, and he expresses his sincere thanks. At that moment, Edequil steps forward, surprising our protagonist. Edequil admits he totally misjudged Rayon, having believed he was just another rookie mercenary. Even after seeing his skills, Edequil confesses he still looked down on him. By selflessly jumping down to protect his comrades, Rayon showed the true image of a swordsman. Unexpectedly, Edequil bows his head, sincerely apologizing for how he treated our boy. Afterward, Myland announces their victory deserves a festival. All food and drinks at Branch of Frost will be free for 3 days, so everyone can celebrate like there's no tomorrow. Hyped, the soldiers rush off to drink and be merry. like they've come back from the dead. Our hero watches them smile, as Milan tells him to join in, promising to catch up after his meeting. The vice commander and corps leaders follow Milan, while Dorian tells our guy to save their seats and get the party started. Later in the meeting hall, Milan wonders aloud if they're all just going to praise Rayon. But Tyrion insists the greatest reward and proper pay are due, since our boy saved countless lives. Milan considers giving him something more valuable than gold, the Haven Castle artifact. Roden is stunned, thinking Milan means the Snowhorned sword, while Tyrion is shocked, thinking Rayon will become the next lord of Haven Castle. Milan clarifies that the sword is just a symbol. Instead, he plans to grant him armor made from the Orc Lord's Mana Stone, the White Soul armor. This armor is way more valuable than the Snowhorned sword, but given what our protagonist did, it's the least they can offer. Milan explains he'll only feel at ease if Rayon is protected by this armor. Tyrion and Roden wholeheartedly agree, saying, it's the perfect gift for someone who saved so many lives. However, Edequil raises a question, asking if our hero is really an ordinary mercenary, since his skills were like something from a level-up manhwa, far beyond any regular merc. Edequil observes Rayon's abilities set him apart and wants to know his true identity. Unexpectedly, Milan apologizes and explains there are reasons he can't spill all the beans right now, but he assures Edequil's crew our guy is the real deal. Milan says Ron will reveal his identity when the time's right, like a classic level-up manhwa hero, but for now, just trust him, he's pure. With that, he urged everyone to enjoy the festival and celebrate a new hero's birth. 10 months have flown by since Rayon first showed up at Haven Castle. For our protagonist, that time felt both long and short. So much went down. He's accomplished a ton. Thanks to the true soul sword he got from Kubarud, our boy learned to handle spirit energy. He survived a monster wave at Haven Castle, a battle so fierce they call it Hell's Battlefield. After enduring that, our hero unlocked a new way to use Glacia, amping up his abilities even more. Through these ordeals, the folks at Haven Castle became his ride-or-die crew. Stories of his exploits spread across the continent, like a viral level-up manhwa, and people gave Rayon a new nickname. Tales of the hero of Havun Castle are now told far and wide. Meanwhile, in the continent's northwest region, across the Levine Desert, Byrne catches wind of the hero of Haven Castle. A green-haired guy tells him a blonde swordsman fought till dawn to protect the wounded, earning the titles Hero of Haven Castle and Sword Demon. Byrne feels a jolt of excitement, realizing Rayon is still getting stronger. After a beat, the green-haired man sits by him and asks if Rayon's the one Byrne is trying to surpass. Byrne confirms it, and the guy wonders why he's so hyped. Not pissed, even though the person he wants to beat is getting even stronger. Byrne replies that it's more fun this way. Chasing a stronger rival is more rewarding, and the stronger our hero gets, the stronger Byrne will get too. The green-haired man ribs Byrne, saying they must be close. But Byrne insists they're just rivals. On the far side of the Levine Desert, Martha hears similar rumors about Haven Castle's hero. Her assistant says that according to gossip, Haven Castle stopped a monster wave thanks to Rayon. Martha sighs, openly wondering just how much stronger he's gonna get. Her assistant, however, is skeptical, saying rumors are always overblown and insisting Martha's stronger, pointing to the monsters she just wrecked. Martha objects, saying it's still not enough. She can sense our boy has gotten way more powerful, like a classic level-up manhwa hero. This worries her assistant, who asks what kind of person makes Martha feel this way. Martha explains Rayon once saved her life and is, in fact, her rival. Deep inside the Kadam jungle base, someone brings up the wild story to Runan, questioning how one guy could leap off walls and protect all the injured in that chaos. A short-haired female warrior scoffs at it as a mere rumor, claiming some kid couldn't possibly do all that. So another warrior asks for Runan's take. Runan calmly replies that the rumors are absolutely true. Our boy is totally capable of such feats. The short-haired warrior suggests he must be weaker than Runan, but she insists he's actually stronger, both physically and mentally. The others are floored, considering Runan's reputation for conquering that jungle in just 6 hours. Then a warrior in a tree notes Runan acts differently whenever Rayon is mentioned, guessing if she considers him a rival. Runan clarifies she wants to be strong enough to fight by his side, not as a rival, but as someone who can back him up without being a burden. Meanwhile, our hero is sitting on a snowy mountaintop, focused on practicing Glacia. He notes, the more he uses it, the more vivid his senses get. Now he can see for miles, even with his eyes closed. He remembers how ticked off Wrath was when he first got this skill. But lately, Wrath has been weirdly quiet, always staring toward the peak of Mount Sterling. Sensing a chance, our protagonist decides to bait Wrath with a bet for some info. Unexpectedly, Wrath himself proposes a wager. Rayon, curious, asks what kind of bet he's thinking. Wrath asks if Rimmer's test was for Rayon to survive at Haven Castle for a whole year, and our hero confirms, adding he's only got 2 months left. Wrath bets that Rayon won't make it through the final 2 months at the castle. Our protagonist just laughs it off, so Wrath insists that he never, ever lies. Our boy snaps back that Wrath has lied a ton, wondering aloud if he's just being an idiot since graduation is 2 months away and the big wave is over. With the Blue Spirit Balkan defeated, with extra troops stationed at Haven Castle, another attack by Eden is highly unlikely. If that guy has any sense, he won't risk another showdown. Rayon figures all he has to do is get back to Ziggart in one piece. Smiling, he takes Wrath's bet, and Wrath gets visibly hyped. It's been 1 month since Rayon took that bet, which leaves just 1 month until his graduation exam is over. Despite Wrath's doomsday predictions, things have stayed peaceful at Haven Castle, unfolding way differently than Wrath expected. Frustrated, Wrath even yelled at Mount Sterling, calling it a lazy bum. Then one day, our guy spots a weirdly high number of crows circling the castle, making him wonder if a monster showed up nearby. Then, out of nowhere, he steps on something. Looking closer, he finds a frog, which totally weirds him out since frogs shouldn't be out in this cold. All of a sudden, the ground starts shaking violently, and people start screaming, thinking it's an earthquake. The warning bell blares, and scouts yell that a monster wave has appeared. Panic rips through the soldiers since it's not wave season, and they scramble to the walls to defend the castle. Raiden quickly finds Rayon, telling him they should go together and to hurry up while they warn others on the way. As the soldiers fight the monsters, they realize this wave is just as huge as the last one. Meanwhile, Tyrion asks Myland if Eden is behind this, since nothing else explains the monster's behavior. However, our hero senses something is different this time. The monsters aren't attacking to kill. It looks like they're running from something way more dangerous. Suddenly, Wrath warns that something's coming, and reminds our hero he should have bailed when he had the chance. Wrath claims this is Rayon's fate for ignoring him. Curious and uneasy, our boy asks, what's going on? But Wrath just says it's too late. The thing's already awake and has sensed everyone here. Wrath adds it won't stop until it's wiped out everything and everyone in the castle. Disappearing into the bracelet, Wrath adds the creature might stop for a big enough sacrifice. Panicking, Rayon demands to know what's coming and what Wrath means by sacrifice. But Wrath refuses to explain, saying he's not obligated to explain jack squat. Next, our protagonist goes straight to Commander Myland with a heavy question. What's the plan if an enemy shows up that we can't beat? Myland is floored by the question, admitting he never thought Rayon would ask something like that. He says they must fight no matter what, because countless lives depend on them. Even if it means their own deaths, they have to buy time for the people to evacuate. That is the whole reason Haven Castle exists. Suddenly, a monster sneaks up on Rayon, but our boy, like a hero from a level-up Manhwa, slays it instantly, all while realizing they have no clue what they're really up against. So, bailing early isn't even an option. For now, he decides to focus on stopping the wave. Later that night, Ed Quill senses something off about the monsters and tells his men to push him back while they're still dazed. All of a sudden, our hero notices animals stampeding toward the castle, just like the crows, which blows his mind. He's never seen anything like this during a wave. Elsewhere, Myland orders Tyrion to send out troops to evacuate all civilians, even those outside the castle. Tyrion just freezes, but Myland insists there's no time to waste, forcing him to obey. Afterward, Myland sends an aura message to Rayon, telling him to get out if things go south. When our boy asks why, Myland says he gets what he meant earlier and begs him to save himself, insisting he has a greater destiny ahead of him. He assures our hero his actions will never be forgotten by Haven Castle. But Rayon just grits his teeth, unwilling to just abandon everyone. He's determined not to let people die while he runs away. He absolutely refuses to escape alone. Suddenly, he senses a horrifying presence and realizes with a chill that over 12 hours have passed with no sunrise. Then, a horned figure drifts toward the castle, muttering that it's cold, tired, and just sick of it all. Now that it's awake, it claims it has no choice but to erase everything. Our boy freezes in terror at the sight. And Wrath appears, admitting Rayon was slow on the uptake. Wrath finally reveals the figure is Sloth, the receiver, a demon lord on Wrath's level, and the monarch of laziness. Milan's arm starts trembling, utterly floored that such a being could even exist. Our boy is stunned to see a master like Milan reacting this way. He realizes it's because Milan is a master that he can feel the difference so clearly. Wrath pops in, pointing out that Sloth has gotten even stronger than he was back in the demon world. Our hero demands to know why Sloth is here, thinking Wrath was the only one who dropped into the human world. Wrath dodges the question at first, claiming Rayon's level is too low for this, but then caves and explains Sloth's appearance over the last year. It's a classic level-up Manhwa scenario. Wrath says, all the conflicts, big and small, including Eden's attacks, sent tremors all the way to the mountain peak, waking Sloth from his sleep. Sloth had been kind of drifting in and out, but now he's fully awake. Wrath decides, it's story time, noting the demon world is a place of endless carnage, a place where sleeping openly makes you a giant, glowing target. And yet, Sloth, who can't stop napping, somehow became a demon lord. He'd just erase anyone who bothered his sleep or challenged him, slaughtering them for 1,000 years until he was the boss. Now, Wrath explains, Sloth is here to delete everyone who disturbed his slumber. When our protagonist asks if there's a way to stop him, Wrath explains that if a heavy hitter like himself or Rayon's grandpa was around, Sloth would probably just avoid the fight. Our hero is confused. Doesn't Sloth destroy anyone who wakes him? Wrath clarifies that if a fight goes on too long, Sloth can't sleep, which he hates more. Rayon realizes Sloth bases every single decision on his sleep schedule. Suddenly, Wrath gives our boy two choices: give him full control, or face total annihilation. Wrath insists those are the only options on the table if our protagonist wants to save everyone. Our hero is forced to think fast. He knows that giving Wrath control could unleash the worst-case scenario: two demon lords, but he decides if it comes down to it, he'll let Wrath take over, but only on the condition that he blocks Sloth. Just as our hero is about to agree, Milan steps forward. He expresses his deepest thanks. Milan says, ever since Rayon showed up, things have improved, and the way you led the last wave was totally reliable. Now, Milan wants to set an example for the others. So, he starts channeling his entire aura into his sword. He says his time is up, but Rayon's era is just beginning. Our boy can achieve so much more. Inspired by Milan's bravery, Rayon feels ashamed for thinking of giving in. He gathers his own aura, ready for a fight, and tells the commander he can't handle this alone, so he'll stand right beside him. Our boy yells for everyone to evacuate, claiming it's Milan's order. Tyrion protests from the rear, refusing to leave them behind and wanting to fight to the end. Milan shouts back at Tyrion, pointing out he can barely stand, so his duty is to go save at least one more person. This is their purpose now. Reluctantly, Tyrion orders all units to abandon the walls and open the south gate. Every second Milan and Rayon hold on saves another life. The soldiers start to fall back, yelling for Rayon and the commander to survive. Meanwhile, Wrath just smirks. He mocks their efforts as pointless, since Sloth is already at the gate. Sloth mutters about being cold and tired, then unleashes a casual wave of energy at the castle. It nearly knocks our hero flat. Rayon realizes the pressure from before wasn't even Sloth's full power. Wrath repeats his deal. If our boy wants to block Sloth, he must give up his body, otherwise, it's game over for everyone. Yet, our protagonist isn't giving up. He believes there has to be another way, using everything he's learned. He recalls all the info he has on Sloth: time, simplicity, annoyance, strength, cold, and sleepiness. Putting it all together, our protagonist suddenly proposes a new deal to Wrath. Wrath is surprised. Rayon explains he'll take on Wrath's anger in exchange for the power to face Sloth. Wrath scoffs, arguing that the idea is pointless and there's no profit in it for him. Our boy counters, threatening to just deny Wrath his body completely. If Wrath refuses, they both die. But if Rayon's plan fails, he'll immediately hand over control. A frustrated Wrath goes silent as Milan collapses nearby. Rayon screams at Wrath to decide. Now, with no other choice, Wrath finally relents, grumbling that our protagonist is going to pay for this. As a result, Sloth feels Wrath's energy and freezes. Unexpectedly, our hero declares that a being like Sloth has no business here, since this is the Lord of Wrath's turf, and Rayon is his current vessel. Wrath is left completely speechless. then explodes in disbelief, demanding how our boy became his vessel and what the heck he's trying to pull. Internally, our protagonist admits he's just punishing Wrath for constantly messing with him. Wrath is totally bewildered, demanding to know why Rayon just declared this castle his domain. Our hero just ignores the demand, offering no reply. Meanwhile, Sloth pauses, wanting to confirm if Rayon really is Wrath's vessel. Calmly, our protagonist affirms it, adding that Wrath is currently raging at anyone who dares step on his territory. Inside, Wrath shouts at Rayon to stop spouting total nonsense, insisting he never said any of that. But our boy knows Wrath's protests are pointless. Sloth will only sense the pure wrath radiating from him, the very emotion he's built up for this moment through their bet. As Wrath's vessel, and like the hero of a level-up manhwa, Rayon tells Sloth to sear his will into his heart right now. Taking a deep breath, our boy screams as if channeling Wrath, declaring Sloth must die for trespassing and threatening that if Sloth dares not to leave, Wrath will make damn sure he never sleeps again. Wrath, totally confused, asks if Rayon's gone insane, pointing out he never said anything like that. And what do you know? Sloth starts to worry, his mind racing with the fear that he might actually lose his ability to sleep. Seeing this reaction, our hero is amazed, his plan is working, and continues the act, pretending to reason with Wrath, stuttering and acting scared like he's trying to stop Wrath from appearing directly. Wrath is left completely confused, trying to figure out what in the world Rayon is doing. Keeping up the charade, Rayon tells Wrath not to waste his power on Sloth, since it's needed for conquering the continent. Finally, Sloth speaks up, his gaze locked on the bracelet our boy wears. Still, our boy sticks to his act, asking Wrath if he's really going to get revenge because Sloth dared to attack his subordinates, and if he's going to follow Sloth forever just to rob him of sleep. At this, Sloth freezes, contemplating the horror of being hunted endlessly, never allowed to rest. He wonders aloud if Wrath would actually fight him the entire time. Deep down, Sloth realizes that if he keeps fighting Wrath, he'll never be able to sleep again. Seeing a human with Wrath's bracelet who also knows his deepest weakness, Sloth is convinced Rayon really is the vessel. Internally, Rayon marvels that he created such a perfect pain-in-the-neck dilemma for Sloth, just as Wrath described. By showing the bracelet, and using Sloth's greatest irritation, things are unfolding perfectly, like a scene from a level-up manhwa. Introducing himself again, our hero declares he is Wrath's vessel, destined to become the body for Wrath's descent. He openly tells Sloth the reason he came was because the wave disturbed his sleep. Then he starts shifting the blame, explaining that Eden orchestrated the whole thing, using monsters as pawns. Rayon insists they just defended themselves and have no clue where Eden is. After a moment, Sloth says that if what Rayon says is true, he's got no reason to fight and will just leave and sleep. Feeling Sloth's energy fade, our protagonist decides to push his luck. He pretends Wrath is about to emerge and fight, acting panicked as if Wrath has more to say. Then he declares, as if quoting Wrath, that Sloth can't just leave after attacking his subordinates. Sloth tries to protest, but Rayon, in Wrath's voice, orders him to be silent, pointing out that if he, Wrath, hadn't shown up, Sloth would have wiped everybody out. He invokes the old rule of a life for a life. Because Sloth's actions led to his subordinates' deaths, a payment must be made. The choice is clear. Either Sloth gives up his sleep, or he transfers his power to the king's vessel. Wrath is absolutely shocked, realizing that was Rayon's plan all along. Sloth, finding the choice a no-brainer, starts pouring his power right into Rayon. As Wrath screams for Sloth to destroy him, he protests he's being duped by a human, he could just flick away. But Sloth calmly keeps transferring his power. The system alerts our hero that a piece of Sloth's power, a true level-up manhwa moment, is now in his soul and body. Activating after some adaptation time, our protagonist feels Sloth's energy flow in, while Wrath collapses in despair. Sure, the stress is going to kill him. Sloth, now way too sleepy to care, gets ready to leave. But Rayon stops him again. Annoyed, Sloth glares at our boy with overwhelming power, warning Rayon not to push it. Instead, he offers Sloth the Goblin King's magic stone. Feeling its warmth, Sloth thinks he can finally sleep forever. Our hero then proposes a deal. Whatever happens here later, Sloth doesn't return. And if another wave hits, Sloth must stop it himself. Sloth thinks it over, saying it's not hard, and asks if this is Wrath's request. Rayon clarifies it's his own deal, to keep Sloth from ever showing up again. Unexpectedly, Sloth offers something in return for the valuable magic stone. He raises a hand and gives Rayon a flower bracelet, just like Wrath's, explaining it'll help him one day. Rayon is confused about the flower bracelet, but Sloth says it was made to his master's taste, then quickly dips before Wrath can hassle him again. Afterward, Rayon tells himself he can't collapse until Sloth is gone and the sun is up. He admits just how dangerous that was, while a totally defeated Wrath just curses him. Our protagonist feels a huge wave of relief, thankful for what he knew about Sloth and that he got Wrath to agree to the bet. He knows if the people in the castle had been awake, he never could have pulled off this crazy gambit. As the hopeless night ends, the sun finally rises with Sloth gone, ending the nightmare at last. As the sun comes up, Milland and the other soldiers slowly start to wake up. Milland recalls a massive shockwave of energy at the end, an energy from that horned guy, who had reached the Absolute's realm, reminding him of the legendary Northern King of Annihilation. He's just stunned to find himself alive. Suddenly, Tyrion runs over and asks if Milland is okay. Milland, worried about the others, is about to say everyone's fine, but stops short when he sees Rayon standing up front. Milland is in shock, and Rayon tells everyone he kept his promise. Tyrion is just awestruck, wondering if our boy actually suppressed that monster. Even Milland got knocked out, but Rayon managed to hold on until the very end. Our hero is relieved everyone's safe, but then he collapses and Milland catches him, calling him their hero. 3 days go by, and life at Haven Castle gets back to normal. Milland asks if Rayon has woken up, and Tyrion reports he's still sleeping, but seems okay. Milland figures his body is just exhausted and needs time. Then, Tyrion asks about the horned figure, wondering who it was, since it's all a blank after that moment. Milland explains the figure must have been a demon. The aura felt cruel and sinister, definitely demonic. A shockwave that powerful could only be from a demon king. Milland admits that unless someone like the Northern King of Annihilation was there, no one could fight a demon king. The question is, how did Rayon pull it off, with all of them surviving? Edequil suggests that maybe Rayon negotiated with the demon king, since beating one is impossible, making a deal the only real option. Edequil thinks our boy must have offered his body and soul to save them all. Milland recalls hearing negotiation while out, and Edequil wonders if Rayon really sacrificed himself for them. Now he's even more curious about who our hero really is. Finally, Milland reveals that Rayon is of Ziggart blood. Edequil notes that only someone from the 6 emperors or 5 demons could show such talent at 16. Tyrion had also suspected Rayon wasn't normal, and it all makes sense if he's a Ziggart. Milland feels he owes Rayon big time for his sacrifice, and is ready to back him up from now on. Eventually, Rayon wakes up in the familiar medical room, figuring things went well since he's alive. As he sits up, he spots Yua crashed out by his bed, with a bucket and towels nearby, making him wonder if she'd been playing nurse the entire time. Even though she didn't know when he'd wake up, she cared for him non-stop. Oddly, Rayon feels zero exhaustion. In fact, he feels totally refreshed, his senses way sharper than before. Suddenly, Wrath asks if he feels lighter and starts freaking out, calling Rayon a fraud because his own head feels weird, not his body. Instead of arguing, our guy thanks Wrath for the save, but Wrath thinks he's being punked and starts making threats. Wrath wonders if Rayon is the only person alive who could fool 2 demon lords, calling Sloth the dumbest demon king ever for being tricked. 2. He yells it's insane for Rayon's soul to grow just from surviving against Sloth for a few minutes. Confused, Rayon checks his stats like in a level-up manhwa and finds a ton of rewards with many skills upgraded. He realizes he never got a chance to review them before passing out. But now he sees something wild. Due to the trait Sloth, his stats actually increase while he's sleeping. Both Wrath and our boy are floored by this revelation. Now Rayon gets why he feels so refreshed. His nap was equal to 24 hours of training. He's thrilled to have gained even more than he expected, while Wrath is just fuming at Sloth for not finishing the job. Wrath demands Rayon's exact stats, and our boy replies that they've increased by about 11. This leaves Wrath speechless, then furious, roaring at how much our hero leached from him. Rayon, smiling, says his stats are rising again thanks to Wrath's little tantrum. Just then, Yua wakes up and Ren walks into the room. They both ask if Rayon is feeling okay, and he reassures them they're worrying way too much. Ren then mentions that Commander Myland wants to see him. Later, our protagonist greets the commander, who is relieved to see him fully recovered and says he's never seen anyone heal so fast, predicting our boy will surpass him soon enough. Rayon humbly says he just got lucky. but Myland insists he shouldn't be so modest. Then, apologizing for the timing, Myland asks how he handled the demon. All eyes lock onto Rayon, who thinks to himself that these guys know nothing about demon kings and might kick him out if they think he's connected to them. As he's scrambling to think of an excuse, Myland cuts him off, saying Rayon isn't obligated to answer. This completely confuses our hero, but Myland continues, explaining they know the monster was a demon king, and they believe Rayon negotiated with it to make it leave. They assume Rayon used his own body and soul as bargaining chips to save everyone. Our boy is speechless, as Edquil and Tyrion agree, calling it a selfless act to negotiate with a demon king. Feeling things are spiraling out of control, our hero is at a total loss. Meanwhile, Wrath is screaming that it was Sloth who gave up his soul, not Rayon, and that a demon king would never want a human soul anyway. Myland rises and declares that since Rayon sacrificed so much, they must repay him. He and all the captains pay their respects, declaring that Haven Castle now stands behind him and that he only needs to ask if he ever needs anything. Rayon, after a moment, says there is one thing he'd like, a sparring match with Commander Myland before going home. Time flies, and soon Rayon is just 1 week from graduation. Thanks to Sloth, our protagonist has gotten used to his body's increasing strength, gaining a much deeper feel for his new abilities, and now his physical condition is at its absolute peak. Today, he heads to the arena to spar with Myland, and the gathered crowd shouts their encouragement, yelling for him to defeat the commander before he leaves. Myland asks if he's ready, and our boy assures him that he is thoroughly prepared, having been waiting for this moment. Without further delay, Myland declares the match will begin. Our hero immediately feels the overwhelming aura of Myland, the master of Haven Castle. He takes the initiative, charging forward to strike, but the commander blocks the attack with ridiculous ease. They trade a series of swift strikes and blocks, each blow echoing across the arena. Edquil feels the shockwaves from their clash, while Tyrion, watching closely, is stunned to see Rayon, still just an expert, pushing the commander this far. Tyrion remarks that Rayon's growth and accomplishments are just on another level, and at this rate, he's only a small step from becoming a master himself, like a real-life level-up Manhwa protagonist. Someone else comments that Rayon was nowhere near this strong when he first arrived. During the heated clash, Myland notes that while our boy's power and speed are impressive, his attacks lack a certain edge. He reminds Rayon it's a practice duel, then pointedly asks if he truly thinks he can win so easily. Our protagonist just replies, "I'm getting stronger," wielding his rabid fang sword. He attacks again, and, spotting an opening, quickly throws a punch. But unexpectedly, Myland effortlessly blocks the punch bare-handed and instantly counters, forcing Rayon to leap back. Our boy is baffled, having thought a powerful attack would guarantee a hit. Yet, Myland not only blocked it but was ready to counter. He also sees the commander isn't even breaking a sweat. Myland, seeing the surprised look on Rayon's face, prompts him to spit it out. Our hero points out that Myland predicts all his moves and, despite constantly using his aura, shows zero signs of fatigue. Myland explains, the difference is the middle energy core, which opens only when one reaches the master level. This core lets a master generate insane power with minimal effort. Myland admits Rayon is top tier among experts, but hasn't become a master yet. So, in a match of sheer stamina and power, he can't win. This bombshell stuns our hero, who now sees firsthand the huge advantage of the middle energy core and a master's true power. A grin spreads across Rayon's face when Myland asks why. Our boy explains he's happy to see the path forward, there's still so much more to learn. In response, Myland decides to show Rayon what mastery really means. Gathering his full strength, he prepares his signature skill, Ice Dragon's Bane. It's the same technique that once destroyed the Ice Dragon with the ice-horned sword. Myland unleashes it, but our hero refuses to dodge, believing this is a rare chance to learn and test his progress. He activates his own skill. A curious Myland asks for the technique's name. Our protagonist, combining his training from Haven Castle with memories of the Thousand Flames technique from his battle with Sloth, introduces his strongest move, the 10th flame of the Thousand Flames, Fire Dragon's Breath. He just calls it Fire Dragon's Breath, though. Myland is now pumped to see whose power wins, his own sword or our hero's dragon. The two warriors charge, and their skills collide in a massive explosion that fills the arena with dust and smoke. Tyrion is blown away by the sheer force, wondering if Rayon is actually matching the commander head-on in this level-up Manhwa-style fight. As the dust settles, Everyone anxiously waits to see who's victorious. Shockingly, both Myland and our protagonist are still standing in the arena. Rayon bows respectfully, thanking Myland for the lesson and humbly admitting his defeat. The crowd goes wild. Everyone cheers for the commander's victory, while showering praise on Rayon for his incredible performance. His name echoes as everyone celebrates his growth and spirit. Meanwhile, Myland privately marvels at our hero's ridiculous talent. He expected his aura alone would be enough, but he actually had to use protective energy. Internally, Myland feels certain he made the right call in backing Rayon's journey. Rayon and Dorian are finally preparing to leave Haven Castle. Rodin remarks that he's gotten used to having our hero around, while Bento offers words of praise for his achievements. In response, Rayon thanks Myland for everything. Myland tells him to stay safe. Tyrion encourages our hero to visit any time, and Bento hopes their paths will cross again. Next, Edquill steps forward, and our boy playfully asks if Edquill's going to bully the patrol squad again. Edquill immediately denies it, but Rayon laughs, admitting he was just joking and that it was an honor to fight alongside him. They shake hands, both hoping to get even stronger. As Rayon and Dorian depart, the soldiers gather to thank them and bid a heartfelt farewell. Outside the gates, Dorian explains their route. If they head straight there and book it, Rayon will make it in time for graduation. Suddenly, Yua appears, totally out of breath from rushing over. Seeing her, our boy admits he was bummed about not seeing her before leaving, but is glad for the chance now. Yua apologizes for being late, explaining she was packing food for their trip. Wrath, ever hopeful, asks if pineapple pizza's on the menu. Rayon expresses his thanks, and Yua quietly adds she needs a favor. When Rayon gives her his full attention, she chickens out and decides not to say anything yet, leaving our protagonist confused, as Yua promises to fill him in later. With goodbyes said, Dorian and our hero finally hit the road. Watching them go, Yua silently vows to ask Rayon someday if she can walk the path of life with him. A whole year has now passed since the 5th Training Hall's graduation exam started. The trainees have gained experience and accomplishments, and the once empty hall is now full of transformed young swordsmen. Among themselves, they discuss their newfound strength. Some, confident they'll hit expert level soon. Meanwhile, Rimmer quietly observes from afar. Suddenly, a trainee asks if Rayon is back since graduation is tomorrow. Another worries something might have happened to him. Rimmer stands and reassures them, saying, our protagonist isn't someone who gets snatched easily. He tells them to stop worrying and just focus on the ceremony, then sits back down smiling as the trainees leave. Yet, concern is eating at him, and he soon calls Lowen for help. Lowen says his hands are tied, but Rimmer gets desperate, grabbing Lowen's legs and wailing that Rayon hasn't returned. He should have been back a month ago. Normally, Rimmer would sneak a letter out, but the Heavenly Sword Order, Guardians of the Shadow Society, have completely blocked his route, even rigging the ceiling with traps. Lowen wishes he could help, but claims he can't get any intel on our boy, since Glenn classifies everything about him as top secret. Rimmer, getting frustrated, grumbles that if Glenn cares that much, he should at least show his grandson some affection. Totally exasperated, Rimmer decides to just ask Glenn directly. He promises Lowen he'll share whatever Glenn says and then marches off as Lowen watches anxiously toward the inner residence. Shortly after, Glenn furiously unleashes his power to handle Rimmer. At the Zayikart Central Martial Hall, Karun gets a report that Rayon might be dead. According to his aide, our boy was due back a month ago, so a group was sent to check on him, but they never reached Haven Castle because of a freak wave. The crisis was eventually stopped, but with zero word from Rayon. The assumption is he's either seriously injured or dead. Karun also hears that an anxious Rimmer went to see Glenn. Karun, however, is secretly thrilled that our boy is gone without him having to lift a finger. The assistant wonders if Eden attacked, since Rayon protected Haven Castle from the Blue Spirit, and Karun speculates that as a pain to Eden, Rayon may have been targeted, too. Still, the aide isn't certain Rayon is actually dead. Karun thinks back on the graduation exam, explaining that Rimmer's test is to gauge a trainee's progress and see if they qualify as swordsmen. It takes days to a week, so even if Rayon gets back tonight, he won't be able to participate. Karun looks forward to seeing our hero's face when he learns he's failed. As his assistant leaves, Karun muses to himself that he'd wondered how to deal with the kid. But now, this is the end. He admits. Though, Rayon was at least entertaining. The 5th Training Hall graduation ceremony day has finally arrived. Sylvia, standing on the side, is worried sick about her son, and thinks if this ceremony continues, he will be disqualified. Her maid assures her the ceremony won't start without the head trainee. On the other hand, Karun feels pretty smug. Meanwhile, the trainees are chatting about the ceremony and the missions they cleared to get here. Like in some level-up manhwa. Suddenly, Burin approaches and tells them to quit wasting time chatting, since it's almost graduation. He advises them to stop messing around and get back to their seats, sighing as he wonders when they will ever act their age. From behind, Martha approaches Burin and says he hasn't changed, still as stiff as ever. Burin notes to himself that Martha's sharp tongue hasn't changed one bit either. She, however, couldn't care less if her words are harsh or not. Burin reminds her it's going to be tough for her after graduation if she keeps trying to pick a fight over everything. Martha, with her usual attitude, claims a good beatdown, silences any talk. This makes Burin wonder how long her confidence will last as he looks toward the gate, wondering why Rayon hasn't shown up yet. He wonders if our boy really got jumped by Eden or something. However, Runan is sure Rayon will return, saying he can't lose to guys like Eden. Unexpectedly, Martha says it'd be better for her if he's a no-show, since she would become the representative. Runan starts yelling that our protagonist will definitely be back and tells Martha to shut her trap. Martha yells back that if he was coming, he'd already be here, while Burin tries to play peacemaker. Then, suddenly, the announcer kicks off the graduation ceremony, instructing all trainees to move to their assigned spots. The announcer then heralds the arrival of Ziggart's eternal son, the rightful owner of the North, Patriarch Glenn Ziggart. Everyone roars to greet the patriarch. Afterwards, Rimmer nervously asks Glenn to hold on, since 2 trainees haven't returned yet. Glenn refuses, stating everyone was told graduation was in February. If they aren't back by now, they are simply not qualified to graduate. He then asks if Rimmer is suggesting a delay just because those 2 haven't returned. Reluctantly, Rimmer announces they're proceeding with the graduation, which will be led by the patriarch and all the family elders. Before the ceremony starts, they begin the final roll call. Rimmer announces there are 43 students in total, with 41 present and 2 missing. The trainees murmur among themselves, realizing the ceremony might actually start without Rayon. Rimmer finishes the roll call and announces the start of the ceremony. The gates are about to close, but for some reason, they stop, leaving the trainees wondering what's up. Fortunately, Rayon and Dorian finally burst into the hall, and Rimmer sighs in relief. Our hero announces his arrival, and his friends rush to greet him. He apologizes for being late, while his friends say they thought he'd fail. Dorian quietly pipes up that he's there too. Rimmer, glad our protagonist returned safely, tells him to get to his spot. As Rimmer guides our boy to his place, Karun cuts them off. He tells Glenn the other trainees came a month ago and proved their qualifications, while Rayon just showed up. Since his qualification isn't verified, Karun argues that he shouldn't be allowed to graduate right now. However, Glenn states that decision is up to the instructor, based on Rayon's conduct over the past year. Karun insists he's sure Rayon wouldn't make everyone wait just to prove his qualifications. Rimmer, however, declares he can prove them right now. Suddenly, Rimmer and Rayon clash swords, their auras flaring. Everyone is stunned by our protagonist's growth, like a real-life level-up manhwa hero. Rimmer declares that swordsmen speak with their blades. Their auras mix and shoot into the sky, bursting like fireworks. The crowd is delighted while Karun is shocked by how easily Rayon blocks Rimmer's attack. He's left wondering what could have happened to our hero this past year. Rayon tells Karun this ought to be enough proof. Unable to do anything, Karun slumps back, clicking his tongue. Next, Rimmer asks Glenn if they should start the ceremony. Glenn points out the wrecked training ground and says he'll ask Rayon some questions after the ceremony, but gives Rimmer the go-ahead. Rimmer sends head trainee Rayon to the front and begins the final roll call. 43 trainees total, all present, with no absentees. With that, the graduation ceremony of the 5th Training Hall's trainees officially begins.